Chapter 2. Teasing the Cat. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Professor Snape, filling in for the absent Professor Lupin, pulled an unexpected move. Midway through his lecture, he turned to Sherlock and demanded, "Explain the difference between a wolf transformed by an animagus and a true werewolf." Sherlock froze, caught off guard by Snape's sudden attention. After all, the potions master usually went out of his way to avoid him. Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "I never thought the great detective would stumble over something so simple," he taunted, his dark eyes gleaming. He let the final words linger unbearably in the air. "Tell me, is that vaunted logic of yours frantically rummaging through page 394 of the textbook like some overexcited bloodhound?" The question was delivered in that slow, syrupy tone Snape perfected, an affectation so insistent it made every student squirm. At last, Sherlock answered, his voice as precise as a finely tuned clock. "Werewolves, like centaurs and merpeople, are fully sentient creatures. The Ministry of Magic classifies them as beings, not mere beasts. An animagus, by contrast, consciously transforms and retains complete human intellect while in animal form. A true werewolf, however, loses control of both mind and reason when the curse takes hold." He paused, letting the distinction sink in, as Snape's eyes narrowed in reluctant acknowledgement. "What Hermione just explained is the key distinction. An animagus can choose to shift into a wolf, whereas a werewolf transforms only involuntarily. In their human form, a werewolf is indistinguishable from any ordinary person, morally sound and fully responsible for their actions. But when the full moon rises, they are compelled to change. In that state, they lose all sense of self, forget their identity, and won't even spare those closest to them." Sherlock paused, his gray eyes widening first in surprise, then easing into relief. He finally understood why Professor Snape had singled him out with that question, and why the potions master had been so intent on hearing Hermione's answer. Before anyone else could speak, Snape's crisp voice cut through the silence. "Exactly right. 10 points to Gryffindor." Sherlock allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. Snape might mock his deduction skills as mere parlor tricks, calling him childish more than once, but the award of points proved the professor secretly respected his intellect. If Sherlock were in Snape's shoes, he might have assigned a lengthy essay on werewolves instead, but this was just as gratifying. Hermione's sharp mind caught the oddity immediately. When Professor Snape awarded points to Gryffindor, the entire classroom erupted in stunned silence, and then uproar. Students stared at him as if he'd sprouted fangs overnight. Surely this couldn't be the real Snape. Who else could be masquerading as him with a vial of polyjuice? After all, in every potions lesson, he found new ways to dock Gryffindor points. Harry, Sherlock, and most recently Neville had all borne the brunt of his displeasure. And now, he was actually rewarding them? It was as likely as the sun rising in the west. Silence. Snape's clipped command cut through the whispers for the third time that afternoon. Without another word, he snapped open his textbook and handed it around. "Copy down the section on werewolves," he ordered, his dark eyes flicking over the students. Pens scratching on parchment filled the brief hush that followed. Snape began to pace between the desks, voice low but precise. The word werewolf comes from the Old English were, meaning man, combined with wolf. You may also see the term lycanthrope, from Greek lykos, wolf, and anthropos, human. A human only becomes a werewolf if bitten by one in its wolf form during the full moon. He paused beside Neville's desk, then moved on, each step measured. "Take careful note. The transformation is involuntary and painful. The afflicted lose all sense of self-control until the moon wanes. Potions exist that can temper the change, most notably the wolfsbane tincture, but they must be brewed and dosed with exacting precision." As quills scratched and pages turned, the class settled into an uneasy attention. Whether the real Snape had cast an elaborate ruse or simply decided to grant Gryffindor an unprecedented boon, no one dared interrupt again, at least not until the final bell rang. "Infection occurs when a werewolf's saliva mixes with the victim's blood," Professor Snape announced, his voice cutting through the hush of the classroom. "If the creature attacks in human form, the victim may develop mild, harmless wolfish tendencies, perhaps an odd craving for raw meat, but suffers no lasting curse. Yet whether the blow comes from fangs or claws, Every werewolf wound leaves a permanent scar. As he spoke, the enchanted projector at the back of the room sprang to life, casting clear, animated diagrams onto the far wall. The pureblood young wizards sat entranced. None had ever seen a muggle device employed so effortlessly in a magical lecture. When Snape had finished detailing all the critical facts, he turned to the stack of parchments on his desk. "Now, let us review the homework set by Professor Lupin," he said with a measured drawl. Dark eyes flicking over their work, he sneered. "These explanations are painfully superficial and downright inaccurate. Several of you claim the Kaaba ritual hails from the Scottish Highlands, when in fact it is far more common in Mongolia. And 8 points awarded for this drivel? Utterly preposterous." Professor Snape's cold voice sliced through the classroom. 3 points. Don't flatter yourself. You couldn't even copy the answer correctly from the textbook. A collective shudder ran through his students as relief at the final bell rang hollow against Snape's fury. Just when they thought class had ended, he raised his hand and silenced them. "To atone for your ignorance, each of you will write me an essay, 2 rolls of parchment in length, detailing how to identify and kill werewolves." His slate-gray eyes roamed the room, lingering on Sherlock Holmes for a fraction longer, before he added with grim finality, "This class will maintain discipline. Essays are to be handed in next session." A roar of protest erupted. 2 full sheets on an unfamiliar subject. Due tomorrow? Gryffindor after Gryffindor muttered complaints. "But Professor," Harry began, "there's a Quidditch match." Snape cut him off in mid-sentence. He stepped forward, bridging the distance between their desks until Harry could feel his breath. Under the flickering candlelight, Snape's hooked nose cast a long shadow over Harry's quill. From the depths of his dark eyes, a black mist seemed to swirl. "Then I suggest you be exceptionally careful, Mr. Potter," Snape hissed, each word laced with menace. "It would be unfortunate if you neglected your assignments." With that, he swept out of the dungeon classroom, leaving behind a trail of tension so palpable it made the torches flicker. No one dared speak until the door clanged shut. Harry lowered his head with a sigh. Hermione peered over his shoulder, already digging for parchment. 2 rolls on werewolves, starting tonight," she said softly. Neville trembled beside them, clutching his quill like a lifeline. As the last of Snape's footsteps faded away, Gryffindor's bravado dissolved into the hard realization of a long, grim night ahead. "Potter," Professor Snape said, his dark eyes locking onto Harry's, each syllable sharp as a blade. "Even if you lose an arm or a leg, you'll still hand in your homework." The class bristled with indignation, but no one dared answer back, until Snape swept from the room and out of earshot. Then the pent-up fury spilled over. "I've heard he's wanted this post for years," Ron hissed, "but he's never treated any of the other Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers like this." Even good-natured Harry couldn't ignore the unfairness. "Why single out Professor Lupin? What does Lupin have that the others don't?" Hermione frowned. "Maybe it's still about the Boggart incident. Snape might feel that Lupin and Neville made him look a fool in front of the class." Sherlock shook his head slowly, drawing startled looks from the others. "No, it goes deeper than that. There's another reason Snape is targeting Lupin." Ron leaned forward. "What reason?" Harry and Hermione pressed in as well, eager for an explanation. Sherlock's expression darkened. "I'm afraid I don't have enough evidence to say for certain. Not yet. I need to wait until Professor Lupin returns before I can be sure," Sherlock said quietly. "What's so mysterious?" Ron grumbled, but he knew better than to press Sherlock when he wasn't ready to share. Hermione's brow furrowed with worry. "I just hope Professor Lupin recovers quickly." "Forget that," Ron shot back. "How about hoping Sirius Black is hiding in Snape's office?" Hermione fell silent, clearly uneasy about Ron's outburst. Sherlock, however, kept his tone measured. With all due respect, Black wouldn't have much luck against Professor Snape. Ron opened his mouth, then closed it, rendered speechless by the logic of Sherlock's words. Long before dawn the next morning, Harry awoke with a start. At first he thought the roaring wind outside the castle had roused him, but then he felt a sharp, icy blast at the nape of his neck. He bolted upright in bed, just in time to see Peeves the poltergeist hovering beside him, grinning wildly as he blew another frosty gust right in Harry's face. Harry shot bolt upright, pulling the blankets up around his chin as a sudden chill swept through the room. "What are you doing?" he barked into the darkness. "Just teasing you. Nya! Nya! Nya!" Peeves crowed, floating right in Harry's face, cheeks comically puffed. "Get away from me," Harry snarled, clutching the covers. But Peeves only leaned in closer and gave another mighty gust of air that ruffled Harry's hair. "Last warning," Harry growled. "One more puff, and I swear I'll go fetch the bloody Baron." At the mention of the grave, silent spectre, Peeves's grin wavered. With a final, maniacal giggle and a tremendous exhale, the poltergeist shot out of the room in a flurry of cold mist. Harry rubbed his temples and groped blindly across the nightstand. The alarm clock glowed 5:30 a.m. He muttered an expletive at Peeves as he sat up and glanced toward the windows. Pale starlight revealed two neatly made, now empty beds. Sherlock and Neville were already gone. He felt a surge of admiration. Though no rain had yet fallen, the wind howled outside, and distant thunder grumbled across the grounds, heralding an approaching storm. Despite the raw morning air, Sherlock and Neville had stuck to their pre-dawn routine. Harry had planned to slip back into sleep, but now, fully awake, there was no ignoring the day waiting for him. Harry lay in bed, restless. The thought of facing the storm in a few hours' time only made his mood darker. After tossing and turning for half an hour, he finally conceded defeat. Sliding out from under the blankets, he pulled on his team robes, snatched up his Nimbus 2000, and tiptoed toward the dormitory door. Ron and Dean, as usual, were fast asleep. Peeves' earlier antics hadn't stirred them at all. But as Harry opened the door, something brushed against his ankle. He looked down to see Crookshanks, slinking toward the dormitory as if on some secret mission. Frowning, Harry scooped the cat into his arms and carried him back into the hallway. "I'm starting to believe Ron's warnings about you," Harry said, setting Crookshanks on his feet. "There are plenty of rats here already. Stop fixating on Scabbers." He gave the ginger cat a gentle nudge toward the bottom of the spiral staircase, then made his way to the Gryffindor common room. The storm outside had only grown fiercer. Winds howled around the castle walls, throwing rain against the windows. Harry peered out, his jaw set. He knew the match wouldn't be called off for weather like this. Despite the thunder and lashing rain, in a few hours he'd be out there, flying into the heart of the storm. Quidditch was notorious for being played in all kinds of weather, and that was exactly why Slytherin refused to face Hufflepuff on a day like today. Harry understood their reluctance, and he couldn't help feeling uneasy himself. A seeker needed to be light on his feet, quick and nimble. He'd heard that from Wood back in his first year. But Hufflepuff's new captain and seeker, Cedric Diggory, was the very opposite. Tall, broad-shouldered, and as solidly built as Wood ever was, Cedric possessed a strength that seemed at odds with the usual seeker profile. Both Sherlock and Cho Chang had pointed this out to him. In these gale-whipped conditions, Cedric's weight would be an asset. He wouldn't be buffeted around by sudden gusts the way a lighter flyer might. Harry lingered at the window a moment longer, shivering as wind-driven rain lashed the panes. Finally, he moved over to the fireplace to warm himself. Dawn was still a long way off, and as he waited for the first light, Crookshanks appeared at the base of the boys' dormitory stairs once again, tail flicking, clearly determined to sneak upstairs. Harry kept gently guiding him back down. Persistent little cat. Just as Harry was corralling Crookshanks for the umpteenth time, a familiar voice drifted in from the doorway. "Messing with the cat?" Chapter 323, Cho Chang vs. Ginny Weasley. Harry was startled by a familiar voice. He looked up to see Sherlock and Neville standing in the doorway of the Gryffindor common room, both eyeing him curiously. Sherlock's gaze dropped to Crookshanks, sprawled by Harry's feet, and his eyes lit up. He handed the long, straight wand in his hand to Neville. "Could you take this back to the boys' dorm for me?" he asked, then strode over to Harry. "What's going on?" Sherlock demanded once he was by Harry's side. Harry sighed. "This guy," he said, nodding at Crookshanks, "won't stop trying to sneak into the boys' dormitory. He's after Scabbers." He explained how, that very morning, Crookshanks had made repeated attempts to slip past the portrait hole into the boys' wing, and how Harry had intercepted him every single time. "Honestly, Sherlock, Ron was right about him all along. He's fixated on Scabbers. I think Hermione may have overreacted a bit this time." He's that persistent? Sherlock asked, raising an eyebrow. Sherlock reached down and took Crookshanks into his arms. The moment he did, the cat's hackles rose and it bared its teeth. Harry frowned at the low, threatening hiss. He's definitely not happy I keep blocking his little expeditions, Harry said, folding his arms. Sherlock studied Crookshanks for a moment, then calmly set him back on the floor. We'll have to keep a closer watch then, he said. Someone's going to have to distract him, long enough for Scabbers to stay safe. Neville slipped quietly back into the room, wand in hand. Together, the three Gryffindors and the detective headed off, ready to devise a plan to keep the peace, and keep the rat out of Crookshanks's errant paws. He was furious that I thwarted his last attempt to catch Scabbers, Sherlock said with a wry shake of his head. But we're running late. Let's grab a quick bite, and afterwards I'll return him safely to Hermione. They slipped through the portrait hole, and Sir Cadogan immediately sprang to life, lance in hand. Ho there, you mangy curs, and that lumbering cat! I challenge you both to a duel. Crookshanks, tucked in Sherlock's arms, emitted a disgruntled meow and fixed his yellow-green eyes on the knight's embroidered visage. He clearly longed to leap free and shred Cadogan's plume, if only he weren't being held so firmly. Harry laughed softly. Steady, Crookshanks. You'll get him next time. At Harry's soothing tone, the cat reluctantly relaxed, though his gaze remained fierce. Sherlock offered Harry a knowing look. Quite the strategist, isn't he? They emerged into the torch-lit expanse of the Great Hall, its long tables brimming with students. Harry glanced at the cat nestled against Sherlock's side. You'd better tell Hermione all about this later. Don't interfere in feline matters, Harry, Sherlock replied, his lips curling into a half-smile. He noticed Harry's unsettled expression and reached out to steady his shoulder. Now, go eat something, before you pass out on me. You're not planning to make me skip breakfast before our first match of the year, are you? Sherlock's tone was playful but firm. But, Harry began. Or would you rather I fetch Cho and Ginny to coax you into eating? No, please don't. Harry's color rose. He knew Sherlock well enough to realize he'd actually go for the prank, and the stories about him needing Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley to feed him would circulate for months. Sherlock broke into a knowing smile and reached down to stroke Crookshanks, who'd been reclining grumpily on the bench. With practiced ease, like a maestro plucking strings, he scratched behind the cat's ears. Crookshanks's disgruntled scowl melted into contented purrs, and soon he was pawing at Sherlock's hand in playful delight. They didn't have long to wait. Hermione arrived at the Great Hall, her books tucked under one arm. Morning sunlight streamed through the tall windows, painting slanted patterns on the long tables. She paused, startled to see Crookshanks draped across Sherlock's lap. Why is he with you? Harry hurried over and waved Hermione down beside him. He tried sneaking into the boys' dormitory this morning, Harry whispered. I'm keeping it from Ron, but you've got to watch him. Hermione's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Absolutely. She reached out and gently lifted Crookshanks into her arms, giving Harry a conspiratorial nod as they both turned to face the breakfast spread. I'll put him back first. Hermione bustled off with Crookshanks cradled in her arms. Harry watched her go, then let out a soft sigh. She's always so impulsive. Sherlock, why did you actually summon them here? Sherlock raised an eyebrow, following Harry's gaze. From opposite ends of the Great Hall, Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley were striding toward them, each with the unmistakable air of determination. Sherlock's lips curved into a knowing smile. I've always said, my dear Harry, women are your strong suit. Harry's shoulders relaxed just a touch. Well, at least he wasn't the target of some elaborate setup. Yet as Cho and Ginny walked side by side toward his table, he felt an odd flutter of nerves. Exactly as he'd feared, the two of them, though perfectly friendly and eager to cheer him on, somehow managed to unnerve him completely. Cho reached Harry first. She held out a small slice of bread and with deliberate care spread a glossy layer of blueberry jam across it. Her long black hair swayed with each motion, the few dewdrops clinging to the tips gleaming in the candlelight. Meanwhile, Ginny hovered at his other side, her fiery hair a halo in the soft glow, her warm smile encouraging. Between Cho's gentle attentions and Ginny's bright confidence, Harry found himself at once flattered and, quite frankly, overwhelmed. He gripped his spoon a moment too tightly, wondering how he'd managed to befriend two such wonderful, if intimidating, girls all at once. Cho slid a piece of fresh Honeyduke's bread across the table to Harry, her voice soft as morning mist. "This is a new flavor. They say it'll wake up your taste buds and give you a quick sugar boost." "Thanks, Cho," Harry replied. He bit into the bread and couldn't help but smile. The flavor was every bit as good as she'd promised. On his other side, Ginny, with her fiery red hair, nudged a steaming mug of pumpkin juice toward him. "Bread alone won't do the trick, Harry. You need this, or you'll choke on your own crumbs." "All right, Ginny." Harry wrapped his hands around the warm mug and took a careful sip. For a heartbeat, Cho's dark eyes and Ginny's vivid red ones met across 3 rows of gleaming silver candelabras. At just that moment, a distant rumble of thunder rolled across the enchanted ceiling of the great hall. "Don't worry, Harry," Ginny said, her voice steady and confident. "Trust yourself, trust your teammates, and trust your Nimbus 2000. After a brief, encouraging silence, Cho offered Harry a sweet, reassuring smile, then quietly looked away. "This weather's a headache for more than just Gryffindor," she observed softly. "Hufflepuff's going to have a rough match today, too." "As long as you play normally, you'll have that snitch before Diggory ever lays eyes on it," Ginny declared, her grip tightening on her slightly flushed earlobe. "Hufflepuff is a joke, Harry. Just wipe the floor with them." Cho Chang shot Ginny a cool look. "Watch it," she warned. "Even a lion goes all out to catch a rabbit, and Hufflepuff is no rabbit. Confidence is one thing, arrogance is another." Ginny waved her off. "Honestly, Harry, just go out there and do it." Harry blinked, caught between their competing urgings. From the sidelines, Sherlock couldn't help but smile. He was witnessing a silent duel of strategy versus passion, one sister weaving her protective shield of logic, the other forging a blade of raw enthusiasm. Both, he noted, concealed a tender concern beneath their sharp exteriors, building a fortress around the same person. And if Harry already carried the titles Savior of the Magical World, The Boy Who Lived, Dark Lord's Nemesis, and Gryffindor's boxing champion, didn't he deserve another? Perhaps the cross-dimensional gravitational anchor of Gryffindor Tower, the calibration star of the Ravenclaw astrolabe, or, most fittingly, sample number 1 from the Amortentia distiller. The rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch squad filed into the Great Hall for dinner just then, and froze when they spotted Cho Chang and Ginny Weasley sitting on either side of Harry Potter. Under the curious stares of their teammates, both girls flushed bright red. Each was on the verge of slipping away, but when their eyes met, they mustered the courage to stay put. Only Captain Oliver Wood remained unruffled. He stepped forward, voice crisp with authority. "All right, everyone, listen up. Today's match is going to be tough." Alicia Spinnet offered him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Oliver. We've played in worse drizzles than this." Wood glanced down at his untouched plate. Harry chimed in, concern in his voice. "You should eat something before we head out." Oliver waved him off. "Thanks, Harry, but I got here early and already had a bite." Harry shot back, grinning. "All the more reason you should finish your meal. We'll need you sharp out there." Alicia's breezy reference to drizzle hardly did justice to the storm outside. Most of the teachers and a handful of students who'd tried to make their way to the pitch earlier had lost their umbrellas to gale-force gusts. Now they slogged head down across the wet lawn, squinting through sheets of rain. Hermione Granger re-entered the hall just then, brushing raindrops from her robes after tucking Crookshanks into the dormitory. She frowned as she took in the soggy scene. "Honestly," she muttered, "this year's weather is even worse than last." Hermione stumbled against a sudden gust as she and Sherlock made their way toward the stands. Reflexively, she gripped his arm to keep her balance. "That's exactly why those miserable Slytherins bailed on the match," Ginny muttered, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Before Sherlock could reply, another hand closed over his free arm. Luna Lovegood, whom he hadn't seen in ages, was slipping into place beside him. "Ginny invited me to join you," Luna said, her voice as unhurried as ever. "I couldn't miss the chance to watch." Luna gave Sherlock an appraising look. "No rack spurts buzzing around you today?" she asked softly. Nearby, Ron squeaked as Ginny tightened her grip on his arm. "Ginny, easy," he protested. "If you hold on any tighter, I might just take flight." Ginny rolled her eyes. Stop being melodramatic, Ron. Look at Sherlock. 2 girls dangling off his arms, and he hasn't said a word. Ron followed her gaze. Sure enough, Hermione clung to his friend's right arm while Luna held the left, escorting him past the wind-whipped path to the stands. He let out a long, exaggerated sigh, remembering how Ginny and Cho Chang had doted on Harry at dinner just hours before. Unfair, he decided. Very unfair. Hermione caught Luna's eye as they finally reached the row of empty seats. Luna's serene smile met Hermione's faint frown, an unspoken agreement that Sherlock was theirs to guard for the rest of the match. Thanks to Sherlock, Ginny finally had some understanding of the girl everyone called Loony Lovegood. Loony was never a compliment. Name-calling behind someone's back might be excusable, but to say it to her face was practically a curse. Ginny had even confronted a few boys for daring to address Luna that way. Yet nicknames had a strange power of their own, and Luna was hardly ordinary. Her eccentricities outnumbered even Sherlock's. Take her style. She regularly wore necklaces strung with butterbeer corks, dangled radish-shaped earrings from her lobes, and sometimes perched a pair of spectre specs atop her nose. Occasionally, she'd tuck her wand behind one ear like a hairpin, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Her behavior was even more peculiar. Luna spoke in a soft, dreamlike lilt, as though she lived half in this world and half in another. She was utterly convinced of the existence of creatures ever recognized by the Ministry. Rackspurts, those invisible brain ticklers she claimed floated around in your hair, moon frogs, blibbering humdingers, crumple-horned snorkacks, and more. She'd mentioned them so casually that it sent a few students scurrying for earplugs. Even so, Luna had a blunt honesty that often made people uncomfortable. She would state her thoughts plainly, without a shred of malice, but with all the awkward impact of a full-force blast. It was impossible to know what she'd say next, or whether what she said would leave you fascinated, bewildered, or both. Luna never bothered to filter her thoughts or consider the moment. She had a habit of blurting out every sensitive topic she could think of. In that respect, she was oddly like Sherlock, impulsive and unguarded. Hermione felt sorry for Luna, who was so often the target of her classmates' laughter, but even she struggled to understand how someone could believe so many things without a shred of evidence. The 5 of them climbed into the stands and took their seats, Luna settling in the middle between Sherlock and Ginny. Above Hogwarts, the sky was a roiling mass of dark clouds, as if someone had crumpled black parchment and draped it over the castle's towers. Below, the Quidditch pitch howled with wind, rumbled with thunder, and was drenched by pouring rain. Still, when the Gryffindor players, dressed in gold and scarlet, stepped onto the field from one end, and the Hufflepuffs, in yellow and black, appeared from the other, the storm couldn't dampen the roar of the crowd. Cheering wildly, the spectators showed that nothing, not even a tempest, could stop them from backing their teams. Chapter 324. Give me your glasses. A torrential downpour lashed the Hogwarts grounds, as if the Milky Way had shattered overhead. Fierce gusts whipped the raindrops into stinging sheets, and low thunder rumbled across the sky. Yet nothing could dampen the passion for Quidditch that thrummed through the castle's students and faculty. Before the match even began, the stands at the Quidditch pitch were already overflowing. When many umbrellas were torn away by the wind, a sea of brightly colored raincoats remained packed so tightly it felt more like a living, breathing creature than a crowd. As soon as the Gryffindor and Hufflepuff teams took to the field, cheers and chants rose above the storm, carried by wind and rain. On one side, Oliver Wood, captain of Gryffindor, strode forward with urgent, powerful steps, mud splattering up his legs without drawing his attention. On the opposite side, Cedric Diggory advanced with calm confidence, a warm smile lighting his face even as raindrops slid down his cheeks. They met at midfield. Lightning flickered overhead, illuminating Oliver's tightly clenched jaw and Cedric's easy composure. Each man nodded once, then twisted in place to signal to his teammates. The distant rumble of thunder counted down the seconds to the start. Ready? The referee's voice boomed over the roar of wind and rain. Wood and Diggory both nodded. The referee raised his flag, shouted, "Go!" and the players surged into action. Within moments, Gryffindor's chasers darted forward, flashing red and gold against the green pitch. Hufflepuff responded in kind, steady, coordinated, and determined not to be outplayed on their home ground. The quaffle rocketed through the air as if fired from a cannon. Oliver Wood lunged, jabbing his elbow and catching the ball just before it sailed out of reach. He wastefully spun his broom, weaving between Hufflepuff defenders. Cedric Diggory hovered nearby, scanning for an opening. As soon as he spotted Angelina Johnson breaking free on Gryffindor's left, he veered toward her. His eyes gleamed with the kind of quiet confidence that made every movement look effortless. But Oliver wasn't about to give him the chance. He shot forward, charging through the wind and rain, and hurled the quaffle in Angelina's direction. In an instant, the two red and gold seeker, Harry Potter himself, rocketed past Wood, drawing all eyes skyward. A cheer went up, drowned by another crack of thunder. Harry's broom tilted steeply as he spun around, peering into the storm for the slightest glint of gold. The rain plastered his hair to his forehead, but he didn't hesitate. Every muscle tensed, every sense sharpened. Below him, the game raged unabated. A Hufflepuff beater smashed a bludger straight at Ron Weasley. Ron swerved, sending the enchanted iron ball careening off course. The bludger crashed into a stand of spectators, and for a moment everyone froze, hearts pounding, until they saw the fans, shaken but safe, waving for the game to continue. Harry's heart hammered loud enough, he was sure, for the entire stadium to hear. He scanned the sky again. Seconds felt like hours. Then, a flash of gold, so faint he might have imagined it. He banked left, nose diving toward it, adrenaline surging through his veins. At ground level, Wood blocked a shot from Hufflepuff's keeper, chucking the quaffle back into play. Cedric flashed him a look, fierce, respectful, competitive. And Wood returned it, fierce in turn, but with a nod that said, "May the best team win." Above them all, Harry chased destiny through the storm. In this moment, amid lightning, thunder, roaring crowds, and raging winds, everything else fell away. All that mattered was the snitch, shimmering like a dying star in the turbulent gray sky. And Harry Potter was determined to catch it. Cedric walked over to Wood, offered his right hand, and said earnestly, "Good luck, Wood." Oliver Wood hesitated for a moment, then took the proffered hand. He didn't squeeze as hard as he would when facing Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain, nor did he smile. Instead, he kept his expression tight and gave a serious nod. Cedric's eyes flickered with a hint of regret, and he gently shook his head before releasing Wood's hand. With the captain's handshake complete, the rest of the players grudgingly peeled their feet from the mud and climbed onto their brooms. At Madame Hooch's sharp whistle, 15 brooms shot into the sky in perfect formation, like arrows loosed from a bow. They cut through the curtain of rain, sending sparkling droplets scattering across the pitch. And just like that, the match began. Harry, as always, kept his distance from the pack until the golden snitch appeared. He soared higher than anyone else, using his altitude to stay out of reach and avoid the risk of being targeted by opposing chasers or beaters. Harry found himself overthinking. His Nimbus 2000, once as obedient as a well-trained owl, had begun to balk at every command. Above him, the sky was a leaden gray, so oppressive it felt like a weight pressing down on his chest with each breath. Gale-force gusts tore at him, sending the broom careening as if it had a mind of its own. Harry had to siphon off precious focus just to wrest control from the wind and keep from being hurled into the abyss. Only now did he understand why Malfoy had tumbled off his broom during training. In weather like this, maintaining stability in the air was almost a lost cause. The moment you pushed for speed, the slightest lapse in concentration could, and often did, turn disastrous. Barely 10 minutes into the match, the howling wind and sheets of driving rain had saturated both teams to the bone. Harry had never felt more miserable. Before play began, he'd cast waterproofing, fireproofing, and warming charms on himself. But in this storm, their protection melted away almost as quickly as wax under a blazing flame. Harry shivered as the warming charm finally gave out, a bone-deep cold creeping through his limbs until he felt almost rigid with frost. Not long after, the waterproof fireproof charm followed suit, leaving him exposed to the full brunt of the storm. Rain pelted his glasses in a relentless spray of tiny droplets, turning his goggles into a blur and reducing his world to smudges of gray and black. He squinted against the downpour, struggling to make out the shapes of teammates or opponents, let alone gauge the progress of the match. For a moment, Harry cursed himself for leaving his wand behind. Then he realized it wouldn't have helped. Up here, battling fierce winds and lashing rain, he'd never managed to balance on his broom, grip his wand, and cast spells all at once. Better to rely on pure broom work than fumble for a wand in these conditions. But the weather only worsened. The sky darkened as if night had fallen early, and every gust of wind felt more threatening than the last. With his vision obscured and his reflexes dulled by cold, Harry nearly took a bludger to the head, twice. Each near miss sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline coursing through him, reminding him that in this storm, the greatest danger wasn't just the elements, but falling behind in the game. "Something's wrong with Harry," Sherlock announced abruptly from the stands, his eyes fixed on the pitch. Ginny leapt to her feet, raindrops rattling off her coat and splashing onto the wooden boards. Her face was pale with worry. "He's off his game," she said. Sherlock followed her gaze to Harry, who wobbled in the air and veered sharply to avoid a bludger. The high winds would normally make flying difficult, he observed, but nearly getting clocked by 2 bludgers and almost colliding with his own teammate is highly irregular. Luna, peering through her water-coated goggles, gasped. "He almost ran into Neville," Sherlock nodded. "Precisely. I suspect his vision is compromised." Ron frowned. "You mean his glasses? Didn't he use a waterproof, fireproof charm on them before the match started?" "Such enchantments degrade over time, especially in harsh weather," Sherlock explained. "The persistent rain and wind have shortened its effectiveness." Hermione grabbed Sherlock's arm, determination in her eyes. "We have to help him. My skill with that charm is stronger than Harry's. I can reapply it on the fly." Sherlock met her gaze and gave a small, approving nod. Together they hurried down from the stands, wands at the ready, racing to aid their friend before another bludger, or worse, found its mark. Sherlock arched an eyebrow. "First things first, Wood has to call a timeout. The match won't just pause itself." Ginny wrung her hands. "And then, what do we do?" Ron scowled. "We can't send in any substitutes. Gryffindor doesn't have extras." Before anyone could reply, a jagged bolt of lightning tore through the sky, bathing the pitch in a stark, sudden light. Almost at once, Madame Hooch's whistle rang out, sharp and insistent. One by one, the players guided their brooms down, skimming through the reeds before settling onto the sodden turf. "Wood's called a timeout," Sherlock noted, his gray eyes glinting with approval. "Looks like he spotted the same problem we did." Hermione let out a relieved breath. "He really is a competent captain." Ron sprang to his feet. "So what now? Harry's charm misfired. Shouldn't we go to him?" The concern in Ron's voice wiped away any memory of his earlier argument with Hermione. Sherlock shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "No need. Someone's already on the way." He pointed across the rain-slick field. Through the downpour, Ron and Ginny leaned forward, squinting. Then, cutting through the deluge, a lone figure appeared, legs pumping through the mud, robes plastered to his back. For a moment, neither of them could speak. The runner was unmistakable. All the Gryffindor players huddled beneath a single, overstretched umbrella at the pitch's edge. Harry slid off his glasses and rubbed them clean on his robe, while Oliver Wood panted out the update. "There isn't much time," Oliver warned. "We're up by 50 points, but if we don't catch the snitch soon, this match could drag on until midnight." Harry held his dripping spectacles at arm's length. The waterproof fireproof charm failed. "Looks like this weather's too much even for a high-level enchantment." "Bloody hell," Oliver groaned. "I should have brought my wand out here. Maybe I could recast it if the new charm lasts long enough to grab the snitch." Neither could think of a better plan. Then, through the downpour, a figure materialized at their side. Harry's eyes widened. "Cho? What are you doing here?" Standing under her own raincoat of Ravenclaw blue, Cho Chang looked out of place amid Gryffindor's scarlet and gold. But there she was. Harry's spirits lifted at the sight. Oliver, meanwhile, scowled as if the rain had gotten into his very soul. As the Gryffindor team captain, Oliver Wood was in the middle of outlining his strategy when he spotted Cho Chang standing just beyond the huddle. "Miss Chang, since Ravenclaw's Seeker is our next opponent, we thought—" He paused, confused, as Cho cut him off. "Harry, give me your glasses," she said, holding out her hand. Oliver frowned at her brusqueness, and Fred and George Weasley shared amused glances. Angelina, Alicia, and Katie burst into delighted murmurs, clearly enjoying the unexpected drama. Harry didn't hesitate for a second. He passed her his round spectacles without question. With the confidence of a fourth-year Ravenclaw prefect and the skill of the very teacher who had once shown Harry the waterproof fireproof charm, Cho tapped Harry's glasses lightly with her wand. Impervious. A faint shimmer ran across the lenses. There! Now they're waterproof. Even Oliver Wood couldn't suppress his surprise. Cho wasn't finished, though. One by one, she moved down the line of Gryffindor players, casting warming charms on each of them, 7 in all, so they would stay comfortable and alert, no matter how cold the day got. As the last player felt the gentle glow of the warming charm, Oliver's initial irritation melted away, replaced by grudging respect. The match might have been a rivalry, but today, Cho Chang had just owned that sportsmanship, and a little magical kindness could unite even the fiercest competitors. The Gryffindor players, who had been chilled to the bone, felt a sudden rush of warmth flood back into their limbs. "Sorry about that," Cho Chang called out, flicking rain-soaked strands of hair from her face as she turned to Oliver Wood. "This charm won't last as long as a waterproof, fireproof charm," she explained, offering him an apologetic smile. "It's fine if you're under an umbrella, but once you're out in a downpour like this, it won't hold up for more than a few minutes." Oliver's eyes lit up, and for a moment he looked as if he were about to lean in and kiss her. Cho's cheeks flushed, and she quickly squeezed Harry's hand instead. "Good luck," she whispered, then slipped back into the crowd just as Madame Hooch blew her whistle and waved her arms sharply. Timeout was over. "Well done," Oliver called after Cho's departing figure in a husky voice. "Truly worthy of Ravenclaw, smart as they come." He turned back to his team, brimming with renewed energy. "All right, team, we've just gotten an assist from Hogwarts' brightest mind, so we cannot afford to give away a single point now." A roar of "understood" rose from the Gryffindor players. Morale soaring, they mounted their brooms, ready to seize the game. Sherlock and his 3 companions in the stands watched in awe. "She's incredible, so fast," one of them exclaimed. Ron slapped his thigh. "Ah, that's it. Cho Chang was the one who first taught Harry that charm." Ginny gave a startled gasp. The timeout ended, and play resumed. In the pouring rain, Cho's warming charm, just as she'd warned, quickly faded, and once again Harry found himself frozen solid. At least this time his vision remained perfectly clear, a small mercy in the deluge. He dove and banked around the Quidditch pitch over and over, but the golden snitch stayed stubbornly out of sight. All the while, thunder rumbled ever louder, the wind howled, and streaks of lightning split the sky. The match had become perilously close to a stormy disaster. Harry's heart raced. Would Cho's enchantment on his glasses hold out through one more bolt of lightning? Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the stands. Harry blinked against the glare and froze again, this time from surprise rather than cold. At the very edge of the stands stood a massive dog, jet black, its coat ragged and dripping with rain, staring down at him with unearthly calm. Harry wasn't sure if it was the same massive black dog from the Flourish and Blots cover, but its silhouette was unmistakable, the very beast he'd seen the night he left the Dursleys for summer break. Perched atop the highest row of empty seats, it stood out starkly against the lightning-split sky. Ominous, foreboding, death. Professor Trelawney's prophecy thundered in Harry's head. His frozen fingers slipped off the Nimbus 2000's handle, and he plunged several feet before he could wrestle the broom back under control. He shook damp bangs from his eyes, and in the next instant, the dog had vanished. What in the... He hardly had time to catch his breath before Oliver Wood's anguished cry rang out. "Harry! Behind you!" Harry felt a jolt of dread. Another seeker had spotted the golden snitch before him. Oliver's voice was tight with pain, knowing that Harry's game had faltered in the storm. With a twist of his body, Harry saw Hufflepuff's seeker, Cedric Diggory, hurtling across the pitch like an arrow loosed from a bow. The downpour had grown so fierce that each gust of wind sent sheets of rain slashing across the Quidditch pitch. Yet through the curtain of water, a tiny golden flash caught everyone's eye, the golden snitch. Oliver Wood was the first to see it, spinning aloft just beyond reach. "Snitch!" he shouted, pointing frantically toward Harry. "Damn it!" Harry hissed. Muscles coiled with tension, he plummeted toward the shimmering ball. He pressed himself flat against his Nimbus 2000, legs clamped tight, body nearly parallel to the deck. Rain stung his face as he urged the broom. Onward! Faster! Come on, faster! Both seekers hurtled across the field in pursuit of the snitch, and in that instant the entire stadium exploded with energy. The storm had bottled up everyone's nerves. Now they finally broke free in one deafening roar. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff supporters leapt to their feet, voices raw as they screamed for their teams. But at the very moment the snitch seemed within reach, when the outcome of the match teetered on the edge of a knife, a shocking twist sent a collective gasp through the audience. Chapter 325, 100 Dementors Descend, the Silver Phoenix breaks the silence. The once crowded Quidditch pitch fell into an oppressive, uncanny hush. Rain, each drop as large as a bean, plashed onto the field, turning the grass into a shallow pond. Yet the usual symphony of splattering water was eerily absent. Silver forks of lightning ripped through the charcoal sky, illuminating the pitch in ghostly flashes, but the thunder that followed rolled away into nothingness, as if muted by some invisible force. A raw, earthy wind whipped around the stadium, making the banners fray and snap. Still, their whistles and flaps seemed to vanish before reaching any ears. It felt as though the world had hit pause, every sound, every whisper, every footfall suspended in midair. In the silent stands, Sherlock remained statuesque. Then, abruptly, he rose to his feet. His pale gray eyes narrowed, fixed on the far reaches of the pitch. There, shifting through the rain, figures as dark and restless as storm clouds were streaming in from every direction. Dementors. Over 100 of them drifted slowly across the waterlogged grass, their ragged cloaks billowing like black mist. They advanced not with haste, but with a grim inevitability, their hollow, yawning faces turned toward the stadium, seeking the warmth and hope of the gathered souls. Sherlock's voice, low and steely, cut through the frozen tension. "Everyone, stay calm. Remember your Patronus charms." Beside him, the players on the field, brooms still in hand, clouded with dread. The audience gasped but dared not scream, entranced by the sheer dread that poured from those soulless forms. Then, from the center of the empty pitch, a lone figure stepped forward. A shaft of lightning revealed her, clad in gleaming silver armor that shimmered like starlight. Her presence felt impossibly bright against the gloom, and around her, the oppressive silence wavered. With a single, confident sweep of her wand, she raised her head and let loose a clear, ringing cry. The sound fractured the stillness, a clarion call that challenged the darkness itself. The Dementors halted, their formless faces turning in unison toward the Silver Phoenix, and for a heartbeat hope burned, fierce and unquenchable, in the storm-lashed arena. Sherlock recognized at once what the sheer number of Dementors meant. Every guardian had emerged from the castle grounds. He'd faced these creatures before. On the Hogwarts Express, a single Dementor had seeped into the carriage, spreading a poisonous chill so intense it felt as if a snake of ice wound its way up the passengers' spines, leaving them paralyzed with fear. Now, with well over 100 Dementors circling the air, that same bone-deep cold multiplied 100-fold, turning the school's Quidditch pitch into a nightmarish tableau. His eyes snapped to Harry, painfully aware of how vulnerable the boy was to Dementor attacks. Sure enough, at the slightest hint of their presence, Harry's legs buckled. He slumped forward off his flying broomstick, limp as a rag doll, and began to plummet earthward. The unmanned Nimbus 2000, caught in a sudden gust, drifted away like a withered leaf, vanishing from sight in an instant. "Outrageous!" Sherlock barked, fury blazing in his chest. He drew upon the steady comfort he always found in unraveling mysteries, an inner warmth that had, time and again, driven back the Dementor's chilling despair. But this was different. The cold pressed in on him now like an endless void, and for the first time, Sherlock wondered if even his brightest mind could withstand so great a darkness. He sprang across the frozen students in the stands like an agile lion and raced toward the Quidditch pitch, but someone beat him there. Albus Dumbledore. In an instant, the Hogwarts headmaster, greatest wizard of his age, materialized on the field, utterly unfazed by the 100-plus Dementors swarming around him. First, he flicked his wand toward Harry. Immediately, Harry's fall slowed, as though held aloft by an invisible hand. Then Dumbledore pivoted and aimed at the Dementors. A brilliant silver beam shot from his wand, slicing through the overcast sky like a blade cleaving a dark curtain. Sherlock, running behind, watched the light coalesce into a magnificent phoenix of liquid moonlight. The spectral bird spread its wings in a majestic arc, forming a shield between the Dementors and the field. At the sight of their ancient foe, the Dementors recoiled and drifted away, their chilling presence evaporating as swiftly as it had descended. Before the last remnants of ice and shadow had lifted, Sherlock had already burst onto the pitch, splashing through the mud toward Harry and the Phoenix's radiant glow. Sherlock knelt beside Harry, whose eyes were rimmed with blood and whose fingers were curled into a tight claw. He swallowed hard, pushing down the anger that threatened his focus, and began a rapid examination. Moments later, he looked up at Professor Dumbledore, his voice low and controlled. "There's nothing life-threatening, sir, but he's got a fracture." Dumbledore's normally serene face tightened, his anger hotter and more fierce than any Sherlock had ever seen. As the last of the Dementors drifted away, the students and staff across the grounds slowly shook themselves free of the creature's chill paralysis. For many of them, this was the first time they'd witnessed the headmaster truly enraged. They'd always thought of Albus Dumbledore as gentle, smiling, a kindly old wizard whose authority came through wisdom rather than fear. In comparison, Professor McGonagall often seemed the stricter disciplinarian. But now Dumbledore's emerald green robes whipped around him in the breeze, his long silver beard trembled, and a rare blaze ignited behind his half-moon spectacles. "They actually breached our grounds," he thundered, voice echoing against the castle walls. He glared in the direction the Dementors had fled. "Black-robed monsters, here, without my permission." He drew in a steadying breath, closed his eyes for a heartbeat, then raised his wand. With a flick and a soft incantation, a stretcher floated through the air and settled gently at Sherlock's side. Dumbledore opened his eyes, every inch the composed leader once more, though the flicker of fury still danced in their depths. Sherlock carefully lifted Harry onto the stretcher, securing him with practiced ease. Around them, teachers and students exchanged awed, uneasy glances. Hogwarts had faced many threats over the centuries, but rarely one that laid hands on, or rather wings on, their youngest students. Dumbledore remained standing vigil as they prepared to transport Harry to the hospital wing. The castle seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the next move of its formidable headmaster, and whatever reckoning he intended for those who dared to invade the sanctuary of Hogwarts. Harry's body lay weightless on the stretcher. "Let's move," Dumbledore said quietly. Sherlock nodded, and together they steered the stretcher down the torchlit corridor toward the hospital wing. "Sir, can we request a rematch?" Cedric Diggory's anxious voice floated after them, but Sherlock didn't bother to reply. There was no time for that now. He had expected Sirius Black to be a threat, but never that the Dementors, sent to guard them, would turn into something far more dangerous. As they walked, Sherlock looked up at Dumbledore. "Professor, why are the Dementors here? I thought they were barred from the grounds." Dumbledore's shoulders slumped. "They were starving," he admitted. "I insisted they remain outside the castle, cutting them off from their usual prey." "Prey?" Sherlock echoed. Dumbledore paused, choosing his words. "Positive emotions, joy, hope, peace. Dementors feed on happiness. They thrive in despair, but they cannot live without draining the light from others. I believed that by keeping them off school grounds, I'd protect everyone. I was wrong." Sherlock felt a chill. So when they felt the cheers and excitement at the Quidditch pitch, the bustle proved too tempting, Dumbledore finished grimly. They came looking for us tenants, and found it in the crowd. The rush of excitement that swept over them was like a sumptuous feast for the senses. They arrived at the hospital wing in a flurry of cloaks and hurried footsteps. Dumbledore's voice rang out down the corridor. "Poppy, over here! Look at this boy!" "Oh, Merlin's beard!" Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, springing forward. She set to work at once, her hands deftly probing and checking. After a few tense moments, she released a long, relieved sigh. "It's nothing too serious," she announced. "I can fix him up quickly, but he'll need to remain here under observation all weekend." Dumbledore exhaled deeply, relief washing over his lined face. He turned to Sherlock. his expression now grave. "Sherlock, I'm counting on you to track down Sirius Black as soon as possible. Whatever assistance you need, resources, personnel, just ask." Sherlock inclined his head. Since the Chamber of Secrets incident last year, Dumbledore had kept his promise to be more forthcoming. He'd even shared the full story of what had happened 12 years ago after Halloween, an openness Sherlock valued, for information was the very lifeblood of his investigations. "I will, Headmaster," Sherlock replied quietly, determination glittering in his eyes. "You'll have news before long." "Compared to Sirius Black, I'd say the Dementors are the more immediate threat," Sherlock remarked, his eyes flicking to the still unconscious Harry Potter. A frown creased his brow. "I can't fathom why Harry reacts so much more strongly to them than anyone else, but it's a danger we have to face." Albus Dumbledore regarded him with gentle curiosity. "Do you have a plan, Sherlock? If you truly believe Harry is the chosen one, our essential champion against Lord Voldemort, he must learn to defend himself against Dementors." Sherlock's gaze remained fixed on Harry as he spoke quietly. "The spell you used earlier, Expecto Patronum." Dumbledore started, surprise flickering in his eyes. "You recognized it?" "I didn't hear it here," Sherlock explained. "I heard it on the Hogwarts Express when Professor Lupin was repelling those Dementors." A pleased smile curved Dumbledore's lips. "Remarkable as always, Mr. Holmes, but you must know the Patronus charm is exceptionally advanced magic for a third-year student, beyond the reach of many adult wizards." Sherlock nodded once, decisively. "Whether Harry can master it, we'll only find out when he tries." "I believe Harry is willing to learn as well." Sherlock's eyes shone with resolve as he glanced at the still figure on the infirmary bed. Dumbledore studied him for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I'll make the arrangements, but you must study alongside Harry." "Of course," Sherlock said. "I've been eager to learn." Dumbledore tapped his fingers together thoughtfully. "I'll speak to the Dementors now. I need them to pledge never to enter Hogwarts again. Poppy, please join me." Within seconds, Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey departed. The door swung open behind them, and a bedraggled group stumbled inside. Mud caked their robes from head to toe, dripping from their hair and sneaking down the seams of their uniforms. Sherlock recognized the Gryffindor Quidditch team, minus Wood, and trailing behind them were Hermione, Ron, Cho Chang, Luna Lovegood, and Ginny. Against the sea of scarlet, Cho and Luna's pale blue robes stood out like beacons. "Sherlock, is Harry all right?" Ron asked first, his voice a cautious whisper. "He'll pull through," Sherlock repeated Madame Pomfrey's assessment. "Nothing life-threatening, but he'll have to remain here through the weekend." A collective exhale swept through the group. Relief washed across their mud-splattered faces. For now, Harry was safe. At last, the unspoken fears that had hovered in the air all morning found voice around Harry's bedside. "I'm just glad the ground was so soft," one student whispered. "No," another corrected her. "It was thanks to Headmaster Dumbledore's magic. He slowed Harry's fall." "I was certain he was dead," a third muttered, D, staring wide-eyed at Harry's still form. "It's a miracle his glasses didn't shatter," someone added, shaking their head in disbelief. This is the most terrifying thing I've ever seen," Alicia said, her voice trembling. She fell silent for a moment as the others absorbed her words. 100 Dementors, no, a full company of them, had descended on the school like an army straight out of Azkaban. They'd never witnessed anything like it in their lives. Before they could discuss further, the entire ward froze. Harry, pale and motionless just moments before, suddenly bolted upright in his bed. His emerald eyes snapped open, scanning the faces gathered around him. A collective gasp rippled through the room as everyone took a hurried step back. "Harry!" someone cried in relief and astonishment. The tension in the ward broke like a snapped quill, and a hopeful murmur rose among the students. After everything he'd endured, it seemed their hero was still very much alive. Chapter 326, Don't Rub Salt in the Wound. "Don't touch Harry. Don't touch Harry, please. Don't harm him. Get away, you stupid woman. Stay back from me. Don't touch Harry. Please, kill me instead. Kill me." The cries washed over Harry in a wave of déjà vu. He bowed his head as if swallowed by an endless blackness, and the voices only grew louder, more desperate. He remembered the first time Dementors had boarded the Hogwarts Express, the distant screams, the frantic pleas floating through the compartments. Back then, he'd had no idea who had cried out. Whenever he'd told others, they all said they hadn't heard a thing. Now, on the Quidditch pitch, over 100 Dementors gliding toward him, those same agonized wails echoed through his unconscious mind. This time, he recognized them. It was his mother, his own mother, her last, heart-wrenching plea to Lord Voldemort as she sacrificed herself to shield her infant son. When Harry's eyes snapped open, hot tears streamed down his cheeks. He pressed both hands against his face, his breath coming in shaky gasps. The vivid recollection of that final moment, her voice breaking with love and fear, left him trembling. In the stillness of the aftermath, he realized that some wounds never truly heal, especially when the salt of memory is rubbed in. Harry blinked against the glare of whitewashed walls and realized he was lying in the hospital wing. A semicircle of students hovered around his bed, their faces tight with worry. His throat felt raw, and when he tried to speak, his voice cracked. "What happened?" "Over 100 Dementors swarmed the pitch," someone shouted. "You fell clean off your broom." Everyone was petrified. They all spoke at once, and Harry sat up with a wince. Mad that he couldn't hear a single explanation, he pressed a hand to his head, and suddenly it all made sense. His expression stiffened. Gryffindor had lost. He remembered now. As soon as Sherlock and Professor Dumbledore had left the field, he'd caught a fragment of Hufflepuff's seeker, Cedric Diggory, beseeching Madame Hooch for a rematch. But Harry hadn't paid attention at the time. He'd been too dizzy to care. It wasn't until now, listening to these frantic reports, that he and Sherlock discovered the match's final outcome. On the moment he tumbled from his broom, Cedric had already spied the golden snitch. With Harry out of contention, no one could outfly him. True to form, though, Cedric hadn't celebrated the catch. Seeing Harry crash to the ground, he immediately urged Madame Hooch to void the result and replay the game. As referee, she refused. So Gryffindor lost fair and square, by one catch, one twist of fate, and an army of Dementors sweeping down at exactly the wrong moment. Harry sank back onto the pillow, frustration and disappointment knotting in his chest. In her view, though the Dementors' arrival had truly been an accident, Harry's failure to shake off their influence was entirely his own doing. After all, every seeker on the field felt the chill, and yet only Cedric Diggory remained steady in the air. Of the 14 players from both houses, only Harry had been unseated. The others shivered, but none fell. The Hufflepuffs weren't sore losers either. They accepted the defeat without complaint. Even Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's ever-eager captain, admitted that Cedric had outplayed them fair and square. With both sides satisfied, there was no need for a rematch. The final scoreboard read 50 points to Gryffindor and a commanding 150 to Hufflepuff. Still, no amount of reassurance could lift Harry's spirits. Because of him, his house had lost yet again. 2 years earlier, while he lay in the infirmary, Gryffindor forfeited their most crucial match. Last year, the Chamber of Secrets forced the cancellation of all remaining games. Historically, whenever Harry had played, Gryffindor had triumphed, but not this time. Even with him on his broom, they had been defeated. As Wood himself had put it, Diggory won fair and square. Yet Harry couldn't bring himself to believe it. Harry couldn't bring himself to say a thing. His silence, more than anything, pressed on him like a lead cloak. The only flicker of comfort was the knowledge that Gryffindor's dreams of lifting the Quidditch Cup weren't extinguished, yet. Hogwarts Quidditch season is simple in theory. 4 houses, each plays the other 3 once in a round robin, for 6 matches total, 2 games per term. Today's crushing defeat to Hufflepuff hurt most because it cost them a huge 100-point margin. In pure win-loss terms, they could still snatch the cup. If Hufflepuff next fell to Ravenclaw, then Gryffindor beat Ravenclaw and Slytherin, the cup would hinge on total point difference. But factoring in that 100-point deficit made the arithmetic agonizing. Harry watched Ron and Hermione scribble frantic tallies on a scrap of parchment. None of them were exactly math prodigies, and Harry would have traded a dozen golden snitches for someone like those obsessive Muggle football fans who could calculate league tables in their sleep. They clustered just outside the hospital wing, voices rising as they argued over every potential outcome, willing the other houses to stumble. So engrossed were they in permutations and point spreads that they barely noticed Madame Pomfrey striding down the corridor, until she was right on top of them. "Out, all of you!" she snapped, her voice echoing off the stone walls. She just returned from tending sick students and had no patience for Quidditch conundrums. Ron tried to protest, blaming the fine print of the schedule for Gryffindor's woes, but Madame Pomfrey silenced him with a glare sharp enough to peel paint. She swept him backward with a stern word and a pointed finger, then turned on Harry and Hermione. "Move along, or I'll have you both on bed rest." Defeated, and with their number crunching abruptly cut short, the trio slunk away. Still, as they rounded the corridor's bend, Hermione whispered, "We'll figure it out, Harry. We have to." Harry nodded, squaring his shoulders. The path to victory might be narrow, but he wasn't ready to concede. Not yet. After Madame Pomfrey ushered the last students out, she closed the door with a sharp click and glared at the muddy footprints snaking across the floor. At last, only Harry, Sherlock, Hermione, Luna, Cho Chang, and Ginny remained in the hospital wing. Harry didn't want to rehash the painful loss on the Quidditch pitch, nor did he want to hear again the desperate echo of his mother's voice in his mind. He needed a distraction, anything but heartbreak. "By the way," he said, forcing a lighter tone, "who's got my nimbus?" Sherlock, who'd left the game with Dumbledore and Harry, looked just as puzzled. He turned to the four girls, waiting for an answer. Hermione, Cho, and Ginny exchanged uneasy glances but stayed silent. "What's going on?" Harry pressed, frowning. Luna tilted her head and regarded him with her usual serene calm. "It's broken." Harry's heart sank. "Broken?" Sherlock reached out and squeezed Hermione's shoulder. "It's all right. Just tell us the truth. Harry can take it." Harry's eyes flicked down to Cho's feet, where a battered black bag lay half hidden. Instantly, he knew what had happened. His throat tightened, but he forced a wry smile. "Well, thanks for trusting me with your little experiment," he said, voice edged with ironic amusement. "I'm so grateful for your confidence," he thought bitterly. They'd destroyed his spare broom, and Harry knew there was no magic quick fix for disappointment. Sherlock's remark seemed to break the silence, and Hermione, who'd been hovering on the verge of speaking, finally chimed in. "Well, Harry, when you fell, the broom was knocked away by the wind." Ginny's voice shook, and then it just slammed into the humping willow. Softly, Cho Chang added, "Professor Flitwick retrieved it only moments ago." She bent to pick up a battered canvas bag lying at Harry's feet and tipped it gently. A scatter of splinters and twigs tumbled onto the bed, remnants of Harry's Nimbus 2000, the very broom that Hubble had carried him to so many Quidditch triumphs. Luna, kneeling beside Cho, peered at the wreckage with her usual serene certainty. "So, it's broken." Harry stared at the jagged pieces in stunned silence. His Nimbus 2000, his pride, his winning edge, was in ruins. A bleak thought flitted through his mind. Am I Harry Potter or Draco Malfoy? Malfoy had already fractured his leg in practice, watched his Nimbus 2001 shatter on the same tree, and then seen a Dementor's presence send him sprawling and destroy another broom in an official match. Now the Homping Willow had struck again. Had it finally gone mad? Sherlock picked up a slender shard of wood, turning it over as if reading its grain. After a moment, he shook his head. "There's no way to repair this." Harry opened his mouth, but no words came. He cast Sherlock a look of helpless frustration, wishing there were some miraculous fix, anything to undo the destruction before him. "Could you not rub salt in the wound?" Harry muttered, staring at the shattered broomstick in his hands. Luna nodded solemnly. "There really isn't any way to fix it," she said. Harry closed his eyes and let out a long, exasperated sigh. Cho Chang, spotting Luna's matter-of-fact expression, hurried over and tugged at her sleeve. "Luna, shh! Please no more talk about it," she whispered fiercely. Madame Pomfrey was having none of Harry's protests when he first arrived in the hospital wing. She gently, but firmly, talked him into resting there for the entire weekend. Despite her insistence, Harry refused to give up the battered remains of his Nimbus 2000. He knew it was foolish, and he knew, as both Sherlock and Luna had pointed out, that no healer in the wizarding world could restore it. Yet he clung to those broken wooden fragments all the same, almost reveling in their shared misery, something he'd never expected to feel alongside Draco Malfoy. All weekend long, friends and classmates trooped in, each determined to cheer him up. Most visitors were well-meaning enough, but a few attempts gave Harry an actual headache. Hagrid, for instance, sneaked in with a huge bouquet of garden-grown cornflowers, only Harry swore they looked more like yellow cabbages. And Ginny arrived, cheeks flaming, bearing a homemade get-well card that wouldn't stop singing at top volume until Harry weighed it down under a fruit bowl. By Sunday afternoon, every member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team had shown up at his bedside, and even their captain, Oliver Wood, made an appearance, peering down at the broken broom with a pained expression. Despite their best efforts, Harry wasn't sure if he felt any cheerier, but at least he wasn't alone. Sherlock hadn't shown up after the match, and Harry wasn't surprised. The only time he'd come by was the afternoon of the Quidditch game, when he and Professor Dumbledore escorted Harry into the hospital wing. He'd stood out in the rain afterward and told Harry, earnestly even, that none of this was Harry's fault. But the hollow ring of his voice had only made Harry feel worse. By nightfall, Hermione, Ron, and Cho Chang left Harry's bedside reluctantly, trading shifts to make sure he was never alone. Everyone tried to comfort him in their own way. Hermione fussed over his bruises, Ron kept him supplied with chocolate frogs, and Cho read to him quietly from her favorite Muggle novel. But Sherlock's absence was the most conspicuous. Even Hermione and Ron didn't know where he'd gone that weekend. Harry, for his part, hardly noticed. He had bigger worries. Losing the Quidditch match had hurt enough, but the true disaster had been his broom splintering mid-flight and the subsequent fall, which left him battered but alive. Those misfortunes counted for only half of his anxiety. The other half was the vision he'd glimpsed in the stands. A massive, shadowy black dog, its eyes glinting strangely under the stadium lights. Harry hadn't told a soul about that omen. He knew Ron would panic and Hermione would dismiss it as imagination. So he lay back against the pillows, staring at the infirmary ceiling, and bottled it all up until he could face the truth himself. Harry couldn't bear the thought of Cho Chang seeing him at his weakest. He was relieved that Sherlock hadn't turned up. He wasn't ready to share this with him, not yet. He remembered the first Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, when the boggart had slipped in front of him and both Sherlock and Professor Lupin had rushed to intervene. Their well-meaning actions had felt like a vote of no confidence, as if they doubted he could face the creature alone. In a way, they were right. The sight of a Dementor would send him sprawling to the floor. Now every time Harry thought of Dementors, all he felt was a burning mix of revulsion and shame. They were undeniably dreadful. Anyone who had encountered them would agree. But only he had collapsed, and only he had heard the agonized voices of the dead. For the past 2 nights, his rest had been fitful, haunted by sudden awakenings and feverish dreams. Whenever sleep finally claimed him, he was tormented by visions of those cold, clammy, rotting hands reaching out, and by his mother's desperate, heart-wrenching pleas for help. The weekend drifted by in a haze of listlessness, and before they knew it, a new week had begun. At breakfast in the Great Hall, Ron couldn't help but corner Sherlock. "Sherlock, where were you all weekend? You never came back to the dormitory at night while we were asleep." Sherlock looked up from his plate, one eyebrow arched. "My dear Ron, by the time I returned, you were already in bed," Ron huffed. "Neville says you wake him at dawn for those morning runs, then send him back alone while you vanish. You didn't even go see Harry. It's odd." Harry flushed and mumbled, I'm fine." Sherlock's lips curved into a thin smile. "Ron, if I told you where I've really been, would you promise to keep it to yourself?" "Of course." Ron slapped a hand over his heart. "Cross my heart." Sherlock leaned in, voice dropping to a whisper. "Then it's settled." It wasn't until much later that Ron fully realized what Sherlock had meant by that promise. "Sherlock, you tricked me!" Ron exploded the moment he caught up to him. Sherlock regarded his friend coolly. "My dear Ron, I promise you I'll explain everything in due time." He stole a quick glance at the bulge in Ron's pocket, then turned to Harry. "Do you still have that sneakoscope on you?" Harry blinked in surprise. "I left it in the dormitory. Why?" "I'd like to borrow it for a while," Sherlock replied smoothly. "If that's all right." "Of course," Harry said, grinning. "I'll bring it to you after our last class." He felt an unexpected warmth at Sherlock's familiar, easygoing tone, just as it had been before the Quidditch match. Shortly after, Harry and Ron made their way to Defense Against the Dark Arts. As they rounded the corner towards Snape's classroom, Ron jabbed Harry in the ribs. "Mate, check who's teaching today." Harry raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? If Snape's on the schedule again, I'm skipping." Ron scowled. "I'd rather lose a few dozen points than sit through another one of his lectures." Harry only shrugged, though he couldn't suppress a wry smile at Ron's stubborn streak. They paused at the doorway, just in time to join the rest of Gryffindor in a jubilant roar. "Professor Lupin's back!" the students cheered, flooding into the room. Chapter 327. Why is he acting so high and mighty here? Though Professor Lupin had returned to the classroom, he looked anything but well, frail and drawn, as if he'd only just recovered from a serious illness. Worried whispers flitted through the students as they bombarded him with questions about his health. Lupin gave them a gentle smile and waved their concerns away. "I was only a bit under the weather," he insisted. "I'm feeling much better now." But Sherlock, ever vigilant, saw far more than his classmates. From the moment Lupin stepped inside, Sherlock's gaze never wavered. The old robes hung loosely on his thin frame, the fabric drooping and creasing at the shoulders. Most striking of all were the shadows beneath his eyes, a bluish-black hue that looked less like mere dark circles and more like ink stains, marking deep exhaustion rather than a simple late night. In that instant, Sherlock's suspicions snapped into place. This Professor Snape truly is cunning, and, he thought wryly, there are few in the room besides himself who would ever uncover Snape's hidden motives. Sherlock needed nothing more than the bare facts to piece it all together, but the rest of the class had scattered in a dozen different directions. So when Professor Lupin strolled in to begin their lesson, the students erupted in a chorus of complaints about Snape's unruly substitute teaching. "We didn't learn anything about werewolves," one protested. "He dumped 2 entire rolls of parchment's worth of homework on us." "A Slytherin teaching our class? Who does he think he is?" Lupin's warm smile faltered as he listened. He folded his arms and asked quietly, "Did anyone tell Professor Snape we haven't reached that topic yet?" The students exchanged glances. "We tried, sir, but he wouldn't listen," one sighed. "He also called your lectures disorganized. And then he still insisted on extra essays." Lupin's frown softened into a reassuring grin. "Don't worry, I'll have a word with him. You can forget all about that essay assignment." A chorus of cheers broke out across the room. "Hooray! Professor Lupin is the best. Thank you, Professor." Hermione's indignant protest was cut off by her own exasperated exclamation. "Oh, come on, I've already finished it." Both Harry and Ron stared at her, mouths agape. "Really, Hermione? That's a bit much," Ron muttered. With Professor Lupin firmly back in charge, Defense Against the Dark Arts had regained its former spark. Instead of resuming Snape's unfinished lecture on werewolves, Lupin unveiled today's star attraction, the Hinky Punk. This odd, one-legged creature haunts remote moors after dusk, glowing with a deceptive lantern light that lures unsuspecting travelers off the path. Those who follow it, mistaking its flicker for a distant cottage or fellow wanderer, soon find themselves floundering in the surrounding marsh. And once you're waist-deep in muck, well, you can guess the rest. Time flew by. When the bell rang, the Gryffindors, the so-called Little Lions, pressed their faces against the glass of the Hinky Punk's enclosure, entranced by its frantic, squawking light. With their next classes looming, they could only tear themselves away, venting good-natured grumbles as they filed out. Professor Lupin gathered his composure and called softly after 2 of them. "Sherlock, Harry, would you mind stepping outside with me for a moment? I have something to tell you." Under the curious and slightly astonished gaze of their classmates, Harry and Sherlock fell in step behind Professor Lupin as he carried the Hinky Punk's cage, its glow concealed beneath a dark cloth. He guided them up the winding staircase to his Defense Against the Dark Arts office on the 3rd floor. Harry recognized the hallway. Just a year ago, this room had been Professor Lockhart's domain. He remembered the walls papered with glossy portraits of the vain celebrity and the shelves overflowing with fan mail, framed photos, and gaudy gifts from his adoring public. Now, under Lupin's care, every trace of Lockhart's flamboyance had been swept away. In its place was simple, even Spartan decor, a sturdy wooden desk, a few well-organized bookcases, and a single armchair by the window. Sherlock's keen eyes took it all in at a glance. In Lupin's neat, unpretentious office, he saw the professor's true character, calm and capable, quietly intelligent, living modestly, hardly the glamour of a celebrity, but the integrity of a scholar. He sensed the gentle warmth that masked a lingering self-doubt, the echo of a younger, more mischievous Lupin, who had learned the hard way to rein in his impulses. Beneath the courteous exterior lay an inferiority complex, born of burdens he refused to share. Lupin had no idea his new student had already pieced it all together. After securing the hinky-punk in its box, Professor Lupin tapped the teapot with his wand. A sudden plume of steam burst from the spout. "Have a seat, both of you," he invited, lifting the lid off a dusty tin. He offered Harry a knowing wink. "I only have tea bags in here. I suspect you've had quite enough fresh tea for one day." Harry blinked in surprise. "Sir, how did you know about that?" "Professor McGonagall told me," Lupin replied with a gentle smile. He turned his attention back to Sherlock. "Sherlock, you can probably guess why I asked you both to stay behind, can't you?" "I prefer deduction to guess," Sherlock corrected crisply. Then, after a moment's thought, he continued, "I deduce that it was Professor Dumbledore who appointed you to teach us how to defend against Dementors." Lupin's grin widened, and he gave Sherlock an enthusiastic thumbs up. "Impressive. Do tell me how you arrived at that deduction." Sherlock leaned back, fingers steepled. Defense against Dementors falls under defense against the dark arts. Naturally, whoever holds that position would be our instructor. Admittedly, I also considered Professor Snape as a possibility. His reputation precedes him. But Dumbledore would surely choose someone both capable and compassionate. Hence, you. Lupin chuckled. "Well reasoned. Now, let's see if you can match that logic in practice." He gestured to the waiting Hinky-Punk's lantern. "Shall we begin?" "That suggests Dumbledore still has his doubts," Sherlock observed, folding his arms. Harry and Lupin both stared at him. Neither had expected Sherlock to be thinking of Snape. Harry stammered, "Honestly, Professor Snape is probably better qualified than I am." Lupin gave a wry smile. "I wouldn't exactly call myself an expert on Dementor defense." Harry looked between them, puzzled. "But you drove that Dementor off the train." Lupin pushed 2 steaming teacups across the table, one toward Sherlock, the other to Harry. "There was only one Dementor on the Hogwarts Express," he explained. "With more of them, it becomes exponentially more difficult. In any case, if Professor Dumbledore has entrusted me with this task, I intend to do everything in my power to help you succeed." Harry felt a surge of relief. He much preferred the idea of being mentored by Lupin rather than by Snape. He picked up his cup and took a cautious sip. The tea had a rich, comforting flavor, far superior to the bitter brew they'd endured in divination class. Harry wasn't sure whether it was the quality of the leaves or Professor Lupin's brewing skill, but he found himself smiling as warmth spread through him. As Harry sat lost in thought, Sherlock's calm voice broke the silence. "Professor, are you worried about something else?" Harry glanced at Lupin and caught the same flicker of concern in his mentor's eyes. "Sherlock," Lupin said with a hint of surprise, "you really are perceptive." Sherlock offered a wry smile. "You're uneasy about our training setup, aren't you? Dumbledore himself said this particular spell is extraordinarily advanced, well beyond what an ordinary wizard can manage. Mastering it in practice doesn't guarantee you'll succeed against a Dementor." For a moment, Professor Lupin was speechless, staring at Sherlock as though trying to rethink everything he'd just said. Harry, whose mind hall had been in turmoil these past 2 days, couldn't help but smile at the scene. He remembered how, when he first met Sherlock, the detective's quiet confidence often left others momentarily dumbfounded. Watching that same reaction on a seasoned professor's face was unexpectedly entertaining. Harry leaned back and thought about how far they'd all come. If Sherlock's insight could unsettle even Remus Lupin, perhaps there was hope that with the right guidance and tenacity, they really might stand a chance against the darkest of foes. "Sherlock, you're absolutely right." Professor Lupin blinked, still recovering from his surprise. He let out a long, measured sigh and regarded Sherlock with a mixture of admiration and wariness. "If I didn't know it was impossible, I'd almost think you'd used legilimency on me. Since arriving in the wizarding world, more than one person suggested precisely that." Sherlock replied coolly. He studied Lupin's ashen face with those sharp gray eyes of his. Professor Flitwick told me that everyone at Hogwarts has secrets. So long as those secrets don't harm others, I needn't pry. Lupin's heart skipped a beat at the reminder. He thought back to Snape's stern occlumency lecture just yesterday and felt Sherlock's gaze piercing right through him. Yes, you're quite right, Sherlock. Clearing his throat, Lupin changed the subject, though his voice carried an edge of nervousness. Now, about the Patronus. A true, fully formed Patronus can drive a Dementor away. In theory, you must face the creature directly to perfect it, but of course, Dementors don't exactly line up for practice. Sherlock inclined his head, unruffled. Professor, you've overlooked one critical point. Lupin frowned, bracing himself. Oh, and what might that be? Professor Lupin's eyebrows shot up. A blind spot? Harry swallowed. Why don't we use a boggart for practice? A boggart? Lupin echoed, startled at first, then intrigued. You mean the thing you fear most would be a Dementor? Harry hesitated. Professor, it's Harry's fear, not mine. Lupin turned to him, surprised. Harry's cheeks colored, but he nodded. Yes, Professor. Lupin laughed, a warm, bright sound that caught Harry off guard. Well, I'll be damned. I never would have guessed. Sorry, Professor, Harry blinked. What did you say? I said, Lupin grinned. I always assumed that if a boggart faced you, it would take the form of Lord Voldemort. Harry froze. He'd never imagined Lupin would speak Voldemort's name so casually. Sherlock, watching from the sidelines, noticed it too. In the wizarding world, that name was almost taboo. Only those raised in Muggle society, or utter fools, spoke it without dread. Even the formidable Professor McGonagall avoided it, unless Dumbledore insisted. Professor Remus Lupin was turning out to be more fascinating than Harry had thought. He resolved then to learn as much from him as he could. I was completely off the mark, Lupin admitted, smiling as he shook his head. I made a miscalculation. When I saw Lord Voldemort in the staff room, I assumed it would terrify everyone. I never stopped to consider that your greatest fear might be something else entirely, a Dementor. The smile faded from Lupin's lips as his eyes grew serious. Your fear of Dementors tells me that what you fear most is fear itself, Harry. You're far wiser than I ever imagined. Harry's voice was barely above a whisper. So you didn't doubt I could handle the boggart. He trailed off and glanced at Sherlock, who was regarding him with a faint, knowing smile. A flush crept up Harry's cheeks. If Professor Lupin had reached that conclusion, Sherlock must have as well. He'd really overthought it. No more assumptions, Harry vowed silently. Out loud, he managed a laugh. All this time, that's what you were thinking? Lupin reached out and patted Harry on the shoulder. Exactly. It simplifies matters considerably. Finding a boggart is a lot easier than facing a Dementor head-on, Professor Lupin explained, winding down their discussion of the Nister creatures. But before they could move on, he paused and glanced at the shattered broomstick lying in the grass. I'm really sorry about your broom. Is there any chance it can be repaired? The Seeker shook his head. Not a chance. That Homping Willow reduced it to splinters, just like Malfoy's. Lupin sighed. That tree's been here since my first year at Hogwarts. In those days, students dared each other to touch its trunk. Until a boy named Davy Gudgeon nearly lost an eye. After that, the school forbade anyone from coming close. No broom can survive even one of its swings. He trailed off as he noticed Sherlock watching him, a faint, knowing smile playing on the detective's lips. Lupin's brow furrowed. He couldn't shake the feeling that Sherlock had glimpsed something beneath his casual conversation, something he'd rather keep hidden. Perhaps it was time to keep a little distance. I'm afraid I owe both of you an apology, Lupin said quietly, the weight of unspoken thoughts hanging in the air. Chapter 7. A well-timed respite. Remus Lupin closed his satchel with a sigh, his shoulders drooping under the weight of both his bag and his exhaustion. Our lessons on defending against Dementors will have to wait until next term, he admitted, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I still have far too much to finish before the holidays. Harry stepped forward with an encouraging grin. That's all right, Professor. Gryffindor doesn't play its next match until the latter half of next term, so we've got plenty of time. Sherlock Holmes, leaning casually against the edge of Lupin's desk, folded his arms and gave the professor a steady look. What's far more important is that you take care of your health, sir. You won't be much good at teaching or playing Quidditch if you're not well." Lupin met Sherlock's eyes and offered a tired chuckle. "You're absolutely right. Of all times to fall ill, it had to be now." Sherlock allowed himself a small, reassuring smile. "Rest up, Professor. You'll be back on your feet in no time." The moonlight slanted through the classroom windows, illuminating Lupin's relieved expression. For a moment, the stress of unfinished lesson plans and looming examinations melted away. With true friends at his side, even a Hogsmeade holiday promised a welcome respite. Harry had been riding a wave of gloom ever since losing the first Quidditch match. His broomstick had shattered beneath him, and the haunting echo of his mother's final words still lingered in his mind after that terrifying encounter with the Dementors. So when he learned that Professor Lupin would be teaching him and Sherlock the Patronus charm, his spirits finally brightened. By the end of November, a thin crust of frost clung to Hogwarts's ancient stone walls, and an icy hush settled over the castle. Tomorrow would bring the second Quidditch match of the term, Hufflepuff, fresh from their win over Gryffindor, versus Ravenclaw. Ever since the Dementors breached the grounds, every corridor and classroom had thrummed with nervous anticipation. The afternoon before the match, Harry found an elegant note in his pocket, an invitation from Cho Chang to meet her in the Great Hall. When he arrived, rare sunlight filtered through broken clouds, casting mottled beams across the long tables. Near one of the tall windows stood Cho, her back to him, dark hair lifting in a sudden breeze. She turned gracefully as he drew near, the pale light illuminating her thoughtful expression. She heard hurried footsteps behind her and swung around. Her large, dark eyes shone with equal parts excitement and concern as she rushed toward him. "Harry," Cho Chang called softly, a confident smile tugging at her lips. "Don't worry. This time, I'll catch the golden snitch before Cedric Diggory does." Her gaze sparkled with determination, flashing the sort of certainty that only a skilled seeker could possess. Harry felt a sudden warmth bloom in his chest. He scratched the back of his head, his cheeks coloring slightly as he returned her smile. "Thanks, Cho," he murmured. Cho's bright expression was like sunshine breaking through a cloudy sky. Then, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face, she added with a playful flush, "Besides, the first match next term is Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor." Her eyes danced with amusement and friendly rivalry, and Harry found himself looking forward to the challenge more than ever. A mischievous glint flickered in Cho Chang's eyes as she raised her fist in a half-joking, half-serious gesture. "You're not allowed to go easy on me," she teased. Harry met her gaze, his chest tightening at how adorable she looked. He straightened his shoulders and nodded firmly. "Don't worry, I'll give it my all." Cho broke into a radiant smile. "Good. And remember to come watch my match tomorrow." She held his eyes for a moment longer, as if committing him to her request, then turned and slipped away through the crowd. Left alone, Harry stared after her retreating figure, his heart pounding. A warm thrill spread through him, part anticipation, part the simple joy of feeling noticed by someone he admired. "Oi, Potter, she's gone. Why are you still gawping?" Startled out of his reverie, Harry turned to find Fred and George Weasley strolling up, arms slung over each other's shoulders. "We've been here a while," Fred drawled, "but you were too busy staring at Cho to notice us." "Even when she left," George added with a grin, "you couldn't peel your eyes away." Harry flushed beneath their teasing looks. All right, he admitted to himself, maybe he was a consummate lookist, perhaps even a little besotted. But tomorrow, he thought with a grin of his own, he'd be in Cho's corner, cheering louder than anyone. Cho Chang was undeniably beautiful. Even among a cluster of girls, she had a way of drawing every eye in the room. Harry had noticed it back in his first year, though Cho had only been a second year then, her beauty still in its early bloom. Now, as a fourth year, her looks had fully matured. Once this year's Penelope and Gemma Patil graduated, Cho would become the undisputed school beauty, outshining even the famous Patil twins. There was something quietly enchanting about her, an elegant, almost exotic charm that felt both delicate and unforgettable in the British air. "Relax," Fred Weasley teased, clapping Harry on the shoulder. "You're not the first person to fall under Cho's spell, but we're not here for gossip." He glanced at his twin. Professor Wood wants everyone at the Quidditch match tomorrow. George nodded. Harry's already promised Cho he'd watch with her, so he's not objecting, but I don't think any of us expected Wood to lay down the same order. The next afternoon, Harry and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team made their way to the stands to watch the Ravenclaw-Hufflepuff match, and Harry immediately realized things had gotten out of hand. Fred and George Weasley had unfurled an enormous banner proclaiming, "Ravenclaw will win," with a raven emblazoned at the beginning and a Gryffindor lion roaring at the end. Every Gryffindor supporter in the crowd waved two little flags, one bearing the Scarlet Lion, the other the Ravenclaw Raven. Harry stared in disbelief. "Isn't this a bit too pragmatic?" Marcus Wood supplied, tossing Harry his pair of flags with solemn gravitas. "If Ravenclaw beats Hufflepuff, we still have a shot at avoiding elimination." Harry met Wood's determined gaze, saw the single-minded hope shining there, and wisely said nothing. He unfolded the flags, tucked them under his arms, and prepared to cheer, first for Ravenclaw, then for Gryffindor. Wood leaned back, eyes fixed on the sky, and let out a contented sigh. "Fantastic weather for Quidditch, isn't it?" "Please, Wood," Alicia groaned, shaking her head. "It's true, the wind and drizzle aren't as bad as last time, but do you really think this is nothing to worry about?" Katie laughed. "You don't know Wood. Even if a killing curse rained down, he'd still say, 'Perfect day to fly.'" The two of them burst into laughter, until Wood wagged a finger at them. "Quiet now. The match is about to start." And start it did, faster than anyone expected. Within moments of the whistle, Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang, showed why Harry had so much faith in her. Riding a trusty old Comet 2, an older model even Draco Malfoy's Nimbus 2001 would eye jealously, she straight-up outflew Cedric Diggory, whose sleek shooting star was reputedly faster. Cho was the first to spot the golden snitch, then dove into a breathtaking duel with Cedric high above the stands. With a final, determined stretch, she plucked the snitch from the air and sealed Ravenclaw's triumph. 180 points to 10. And thankfully for everyone's nerves, there wasn't a single Dementor in sight this time. Dumbledore's stern warning must have kept the prefects from leaving their posts at the school gates, for the moment Cho Chang touched down and the crowd erupted in cheers. Cedric Diggory found himself strangely at a loss. As Hufflepuff's captain and seeker, he'd faced Cho on the pitch last year, and lost. That defeat had driven him to take up the captaincy this season, to train harder, and to rebuild a stronger team. Their victory over Gryffindor had proved their progress, yet today, against Ravenclaw, they had fallen short once more. Cedric couldn't deny it. Cho's broom might not have matched the speed of his own, but her nimble maneuvering and shrewd positioning more than made up the difference. Beyond her skill in Quidditch, she topped her classes, bore herself with gentle kindness, and possessed a beauty that set every boy's heart racing. In his mind's eye, she was the ideal, brilliant, gracious, and utterly captivating. Gathering his composure, Cedric stepped forward with a friendly smile, ready to congratulate her on a game well played. But before he could speak, Cho Chang turned and darted away, vanishing into the throng of excited students. His greeting left hanging in the air, Cedric watched her go, curious and more determined than ever to learn the reason for her sudden retreat. He watched as Cho Chang, the mysterious beauty from the East, hailed by some as the savior of the magical world, swooped down from the stands and threw her arms around Harry. Their faces beamed with genuine joy. Cedric, touched by the sight, shook his head with a rueful smile and turned to Ravenclaw's captain. "Keep your guard up, Davies," he said quietly. "Gryffindor's no pushover." He leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Honestly, we only won our last match because of luck. If those Dementors hadn't shown up, I'm not sure I could have wrested the golden snitch from Potter." Ravenclaw's captain glanced over at Cho Chang still clinging to Harry, then back at Cedric. "I didn't expect those words from you, Diggory." "There's no shame in admitting the truth," Cedric replied candidly. "From everything I've heard, Potter's flying skills might even outstrip Chang's. His Nimbus 2000 is still one of the best brooms in play this year," Cedric Diggory reminded Oliver Wood, leaning forward eagerly. Wood nodded. "Thanks for the heads up, Cedric. I'll warn the team to stay sharp, although you probably haven't heard yet, Potter's Nimbus is gone." "What?" Cedric sat up alarmed. How on earth did that happen? In the final match, Wood explained, voice heavy, Harry fell, and a sudden gust carried the broom right into the homping willow. It didn't stand a chance. That's dreadful, Cedric murmured, shaking his head. Meanwhile, in the stands, Ravenclaw's victory over Hufflepuff had sent both sides into jubilant cheering. Yet as the celebrations died down and the reality of facing each other next term sank in, an uneasy silence fell over Captains Oliver Wood and Marcus Davies. Their eyes kept drifting back to Harry, their wine, still slumped at the edge of the pitch, visibly shaken by the fall. At last, Wood strode across the field and gently guided Harry away from the crowd. Davies, watching them go, let out a relieved breath. From that night on, Wood threw himself into training with renewed determination. Ravenclaw's squad drilled through one cold, rainy evening after another, practicing swift maneuvers, endurance, and teamwork under Wood's watchful eye. And back in Hufflepuff Tower, Cedric, feeling responsible for Potter's loss, asked his friend Sherlock to track Harry down and personally deliver his apologies and regrets about the lost Nimbus 2000. Harry, Cedric said, his expression serious as he approached, you need to order a new broomstick right away. Both Quidditch players and their brooms require a proper settling-in period, especially at Seeker. Thanks, Diggory, Harry replied. Even though Cedric was his rival, Harry couldn't help but admire the tall, handsome Hufflepuff's straightforwardness. Once Cedric walked away, Harry turned to Sherlock, surprised. I didn't expect him to take the time to talk to me like that. Cedric's exactly that sort of person, Sherlock agreed. He's everything you hope for in a Hogwarts student. He carries all the best qualities of Hufflepuff, integrity, tolerance, kindness, and on top of that, he's brave, intelligent, and has a very refined air. Harry raised an eyebrow. You think so highly of him? Sherlock gave him a knowing smile. Believe it or not, I know Cedric better than you realize. Remember that clash we had with Slytherin during our first year? He actually came down into the Gryffindor common room afterward to celebrate with us. At Sherlock's reminder, Harry's eyes lit up. Of course, I completely forgot about that. Flushed with embarrassment, he suddenly remembered something else and hurriedly said, Sherlock, there's something important I need to tell you. Chapter 329, Sirius Black is about to be captured. Harry had assumed that Sherlock, much like Professor Lupin, had worried he wouldn't be able to face the boggart on his own. That's why he'd never mentioned to his best friend, the one person he usually told everything, about the unsettling vision on the Quidditch pitch. He'd pictured Lupin's concern as purely about Harry's nerves, so he was surprised to learn the true reason, the possibility that Voldemort might emerge from the wardrobe instead. It suddenly made sense that Sherlock had teamed up with Lupin to keep Harry from confronting the boggart unaided. They'd both been acting out of fear for his safety. Now that Harry's anxieties had been laid to rest, he'd been itching to fill Sherlock in on the whole story. And when the name Hufflepuff came up in class today, it snapped Harry back to the moment he'd seen that omen on the pitch, and he seized the chance to finally explain everything to his friend. During the final Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, I saw the omen again. The omen, Hermione repeated, raising an eyebrow. You mean that enormous black dog? Exactly, Harry insisted. The same huge black dog I saw the day I left the Dursleys. Are you certain it was the same one? Sherlock asked, leaning forward. Harry drew in a slow breath. I can't prove it was literally the same dog that looked out at me from that book cover, he admitted, but it's definitely the same creature I spotted in the stands when I left Privet Drive. So you're telling us that right after you saw this dog, you fell off your broomstick? Hermione said skeptically. Harry clenched his jaw and nodded. Yes. Harry had half expected Sherlock to react as dismissively as Hermione usually did. After all, he'd always scoffed at divination class. He'd even steeled himself for Hermione's trademark eye roll. Instead, Sherlock's eyes glittered with curiosity. He quizzed Harry on the exact time and location of the dog's appearance, then pressed him for details about the surroundings, the angle of sunlight on the stands, the colors of the uniforms in the adjacent section, even the wind's direction that day. Harry stared back, baffled. Sherlock's level of interest in something as, well, nebulous as an omen was entirely unexpected. Yet here he was, dissecting every detail as if they might crack open some grand mystery. Hermione, by contrast, seemed ready to chalk it all up to Harry's overactive imagination. But Sherlock? His intense focus told Harry this wasn't a matter easily dismissed. "Sherlock, don't you think this is just a coincidence?" Harry asked, his voice tinged with doubt. Sherlock regarded him calmly. "I'm afraid not, Harry. No accident is ever truly random. Everything happens for a reason." He paused, then added, "Thank you for bringing this to my attention. It may prove crucial in solving the case." Harry exhaled a long breath of relief. There was no one who understood him better than Sherlock Holmes. The persistent, dreary rain continued through November and into December, until, just 2 weeks before the term ended, the sky finally cleared. A brilliant, eggshell-white light replaced the gloom, and overnight a delicate frost turned the muddy grounds into a sparkling wonderland. Hogwarts buzzed with holiday cheer. At Professor Flitwick's behest, the Charms Master lit up the classrooms with luminous fairy lights. Under his spell, the tiny bulbs transformed into real fairies that flitted and danced through the air. Meanwhile, Hagrid returned to the Great Hall, where he had already positioned towering evergreen trees, each adorned with ornaments and candles that gleamed like stars. Laughter and magic filled the corridors as students hurried to complete last-minute assignments, all eager for the festivities to begin. The castle, dressed in its winter finery, seemed to hold its breath for the celebrations ahead. Professor McGonagall swept into the Great Hall just after breakfast, her robes billowing behind her as she carried the holiday sign-up sheets. Without hesitation, she pressed a copy into Harry's hand. He glanced at the list of dates, Christmas, Easter, even a summer stay option, and felt that familiar tug of disappointment. Officially, Harry was to remain at Hogwarts again this year, just as he had last winter. It wasn't a coincidence. The British Ministry of Magic had quietly ordered that Harry stay on school grounds until Sirius Black was captured. They'd extended the rule beyond Christmas, covering Easter, and, if it came to it, even the summer holidays. The ministry meant to keep him safe at all costs, but to Harry, it felt more like a gilded cage. He should have been celebrating his hard-won peace with the Dursleys at Privet Drive. Instead, some remote office in London decided otherwise. Harry's chest tightened with regret rather than relief. He'd finally patched things up with his aunt and uncle, and he'd dreamed of steaming plates of Aunt Petunia's roast turkey, of curling up by their dreadful fireplace with Dudley demanding second helpings. Now that small, ordinary wish seemed as distant as the moon. He snapped the parchment closed, preparing to sign, when Ron Weasley made his own announcement. "I'm staying too," Ron said, giving Harry a lopsided grin. "Can't bear 2 weeks under the same roof as Percy." Harry hid a smile. He knew very well that Ron's excuse about Percy was half true. Ron and Percy didn't exactly get along, but the real reason was plain. Ron wanted to keep Harry company. He'd rather endure Hogwarts' drafty corridors than leave his best friend stranded over the holidays. Before Harry could reply, Ginny slipped beside him. "Me too," she said softly. "I'll sign up." She shrugged, but her eyes were bright. Percy's not exactly festive company. In that moment, Harry felt something he hadn't expected: gratitude. He might be confined to this ancient castle, but he wouldn't be alone. With Ron and Ginny by his side, Hogwarts didn't seem quite so empty or so cold as it had a moment before. Harry believed every word Ginny said. She truly had no interest in Percy. When he registered a look of sudden clarity, Ginny couldn't help feeling a little let down. But her spirits rose again as soon as she learned that Cho Chang would be away from school for a fortnight. That meant half a month all to herself with Harry. On the final weekend before winter break, Hogwarts once again arranged a trip to Hogsmeade. The entire school buzzed with excitement. Everyone, that is, except Harry. Professor McGonagall found him in the corridor and delivered the news he'd been dreading. "I'm very sorry, Potter," she said gently. "But for your own safety, the Ministry of Magic has decreed that you may not leave the castle grounds to visit Hogsmeade, even if your guardian signs off on it." Harry nodded, though his heart sank. It wasn't the first time he'd been barred from the village. Christmas and Easter had already seen him confined to Hogwarts for his protection. Still, he found some small comfort in knowing that neither Sherlock nor Hermione planned to venture into Hogsmeade this weekend. Sherlock had never been particularly interested. After one visit on Halloween Eve, he decided to wait for spring or summer to explore again. Hermione, too, preferred to stay behind and catch up on her studies. With his friends by his side in the castle, Harry felt slightly less isolated, and for now, that was enough. Hermione had every intention of spending Hogsmeade Day on Christmas shopping. Her parents adored Honeyduke's fizzing Whizbees, after all. But the moment she heard that Sherlock had politely turned down Gemma's offer to meet at the Three Broomsticks for a butterbeer, she couldn't resist the opportunity to stay behind. Just like that, her shopping plans were scrapped. "You're really not going?" Ron blurted out in surprise as Hermione slipped a handful of sickles into his hand. "Not this time," she said, grinning. "And while you're there, could you pick up a couple of boxes of fizzing Whizbees for me? Mum and Dad will love them." "Absolutely." Ron pocketed the coins and glanced at Har. "Why and Sherlock? How about you two? Anything from Hogsmeade?" Sherlock shook his head. Harry hesitated, then added, "Could you bring back some magical sweets? Something exotic? Dudley would get a kick out of them." "No problem. Consider it done," Ron called over his shoulder as he hurried toward the portrait hole. Outside, the first snow of 1993 drifted silently over Hogwarts turrets and courtyards, gilding the few lingering yellow leaves with frost. By mid-morning, the thestral-drawn carriages had carried almost every third-year student and above off to the village. Left in the quiet corridors of the castle were Hermione, Harry, and Sherlock, an unexpected trio ready to make the most of an unplanned, snowbound day at school. After they'd said their goodbyes to the others, Harry turned to Sherlock with a curious glance. "So, Sherlock," Harry began, "what exactly have you been up to lately?" Since the Quidditch match against Hufflepuff, Sherlock had been all but impossible to pin down. Aside from taking Neville on his morning runs and sitting through his usual classes, he vanished into a whirlwind of clandestine meetings. Harry didn't mind, he just missed his friend, but he'd been itching to know what had kept Sherlock so busy, especially after he'd confided in him about the ominous vision during the match. Sherlock met Harry's gaze calmly. "I'm investigating Sirius Black's case." Harry and Hermione exchanged excited looks. Hermione couldn't help herself. "And how's it going?" "Very well," Sherlock said, folding his arms. "Over the past weeks, I've combed through Ministry archives, interviewed key witnesses, and consulted several well-placed informants. I now have a clear framework for Black's method of infiltration. Unfortunately, I still lack a few crucial clues to solve this mystery," Sherlock admitted, folding his hands in front of him. Harry and Hermione exchanged astonished glances. After a moment's pause, Sherlock met their eyes. "But mark my words," he continued, "by the start of next term, Easter break at the latest, I will find Black." Hermione gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. "Oh my God!" Harry's face broke into a triumphant grin. "That's incredible, Sherlock!" They both knew how impossible it seemed. Sirius Black had outwitted the British Ministry of Magic and eluded every security measure at Hogwarts. Yet when Sherlock Holmes set his mind to something, nothing, no matter how perilous, stood in his way. Harry's heart pounded at the thought of the man who'd betrayed his parents finally being brought to justice. "Thank you, Sherlock," he said, voice thick with relief and gratitude. Sherlock allowed himself a faint, confident smile. "I wouldn't pop the champagne just yet," he teased. Then he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a tattered magazine, flipping it open as if already lost in its contents. "I think this might suit you better right now." Harry took the slim volume, eyebrow raised. "Broomsticks, AZ? Cedric mentioned the other day that you've been struggling with the broom you practice on," Professor Wood said gently. "Struggling?" Harry tucked a strand of hair behind his ear. Struggling didn't begin to describe it. His practice broom and he were practically mortal enemies. Ever since the Humping Willow had reduced his treasured Nimbus 2000 to kindling, he'd been making do with the school's oldest model for flying lessons. The so-called shooting star looked like it belonged in a museum, let alone outperforming the Comet or Cleansweep ranges. It was slow, wobbly, and about as responsive as a boulder on stilts. Only Harry's raw talent and a stubborn work ethic kept him from face-planting into the turf during basic drills. That battered broom was the best the Hogwarts arsenal could offer, all thanks to Oliver Wood pulling every possible string with Madam Hooch. And Wood, his eyes full of concern, had more than once urged Harry to buy himself a proper broom before his next Quidditch match. Harry flipped through the pages of Broomsticks AZ. Diagrams, maintenance tips, performance specs. It was exactly the kind of guide he needed if he ever hoped to stop arguing with his broomstick and start flying again. Broomsticks are to a Quidditch player what wands are to wizards. Essential. Even if Harry had just received a brand new broom, he knew it would take time to break it in before it could perform at its peak, a point Cedric had stressed to him only the other day. What truly surprised Harry, though, was that Sherlock Holmes, who'd been all but absent lately, wrapped up in one investigation after another, had nonetheless remembered to check on him. Harry couldn't help but feel deeply touched. Chapter 330, Sherlock and Luna's Seamless Communication. Harry felt a surge of emotion to discover that Sherlock hadn't overlooked him in the midst of the investigation. His lips trembled as he tried to speak. Sherlock, I. Before he could finish, Sherlock cut him off with laser-sharp timing. No thanks necessary, Harry. I simply came across it while I was gathering information. Hermione, standing at Harry's side, nodded in confirmation. Honestly, Harry, it really was just a casual find. Sherlock wasn't going out of his way. Harry's cheeks colored as he glanced between them. You two are, and I hate to say it, scarily in sync. Sherlock offered a faint smile. If you'd rather not wade through a pile of research, there is a more direct solution. Harry leaned forward, curiosity alight in his eyes. What do you mean? Purchase a Nimbus 2001, Sherlock said coolly. Or, if you're willing to spend a little extra, have the Nimbus 2001 Super. With the arrival of the Firebolt, the market prices for the Nimbuses have shifted, and it just so happens to be the Christmas sale season. It's the perfect opportunity. Despite their comfortable means, Sherlock always factored in cost and value. Harry and Hermione exchanged amused looks, appreciating once again how even the smallest detail escaped no footprint in Sherlock Holmes's razor-sharp mind. Harry would have once snapped, I won't buy a single thing Malfoy recommends. But not now. Draco had given a heartfelt apology, and backed it up with actions ever since. He hadn't taunted Harry again. More than that, Harry discovered Draco had suffered the very same accident. He'd tumbled from his broom, broken his leg, and watched his beloved Nimbus 2-1 get snapped to splinters by the Homping Willow. Harry had always been generous at heart, and recognizing their shared misfortune, his old resentment simply melted away. All right, Harry conceded. I'll take a look. Hermione nodded eagerly. You'll love this magazine. Its editor once praised Quidditch through the ages, and their breakdowns of different broom models are refreshingly impartial. It should be perfect for you. With that settled, the three of them spent the rest of the afternoon tucked away in the Hogwarts library. Hermione and Harry pored over Quidditch guides and broom reviews, while Sherlock concentrated on case files related to Sirius Black, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Hermione sat in the Gryffindor common room, surrounded by open textbooks and parchment, determinedly working through her schedule. With all her courses chosen, she felt the strain of cramming in every detail, but she refused to miss a single lesson. Across the table, Harry was leafing through a compendium of broomsticks, weighing his options and imagining himself soaring through the sky on something better than his old Nimbus. After lunch, Ginny and Luna joined them. As second years, the girls couldn't yet visit Hogsmeade, so they spent their weekends in the castle. Luna flitted over to Hermione, but Ginny's gaze settled firmly on Harry. She wasn't just there to talk. She wanted Harry to notice her. Since witnessing Cho Chang's flawless fireproofing charm during the last Quidditch break, when Cho had magically cleared his vision, Ginny's feelings for him had deepened. What had started as a schoolgirl crush was steadily growing into something more earnest. Ginny's infatuation went all the way back to September 1991, the day Sherlock and Harry arrived at Hogwarts as first years. From the moment her older brothers tumbled out of the family carriage, Ginny had watched Harry Potter, the boy who lived, at King's Cross Station. She longed to introduce herself, but Mr. Weasley had gently shooed her aside, reminding her, he isn't a creature in a zoo. Ever since, Ginny carried that memory with her, the thrill of seeing Harry up close, and the burn of being told to step back. Now, sitting together in the common room, Ginny summoned her courage. She straightened her robes, lifted her chin, and prepared to speak, hoping this time she wouldn't be glided off, like some exhibit. At the end of that first school year, Ginny Weasley rode with her mother to the train station to collect her older brothers. This time, spotting Harry Potter among the last arrivals, she couldn't help but give an excited shriek, an outburst that, while sincere, embarrassed her deeply once she realized how loud she'd been. It was the first moment Harry truly registered her existence. In the days that followed, young Ginny couldn't stop thinking of him. At 7 years old, she longed to grow up faster, to follow in her brother's footsteps at Hogwarts, and, most fervently, to meet Harry again. After all, she'd spent her whole life listening to tales of the boy who lived, how he'd vanquished Voldemort and saved the wizarding world. To Ginny, he wasn't just a famous figure. He was an unreachably brilliant hero, the object of every bit of childhood awe and wonder. The summer of 1992 brought her wish a little closer to reality. When Harry and Hermione visited Godric's Hollow with Sirius Black, word rippled through the burrow. Harry would stay with the Weasleys for a while. Ginny could hardly believe her luck. Over the next weeks, she watched him constantly, peeking around corners as he read by lamplight in the living room, sneaking glances while he played with her brothers in the yard. Each small interaction, Harry's polite smile, a kindly nod, made Ginny's heart flutter. Ginny was already a girl beyond her years, more self-assured and quietly observant than even her brother Ron. Now she found herself studying Harry with the same intensity, noting the way his green eyes crinkled when he laughed and the gentle tilt of his head when he listened. In those stolen moments, her feelings began to shift from starstruck admiration toward something warmer, never more personal, the stirrings of a first crush. And though she'd never have admitted it aloud, Ginny knew her life had changed the moment Harry Potter set foot into her family's home. Ginny Weasley went out of her way to catch Harry's eye. At every meal, she accidentally brushed against him, her heart pounding whenever he glanced her way. But she didn't stop at clumsy run-ins. Just before term began, the trio found themselves wandering among the shelves of Flourish and Blots when Draco Malfoy sneered at Harry. Without a second thought, Ginny jumped to Harry's defense. So boldly, in fact, that her father and Malfoy's own dad ended up in a heated argument right there in the bookstore. Undeterred, Ginny decided Valentine's Day would be her moment. She poured all her courage into a simple card, slipping it into Harry's trunk with a shy smile. Instead of the warmth she'd hoped for, her gesture brought nothing but trouble. Harry was summoned by Professor Snape, who latched onto any excuse to make life difficult for him. Ginny watched in dismay as her well-intentioned confession backfired, leaving Harry more stressed than ever. It was impossible to ignore what was happening. This was no longer harmless hero worship. Ginny was falling in love. But just as she began to understand her own feelings, someone else stepped onto the scene, Cho Chang, a year older, British Chinese, and the star seeker of the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Cho was everything Ginny was not, confident, accomplished, and unmissable. Suddenly, Ginny realized that her crush on Harry had a rival, and the race for his heart was about to become far more complicated. Cho Chang and Harry's relationship was moving at breakneck speed, and Cho's advantages were impossible to ignore. She was beautiful, top of her class, gentle in spirit, and a star athlete. Rumor even had it that as a half-Chinese girl, she was an exceptional cook, a tantalizing prospect to a nation famous or infamous for its creative cuisine. Honestly, with Cho Chang around, she was every boy's dream come true. Ginny, however, wasn't about to concede defeat. She believed herself every bit as lovely as Cho, and as a pure-blood witch, her magical talent was on par. She'd grown up playing Quidditch with her brothers, so her athleticism was hardly second. D-rate. Cooking, too, was well within her grasp. After all, her mother, Molly Weasley, was nothing if not a master homemaker. Her only real drawback was her age. At a year younger than Harry and 2 years younger than Cho, Ginny was still very much little sister in Harry's eyes. As a second-year student, she knew it would take time, perhaps another year or two, for him to see her as something more than just family. Ginny's heart sank. If she waited any longer, by the time she mustered the courage to make a move, Harry and Cho Chang might already be, well, smooching. She'd poured out her worries to her best friend, Luna Lovegood, who'd offered the obvious solution. Just tell him how you feel. But Ginny was convinced that kind of confession would only send Harry running. Seeing her friend's distress, Luna suggested a different tactic, become impossible to ignore. Show up wherever Harry goes, she said. Strike up a quick chat, let him get used to you. If you keep turning as red as a Weasley in his presence, nothing will change. By a fortunate twist, Colin Creevy's obsessive photographing of Harry gave Ginny the perfect excuse to hover nearby. She managed to rein in his non-stop camera clicks, and in doing so, edged closer to Harry himself. Bit by bit, she stopped dissolving into a blushing, speechless mess. Harry actually began to notice her. But that alone wouldn't be enough. Cho Chang's star was rising faster than a golden snitch, especially after 2 dazzling Quidditch victories at the start of term. Ginny pressed her palm to the cold stone wall, determination flaring in her chest. For the first time, she had someone she truly liked, and, thanks to Luna, a best friend for life. Ginny felt her heart leap twice over, as if 2 waves of joy had crashed into one another, sending her spirits soaring. By rights, she should have been floating on cloud 9. Yet a small, insistent voice nagged at her. I was supposed to be first. It was clearly her who'd made the first move with Sherlock. So why did it feel like someone else was claiming the honor? Cho Chang was away visiting family, and Harry had plunged headlong into his end-of-term exams. Ginny saw her opening and seized it. She would spend this afternoon alone with Sherlock Holmes. To keep her motives hidden, she invited her eccentric best friend, Luna Lovegood, under the pretense of simply sharing ideas. And if Luna managed to enchant Sherlock with her unearthly charm, so much the better for Ginny's secret agenda. Luna's wide, silvery eyes gleamed as she turned to Sherlock. Sherlock, have you heard the moon frogs croaking in the bell tower? They sound like rusty clockwork. When their bulging eyes turn into compasses, the shadows learn how to crawl. Sherlock lifted an eyebrow, reclining coolly in the armchair. With all due respect, Miss Lovegood, I've yet to see any hard evidence that moon frogs exist. The notion strikes me as fanciful. Nearby, Hermione Granger snapped her heavy textbook shut and glared at Luna over the top of her spectacles. Honestly, Luna, do we really need riddles right now? We're supposed to be discussing the Ravenclaw Vault's recent breach, not decoding cryptic poetry. There's a wizard who claims he flew past 6 stars on his broomstick, landed on the moon, and brought back a sack of moon frogs, Luna stated, her voice calm but insistent. Hermione frowned. But that's just hearsay. He can't prove those frogs are actually from the moon. Luna shook her head. I'm telling you, he did it. Our whole family believes him. Hermione sighed and let the matter drop. Just then, Sherlock looked up from his notes. So you've got a theory about how Sirius Black managed to breach the school's defenses? Hermione whirled around, astonished, and Harry and Ginny, who had been examining a half-repaired broomstick, followed her lead, exchanging puzzled glances. Sherlock continued without skipping a beat. Consider the possibility of a meddlesome gadfly, one that's mastered transfiguration, nesting within Sirius Black's mind. If it can shift its form at Belwood, slipping past our wards would be child's play. And that, I'd argue, is precisely why Harry shouldn't be tinkering with his broomstick alone under the moonlight. Those sharp little memories love to lurk in silvery shadows. Hermione, Harry, and Ginny exchanged bewildered looks. Sherlock offered them a faint, knowing smile. By the way, that's also why you gave Hogsmeade a miss this weekend. What on earth was happening? They caught every single word Luna spoke, but no matter how they pieced them together, the meaning remained elusive. Even stranger, Sherlock conversed with her as if there were no barrier at all. In that instant, the 3 exchanged knowing glances. Sherlock was anything but ordinary. Perhaps this wasn't a case of a normal person struggling to understand a quirky one, but of 2 extraordinary minds finding common ground. Chapter 331, Ron's Bold Idea. Ginny couldn't help but grin as she watched Luna strike up her own peculiar friendship with Sherlock. The better their rapport, the more it would open the door for Ginny to get closer to Harry, and, she admitted with a twinge of guilt, that left Hermione a little out in the cold. All afternoon, Hermione and Harry had pored over ancient scrolls in the library. At dinner in the Great Hall, they'd settled into a quiet corner, lost in whispered conversation. By the time dessert was over, Ginny gently tugged Luna away, much to Luna's initial reluctance. Ginny felt equal parts amused and exasperated. Before coming to Hogwarts, she'd pictured herself as the center of attention. Here, though, it seemed she was merely a supporting character in someone else's story. When evening fell, Ron burst back into Gryffindor Tower, his robes coated in a fine layer of Hogsmeade dust. With a triumphant, "Here!" he upended a heavy cloth sack over Harry's bed. A rainbow of wrappers, fizzing Whizbees, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, and more, rained down until the mattress disappeared beneath the sugary bounty. Harry sat up, blinking at the confectionery avalanche. For a moment, he simply stared. Then his face broke into a grin. "Wow," he said, picking up the nearest packet. "Just what we needed." Ron grinned back. "Thought we could use a little extra fuel for tonight's plans." And with that, the two brothers began sorting candies, ready to make this Hogwarts evening one they and their friends would never forget. I grabbed as many sweets as I could find. Dudley may be a bottomless pit, but there should still be enough, right? Harry eyed the heap of treats piled on his bed. "I'm afraid you've underestimated your cousin's appetite," he said with a wry smile. "He eats even more than you do." "Hey, what's that supposed to mean?" Ron protested, mock outraged as he tore open a bag of pepper imps. "Why compare me to him?" "Sorry," Harry said quickly, offering Ron the candy. "I couldn't resist." Ron munched happily for a moment, then glanced at the empty bed across the room. "Where's Sherlock?" "He's still in the common room, buried in a book," Harry replied. "Didn't you see him when you came in?" "Ah," Ron said, shrugging. "I figured you'd both be asleep by now, so I didn't bother checking." Harry popped a jelly into his mouth. "What about Neville and Dean? Weren't they with you?" "They've gone next door to play chess with Seamus," Ron said, rolling his eyes. "Those two dreadful players tried to drag me in, but I refused, so Dean dragged Neville off instead." Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for Neville, and Harry fell silent for a moment, imagining his friend being coerced into yet another match. Ron munched the last of his sweets, paused, and then asked, "By the way, have you checked in with Sherlock? Have you asked him what he's been up to lately?" Harry met his friend's gaze. "I asked." "He's on the case of Sirius Black," Sherlock announced. Ron's ears perked up. "Oh, what makes you so sure?" "He expects to capture Black by next term at the latest," Harry relayed, trusting every word Sherlock had spoken. "Brilliant," Ron exclaimed. "Just as I thought. Sherlock never misses. That means your grounding will be lifted in no time." "Grounding," Harry repeated, a slow smile spreading across his face. True enough, he'd been banned from going home over winter and spring breaks, forbidden from visiting Hogsmeade on weekends, and there was even talk of staying at Hogwarts all summer. It was the closest thing to a grounding anyone could impose. If Sherlock really did unearth Sirius Black's whereabouts, these restrictions should naturally be withdrawn. Yet beneath the relief, a deeper concern stirred in Harry's mind. Ron didn't realize that catching Black wasn't just a ticket to freedom. It was the moment Harry had waited for ever since his parents were betrayed. Sirius Black wasn't just a fugitive. He was Harry's godfather, in name only, and the traitor who'd shattered his family. Harry had agonized over what he would do, and the day finally arrived. Would he seek vengeance? Would he resort to violence? Only last year, back in the Chamber of Secrets, Tom Riddle had tried to tempt him into killing. No matter how certain he felt about Sherlock's prediction, Harry knew that bringing Black to justice would force him to confront the darkest corners of his own heart. Harry shook his head. He hadn't fallen for it before, so why should he believe it now? His parents and friends would never want him to turn murderer, especially not for some lowlife. Once the Ministry discovered how the culprit had escaped from Azkaban, they'd drag him right back behind bars. And if Sherlock Holmes himself insisted he could catch the guy, that would settle it. "Hey, are you looking into a new broomstick?" Ron's voice snapped Harry out of his thoughts. He'd spotted the well-worn copy of Quidditch Through the Ages on Harry's nightstand and picked it up, flipping through the pages. "Yeah," Harry admitted. "Wood's been on at me to order something better." Ron grinned. "Well, if I were him, I'd be nagging you too. You can't face Ravenclaw on that old shooting star. It's slower than a house elf on holiday." Harry rubbed his forehead. I know, I've felt the lag every time I fly. Ron's eyes lit up. I've got a brilliant idea. Harry sat up. Let's hear it. Go talk to Professor McGonagall and ask her to get you a firebolt. Harry stared at him. Unperturbed, Ron went on. Think back to your first year. She bought you that Nimbus 2000, didn't she? A firebolt would blow it out of the sky. It just shows she wants to win as badly as we do, Ron said, eyes gleaming. So why not go to Professor McGonagall and tell her you absolutely must have a firebolt? Of course, don't expect her to pay the whole thing. Cover the bulk yourself and ask her to sponsor the rest, and you can even call it your Christmas present. Harry slammed his hand on the bed. Ron, are you mad? Professor McGonagall already spent hundreds of galleons on my Nimbus 2000. I'm beyond grateful. I can't ask her for another top-of-the-line broom. Why not? Ron shrugged, undeterred. Before Harry could argue further, the portrait hole swung open. Hermione entered, cradling Crookshanks, who glowered at them both. Hasn't Sherlock come back yet? She asked, glancing around the room. Crookshanks, however, was in no mood for small talk. A crinkled ring of gold foil circled his neck, and he let out a low, indignant rumble. Don't bring him in here, Ron hissed. He lunged for Scabbers on the bedside table and shoved the terrified rat into his pocket. Hermione sighed, set Crookshanks down, and stared at the two boys with a look that said she'd heard enough. She flung Crookshanks onto Sherlock's empty bed and scooped up the snacks Ron had fetched from Harry's trunk. Thanks, Ron. Any time, he replied, though his tense expression betrayed his nerves. He cast a wary glance at the ginger cat now sprawled across the rumpled sheets. Ron and Hermione had just patched things up after worrying themselves sick over Harry. He wasn't about to let another disagreement spoil the moment. Taking a deep breath, Ron forced himself to look away from Crookshanks. So, I spoke with Harry. He thinks we should ask Professor McGonagall to sponsor part of it. Hermione halted mid-reach for a chocolate frog. Ask a professor for a gift? Ron, are you mad? A bit, he admitted with a sheepish grin. But Sherlock said McGonagall doesn't want Gryffindor held back anymore, and Harry's helped Gryffindor win the House Cup 2 years running. As head of house, shouldn't Professor McGonagall show her appreciation? Hermione's frown softened into a thoughtful smile. She reached inside her robes and pulled out a neatly folded parchment sealed with burgundy wax. She already has. The trio exchanged triumphant looks, while Crookshanks, apparently unconcerned about house allegiances, batted the parchment across the bed with a soft Miss P. Don't forget the Nimbus 2000. It cost hundreds of galleons back then, Ron protested. Harry rolled his eye. Cess, exactly, Ron. I promise I'm not about to steal your broom. Ron huffed, conceding. All right. Maybe it was a bit much. Both Harry and Hermione exchanged amused glances, and Ron's shoulders sagged. I said it was a bold idea. Why are you two acting like I'm serious? Hermione's brow creased in exasperation, and she shot Ron that look he'd seen 100 times before, pure, unfiltered disbelief. Harry barely stifled a laugh. He knew exactly what it meant. Before Ron could retort, Crookshanks, who had been dozing on Sherlock's neatly made bed, sprang to life. In one fluid motion, the ginger cat pounced squarely onto Ron's chest. Ron's face flushed the exact shade of his hair as Crookshanks's claws raked his robes with a series of sharp, hissing tears that echoed through the cramped dormitory. Ow! Get off, you mangy! Ron yelped, struggling to push the cat away as the others watched in amused silence. Get away! Ron seized Scabbers' tail in a white-knuckled grip, dragging the trembling rat behind him like a shield. His other leg shot out in a furious kick aimed at Crookshanks. Ron, however, was never very coordinated, and to his horror, his boot missed the cat entirely, smashing instead into Harry's sturdy oak bedpost. Ouch! Ron yelped, hopping on one foot as pain shot up his shin. He grabbed his injured leg with both hands, grimacing. Blimey, that's lively! At that moment, Sherlock swung open the door and strode in. The scene before him was utter pandemonium. Ron bounced on one leg, clutching his foot. Crookshanks arched his back, fur standing on end, claws flexing as if ready to spring. Harry and Hermione stood frozen, eyes wide with alarm. Sherlock took in the tableau at a single glance. With swift certainty, he stepped forward and scooped Crookshanks into his arms, just as he'd done back in the common room. Despite being firmly held, the ginger cat glared at Ron, body still tense, claws twitching. Sherlock tilted his head, assessing Crookshanks with cool detachment. "I think we're overdue for a little guest education," he said, voice low and steady. Hermione exhaled in relief, inching closer to soothe Scabbers, while Harry rubbed the back of his neck and glanced at Ron's swollen foot. Even in the calm that followed, the air crackled with unspent tension. It was clear, Crookshanks, for all his size, was far from tamed, and Ron's foot would remind him of that for days to come. Crookshanks writhed in Sherlock's arms, low growls rumbling from his throat as he tried desperately to break free. "Hermione," Sherlock began, but a sharp, high-pitched whistling cut him off. Frowning, he plunged a hand into his robe and pulled out the culprit, Ron's pocket sneakoscope, now spinning, sparking, and screaming just as it had on the Hogwarts Express. Sherlock's eyes darted from the frantic ginger cat to the shivering bundle of fur in his other arm, Scabbers. Instantly alert, he met Hermione's gaze. "Take Crookshanks back," he ordered. Hermione opened her mouth as if to argue, but Sherlock's steady, unyielding stare silenced her. She nodded, eased Crookshanks from Sherlock's grasp, and then knelt to gather the assortment of snacks Ron had left strewn on the floor. Cradling them under one arm, she turned toward the door. Even as Hermione carried him away, Crookshanks fixed Ron with a baleful stare, those yellow eyes burning with fury. Ron glanced after Hermione and Crookshanks as they left the room, then collapsed onto the edge of the bed, massaging his sore toes. "Honestly, can't you switch that thing off? It's driving me nuts." Sherlock remained perfectly still, holding the sneakoscope at arm's length while its glass spines flickered faintly. "I'm surprised you're hearing anything at all," he observed calmly. "Harry said you took it to that magical equipment shop in Hogsmeade. They assured you it was in perfect working order." Ron grimaced. "Well, whoever checked it clearly missed something. This thing's been chirping every few seconds since breakfast." Sherlock gave a single, measured nod. Then perhaps someone, or something, is deliberately setting it off. With that, he pocketed the device and met Ron's eye steadily. The room fell silent as both of them considered the unsettling possibility. Chapter 332, Sherlock's Setback. "They're just traveling merchants. What would they know about magical devices?" Sherlock scoffed as he examined the small brass gadget. Ron bristled. "We're the only three in this dormitory. Who here is untrustworthy? This thing's still broken, or, as Bill said, it's just a trick to swindle us." Sherlock's lips curved into a genuine grin so bright that even Ron forgot his irritation for a moment. "Sherlock, what's so funny?" Ron demanded. "I just remembered something happy," Sherlock replied serenely. Harry leaned forward, curious. "A happy memory?" "Sirius Black," Sherlock said. With that, he opened the battered wooden box at his feet, took out the woolen socks Hermione had knitted for him, and carefully slipped the sneakoscope inside one of them. He then placed both the socks and the device back into the box. The instant the lid clicked shut, the sneakoscope's high-pitched whine stopped, and an expectant hush fell over the dormitory. Sherlock looked at his two friends, a thoughtful glint in his eye. "I think this should be wrapped up sooner than I'd first expected," Sherlock announced, his eyes glinting with quiet satisfaction. Harry sat up straight at once. "You found something new today?" Ron, now barefoot after slipping off his shoes and socks, straightened too, peering at Sherlock with bright eyes. Only yesterday, the detective had warned them that catching Sirius Black might take until the next holiday, but now he spoke as if he'd made fresh progress. Ron kicked himself imping today's Hogsmeade trip. He felt certain he'd missed something important. Sherlock nodded. "Indeed." Harry and Ron leaned forward eagerly, but Sherlock's smile vanished. "However, my dear friends, I'm afraid I can't reveal the details just yet." "Again?" Harry mumbled, exchanging a helpless shrug with Ron. After 3 years of Holmes's cryptic ways, they'd grown used to sudden reversals. Harry absently fingered the basket of sweets he'd meant to take home to his cousin Dudley, while Ron resumed picking at the sole of his foot. Sherlock, meanwhile, turned his attention to the corner of Ron's bed, where Scabbers, the little rat, huddled, its beady eyes flicking toward the detective as if it knew more than it let on. "I'm afraid his condition is rather dire." The once plump, round rat was now little more than skin and bones. Patches of fur had fallen away, revealing mottled, irritated skin beneath. The sight was pitiful enough to make your heart ache. Sherlock Holmes knelt beside the little creature, his expression grave. He's suffering from severe psychological stress. Ron Weasley's indignation flared. He reached out the same hand he'd been using to pick at his toes and petted Scabbers. At his touch, the rat trembled and huddled even closer to itself, but Ron didn't notice the subtle quiver. If that stupid furball had just stayed out of his way, he muttered, none of this would have happened. Harry Potter nodded, though uneasily. He knew perfectly well that Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, had tried slipping into the boys' dormitory more than once. Telling Ron that fact, however, would only drive a deeper wedge between him and Hermione. So Harry forced himself to agree. You're right, Ron. Neither of them saw Sherlock's eyes linger on Scabbers with an intensity that bordered on something unreadable. Later that evening, Hermione locked Crookshanks in her dormitory as her own punishment for the cat's mischief, and to hear Ron tell it, she did so only to spite him. He was furious, convinced the ginger cat would never stop trying to eat Scabbers alive. And Hermione, equally incensed, swore she'd never let Ron boss her, or her cat, around again. Having learned from past mistakes, Harry decided it was pointless to try reconciling Hermione and Ron this time. The holidays were right around the corner, and Ron and he would be staying at Hogwarts while Hermione and Sherlock went home for Christmas. They wouldn't see each other for a full 2 weeks. Time, he reminded himself, is the best cure for any awkwardness. By the time they returned, everyone would have moved on, or so he hoped. Still, Harry found himself siding with Ron on one issue: Crookshanks's obvious hostility toward Scabbers. Just that morning, the cat had lunged at Ron's face, again, and Harry had had to stop him more than once from slipping into the boys' dormitory. What puzzled Harry was that Sherlock knew all about Crookshanks's attacks, yet whenever Harry mentioned it, Sherlock only smiled mysteriously and said nothing. The silence, Harry suspected, was because Sherlock secretly favored Hermione's side, especially now when her feelings for him were becoming as plain as day. I have to say, Harry, you're overthinking this, Sherlock said with a laugh. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but Sherlock went on, still smiling. Love is purely emotional, and emotion is the one thing that conflicts with true logic. I refuse to fall in love. Anything that clouds my judgment is unacceptable. Harry fell silent. With Sherlock that resolute, what could he say? Still, he couldn't agree. They were only 13, far too young, perhaps, to talk seriously about love, but the future was unwritten. Who was to say Sherlock wouldn't have half a dozen admirers by the time he was older? Even so, Harry felt the weight lift from his shoulders. After weeks of worry and doubt, hope had returned. Next term, he and Sherlock would finally study Dementor defense under Professor Lupin. He was already planning how to save enough galleons for a new broomstick. And best of all, Sherlock had solemnly promised to help him capture Sirius Black, the man responsible for his parents' deaths. Harry squared his shoulders. With friends like these and a clear purpose ahead, he was ready for whatever came next. As Christmas drew near, the Hogwarts students who planned to spend the holidays at home quietly began their preparations. Aside from the spring break, conveniently overlapping with Easter, the weeks before both winter and summer vacations were always the most relaxed of the year. Sherlock was no exception, and Gemma took full advantage of the lull, dropping by at every opportunity to engage him in increasingly deep discussions. Just a few days before the holiday, Harry intercepted Sherlock in a corridor, immediately after Sherlock had bid Gemma farewell. "Sherlock, there's something very important I need to tell you." "In that case," Gemma interjected with a polite smile, "I won't keep you." With a graceful nod, she slipped away. Harry watched her go and shook his head. "Chairwoman Gemma truly is something else for a Slytherin." Sherlock smiled faintly. "On the contrary, Harry, it's precisely people like her who embody the Slytherin spirit." Harry chuckled. "Point taken. But shouldn't we talk about what you wanted to tell me?" Noting the serious gleam in Harry's eyes, Sherlock motioned toward an empty classroom nearby. "After you." They stepped inside and closed the door behind them, ensuring their conversation would remain uninterrupted. "Sherlock, why have you been so idle these past 2 days?" Harry asked. Sherlock didn't bother looking up. He stepped to the door, raised his wand, and murmured the incantation for an anti-Alohomora charm, exactly the same spell Gemma had shown them. With a soft click, the lock re-engaged. "All the clues I needed have been gathered," he said. "Only one piece of the puzzle remains. Unless Black makes another move in the meantime, or I stumble across that final clue, any further searching would be pointless. I'm not one to waste my time." Harry raised an eyebrow. "No wonder you've seemed a bit off lately." He'd meant to press Sherlock about his mood, but the detective's confession sparked an idea, one far more intriguing than idle speculation. A slow smile spread across Harry's face. "In that case, I think it's high time I set you a rather elaborate test." "You don't think me reckless, do you, Sherlock?" Harry's brow arched in amusement. "Quite the opposite," Sherlock replied, a genuine smile tugging at his lips. "I welcome any version you offer. It makes the hours before Christmas far more interesting." Harry's eyes lit up. "You always say that even the simplest object bears traces of its owner, clues a trained observer can read like an open book. Well, I have a new challenge for you. From this, can you deduce the personality and habits of its previous keeper?" He drew a large, square sheet of parchment from his cloak and laid it gently on the desk. "A Christmas gift, given to me early by a close friend." The parchment looked well worn, its edges frayed and surface mottled with age, yet it was completely blank, no ink stains, no creases, no watermark. Sherlock's eyes gleamed with interest. He lifted the sheet, first examining its surface under the lamp's glow, then running his fingertips along its grain, searching for the secrets it might conceal. The entire examination was painstaking. Sherlock scrutinized the parchment first with his naked eye, and then through a magnifying glass, leaving no detail unconsidered. When he'd exhausted every conventional Muggle method, he withdrew a bright red eraser from his coat pocket. Harry leaned forward, curiosity piqued. "What's that?" Sherlock held it up. "A revealer eraser. Picked it up in Diagon Alley." He pressed the eraser against the blank parchment and rubbed twice, but the surface remained as blank as ever. Unfazed, he paused, then raised his wand and murmured the incantation for the revealing charm. "Apparicium." Still nothing. Harry fought back a laugh at the frustrated set of Sherlock's jaw, reminded of the first time he'd been given one of these erasers, how he'd been convinced it was a joke, coming from someone notorious for pranks. Finally, Sherlock sighed and lowered his wand. "This parchment yields no clues, no magical residue, no trace of invisible ink. It really is just an ordinary scrap of old parchment." Harry opened his mouth to protest. "Hang on, old friend. It's not just some piece of parchment, it's—" But before he could finish, he caught himself and fell silent. He must have picked it up from Hagrid. He nearly blurted out the answer. "I know it. Of course I do. Since you're the one who can give it to me, it can't be as straightforward as it appears. I suspect some clever enchantment is hiding its true purpose, but I can't penetrate the mystery. Before I ever set foot in the magical world, something like this would have been unimaginable to me." Harry laughed outright at Sherlock's confession, the first time he'd ever seen his friend at a loss for words. Sherlock was indeed his best friend, but after Hermione's cat fiasco and Ron's rat caper, Harry thought it might be instructive to give him a little taste of his own autocratic style. As Harry's laughter subsided, Sherlock regarded him with a half-smile. "My dear Harry, although the evidence is scant, my deductions are not without merit." "Really?" Harry challenged, leaning forward. "Do share, and please correct me if I'm off base." "Very well," Sherlock said, steepling his fingers. Harry's eyes gleamed with curiosity. "Here's what I've worked out." Sherlock's words cut through the quiet of the drawing room. "This parchment was only just handed to you by the Weasley twins, and they aren't its first owners." Harry, who had been lounging on the settee, froze. In a single motion, he sprang to his feet, crossed to the low table, and snatched up the parchment. He flipped it, examined the grain of the paper, even sniffed at the edges, anything to find a clue pointing to Fred or George. But there was nothing. No familiar doodles in the margins, no telltale smudges of red ink. "Sherlock," Harry said, voice tight with wonder, "did you really deduce that just from this scrap of paper?" Sherlock folded his arms, lingering over the tips of his polished shoes. "Not entirely from the parchment itself. My conclusion sprang from observing you as much as I did this document." Harry ran a fingertip along the inked lines, then looked up, brow furrowed. "But how? You said there was barely anything to see, and yet Every detail you mention, Ed, how it reached me, and who touched it before, turned out to be true. A faint, almost rueful smile curled at Sherlock's lips. I'll own up to a bit of luck this time. I put forth several possible explanations, and by chance I landed on the exact one. You don't guess, Sherlock. He met Harry's gaze evenly. I've told you before, I don't. I observe, I deduce, and I rule out the impossible. Whatever remains, however unlikely, must be the truth. Guessing is a terrible habit. It only undermines logical reasoning, Sherlock declared, folding his hands beneath his chin and leaning back in his chair. You find it odd because you haven't tracked my thought process, and so you've overlooked the truth hidden beneath the surface. Chapter 333, The Sign of Four. Although I know this question might make me sound foolish, Harry began, I still have to ask, how exactly did you do that? He'd lost count of how many times he'd posed the same question since meeting Sherlock. Miraculous deductions and impossible leaps of logic had become an almost daily occurrence. Sherlock raised an eyebrow. It's really quite simple, too simple to be worth mentioning. First, you pulled this parchment from your cloak. Harry blinked. Yes. So? Sherlock allowed a faint smile. On anyone else, that gesture would go unnoticed. But I know you. You don't habitually stash things in your cloak pocket. The careful way you extracted the parchment, your tone when you asked me to examine it, even the slight uptilt of your eyebrows, all those little tells pointed to one thing. You were following instructions. And the only people I know who cultivate that particular habit of concealment are the Weasley twins. Harry stared at him, dumbfounded. Sherlock's casual confidence only deepened the mystery. You're saying Fred and George sent me this? Precisely, Sherlock said, folding his hands, or at least someone very like them. When I saw you make that motion, my first thought, literally within a second, was that the Weasley twins had just slipped it to you. Harry blinked in surprise. He replayed Sherlock's words in his mind and realized just how accurate his deduction was. He didn't normally hide things in his cloak. His movement had been an unconscious mimicry the moment he recognized the parchment's value, and because it had been so instinctive, he was even more astonished that Sherlock had noticed it at a glance. Catching Harry's look of amazement, Sherlock offered a small, knowing smile and continued. Now, although this enchanted parchment leaves almost no visible marks, its folds betray its history. Hand most people a square sheet, and they'll fold it evenly, once horizontally, then vertically, ending up with a smaller square, 1/4 the original size, like this. Sherlock demonstrated, creasing an imaginary square first in one direction, then the other. Harry watched and instinctively nodded. He would have folded it exactly the same way. Sherlock held up the parchment and pointed to its folds. Notice these creases? They show it was folded into 3 equal horizontal panels, then into 2 vertical ones. That gives us a long strip, exactly 1/6 the size of the original sheet. Compared to a simple quartered square, this shape tucks far more neatly into a cloak pocket. And among everyone you know, only Fred and George Weasley habitually fold their letters this way. So I'm certain this parchment spent most of its life in their possession, until they handed it to you just now. Harry stared at the paper in amazement as Sherlock spoke even faster. But you'll note the texture. It's roughly 20 years old. The Weasley twins weren't even born then, so they can't be the first owners. This note must have passed through someone else's hands 2 decades ago. That's magnificent, Sherlock, Harry breathed, eyes shining. I never imagined you could infer so much from a few creases. But how do you know Fred and George's habits? Harry stared at Sherlock, genuinely puzzled. I met them at the same time you did, but I never noticed anything like this. Sherlock smiled. Observation, Harry. It all comes down to observation. People's habits often betray their true selves. In criminal investigations, a sudden deviation from someone's normal behavior usually signals a breakthrough. That's why I watch the little routines of everyone around me. He leaned back, steepling his fingers. Take the way you arrange your books, for instance. You always put the heaviest volumes on the bottom and the lighter ones on top. Ron, by contrast, just grabs the first book that catches his eye and plops it down. Hermione has her own system. She sorts by subject first, then by the author's last name. But just last week, she set aside all her Defense Against the Dark Arts books in a single stack, before doing anything else. That was completely out of character for her. As it turned out, Professor Snape had assigned an essay on werewolves, and Hermione stayed up all night researching. The change in her routine made perfect sense once I pieced it together. Harry shook his head and sighed. It's always like this with you, Sherlock. Now that you've walked me through your reasoning, it all seems so obvious. I really should have trusted you sooner. Sherlock set down his teacup and flashed a wry smile. No, Harry, believe me, your confidence in me is already more than enough. In truth, I only used a small ruse. Harry's brow furrowed. A ruse? Sherlock leaned back in his armchair, eyes half-lidded as he stared at the ceiling. 10 minutes ago, Gemma told me she'd seen Fred and George Weasley drag you off to help them with some surprise. 10 minutes after that, you turned up here, beaming over a Christmas gift you'd just received. That perfectly tied up the last loose end in my chain of deductions. Harry halted mid-sentence, his face paling. He realized now how completely Sherlock had orchestrated the entire scenario, and how utterly he'd fallen for it. He hadn't expected Sherlock to tear his eyes away from the ceiling beams, let alone to shoot Harry a half-smile with those cool gray eyes. But when he did, Harry couldn't help laughing. Sherlock, I never thought you'd pull something like that. Sherlock shrugged, an amused glint in his gaze. A life of strict routines grows monotonous. Little surprises keep things interesting, don't you think? Touché, Harry said. But enough teasing. Tell me exactly how to use this parchment. It looks ordinary enough, but clearly there's more to it. Sherlock's fingers itched together as though he were about to dive into a puzzle. I must admit, I'm rather impatient to see this in action. Harry nodded and explained. Fred and George found this among Filch's confiscated items back in our first year. According to them, Filch never cracked it, and the twins only discovered what to say by pure accident. Sherlock cocked an eyebrow. Fortunate accident. With that, Harry drew his wand, and under Sherlock's keen stare, tapped the center of the parchment. He spoke the words exactly. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Immediately, a network of fine ink lines sprang from the point of contact, like a spider spreading its web, crawling across the page. Within seconds, the entire sheet was alive with interlacing runes and hidden inscriptions, faintly glowing where the lines converged. Harry folded his arms and glanced at Sherlock. Your move. Sherlock leaned in close, eyes alight. Indeed. Let us begin. Almost immediately, elegant, looping green letters appeared along the top of the parchment. Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, proudly present the Marauder's Map. The map, christened the Marauder's Map by its 4 mischievous creators, laid out every corridor, staircase, and hidden passage within Hogwarts Castle with astonishing precision. As far as Sherlock could tell, not a single detail was off. Yet what truly seized his attention were the tiny ink dots scurrying across the parchment. Each dot was labeled with a minute name. In the upper left corner, a solitary black speck marked Professor Dumbledore, pacing in his office. 2 clustered dots to the right revealed Professors McGonagall and Flitwick together in the Ravenclaw Dean's office. And there, motionless in the Slytherin dungeons, a lone dot signified Professor Snape, almost certainly weeping silently while clutching the Christmas gift Harry had given him. Neville padded down the boys' dormitory corridor, clearly on a mission to find his toad, Trevor. On the Marauder's Map, alongside the usual teachers and students of Hogwarts, Filch's cat Mrs. Norris prowled the 3rd floor, and the mischievous ghost Peeves bounced around the trophy room. Meanwhile, Trevor's tiny dot sat snugly in the Hufflepuff girl's wing beside Hannah Abbott. Sherlock's chest Tig henned when he saw that, and he immediately located his own position on the map. Sure enough, the black ink dots for Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter were clustered together in an empty classroom on the 4th floor. Harry watched Sherlock examining the parchment with intense concentration. After a moment, he spoke, his voice tinged with admiration. Fred and George used this thing to slip through the castle like ghosts. Look at all these hidden passages. I didn't even know most of them existed. They lead to Hogsmeade, right? How many are there in total? 7, Sherlock replied without looking up. Technically, though, only 6 are usable. Harry raised an eyebrow. How do you figure that? Sherlock tapped the map with a fingertip. The 5th floor passage behind the mirror collapsed years ago, It's on the map, but it's impassable. Harry stared at him, visibly impressed and a little bewildered by Sherlock's encyclopedic knowledge of every secret corridor in Hogwarts. It wasn't unusual to learn that 7 hidden passages led from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade, but finding out that one of them had collapsed was astonishing. Harry stared at the map in disbelief. "I've been through every one of those tunnels," Sherlock said quietly. Harry blinked. You remember when you took me down there to work on my stealth? You've been exploring the castle ever since?" Sherlock shrugged. "I never stopped." Harry felt a surge of admiration. Fred and George Weasley had needed the Marauder's map to uncover secret routes. Here was Sherlock Holmes, rattling off every passage without a tool. He was tremendously grateful to call this brilliant detective his friend, especially someone on the side of justice. If Sherlock had been a criminal, Harry shuddered at the thought. Pulling himself together, Harry added, "Fred and George say Filch is aware of 4 passages. Of the other 3, one is the collapsed tunnel you mentioned, and another opens right beside the Humping Willow." Harry spread the ancient parchment out on the library table, its edges curled and stained with age. "They told me to take the last tunnel," he explained, tapping a spot behind the statue of the one-eyed old woman in the cellar. "It leads straight to Honeydukes." Sherlock peered over his shoulder. "And they gave you this map as a Christmas gift? Compensation for missing Hogsmeade?" His voice held a faint note of amusement. Harry nodded, but Sherlock's keen gaze didn't waver. "Yet I see doubt in your eyes. You're not planning to sneak in just for sweets. Are you worried about Sirius?" "That's part of it," Harry admitted, "but mostly the map makes me think of Tom Riddle's diary and what happened when I trusted it." "Interesting," Sherlock murmured, raising an eyebrow. "The Weasley twins never heeded their father's warnings, but you, an outsider, take them to heart." Harry frowned. "I'm not following you." Sherlock leaned back, letting the firelight dance his sharp features. "The summer before our second year, I went to see Mr. Weasley. I warned him that Malfoy planned to smuggle a dark arts object into Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley's advice was simple. Never trust anything that can think for itself, unless you can see where it keeps its brain." Harry flushed at the reminder. He'd heard those words many times, but he knew most of the Weasleys, especially Fred, George, Ron, and Ginny, had paid them little mind. Only Percy, their ever-earnest brother, would have taken the warning so literally. Silence fell between them as Harry carefully refolded the map. If ever there were a moment for caution, this was it, and he'd be wise to remember exactly where the brain was kept. "Although I've never heard Mr. Weasley say anything about it, I still have my doubts," Harry admitted hesitantly. "But if I'm only using it to slip into Hogsmeade, no ambushes, no attacks, it ought to be harmless, right? After all, Fred and George have been using it for years without any trouble." Sherlock gave Harry's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "Your instincts are sound, Harry, but since you came to me, I'll take a closer look. Give me a few days. I'll give you my verdict before the holidays begin." Harry let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. "Oh, and one more thing," he added. "When you're done, just tap it again and say mischief managed, and it turns back into a blank sheet." "Good to know," Sherlock smiled. "Thanks for the reminder, my friend." Relieved, Harry set off to find Cho Chang. He wanted to bid her goodbye before the term ended. Time spent with Cho was always a treasure, whether they were laughing over butterbeer or simply sitting in companionable silence, gazing at the autumn leaves drifting down toward Hogsmeade. Just the thought of seeing her made his spirits soar. Cho Chang's easy camaraderie and her gentle, almost quietly exotic manner had made the afternoon slip by without Harry even noticing. It was only after dinner, when he trudged back into the Gryffindor common room, that Sherlock Holmes appeared out of nowhere. "Harry, my dear fellow," Sherlock said, folding his hands behind his back, "I would be very grateful if you'd accompany me right now." Harry blinked. "Excuse me?" Sherlock's eyes flicked to the empty space beside him, where Ron had been sprawled on the sofa moments before. "To the headmaster's office," he said, giving a light tap to the spot. "Come along, Ron." Harry's jaw dropped. "You're bringing Ron too? I thought that was, well, you and I's private errand." Ron sat up with a groggy yawn, rubbing sleep from his eyes. I'm the star of the show today. Thank you very much, he complained, shooting Harry a mock glare. If it hadn't been for you, we'd have left ages ago, Sherlock. Sherlock only inclined his head. Then let us be off. Harry sighed and scrambled for his cloak. It seemed nothing stayed private for long when Sherlock Holmes was involved. Chapter 334. The Last Piece of the Puzzle. Harry stood in the cool corridor outside the headmaster's office, blinking at Sherlock Holmes and Ron Weasley. He had come to consult Dumbledore about the next stage of his training, something he'd been expecting ever since Professor McGonagall hinted at the headmaster's special program to develop the power of love that saved him from Voldemort in his first year. But Sherlock's raised eyebrow and Ron's eager grin told Harry that neither of them believed his explanation. With the holidays coming up, Harry tried again, I stayed behind to talk to Cho Chang, but that's not why I'm here. Honestly, going to Dumbledore's office with you two makes perfect sense. Sherlock practically lives here, and you, Ron, I needed as backup, remember? Sherlock folded his arms. Reasonable, yes, up to a point. But you summoned us both at once. At this particular hour, you could have sent a letter. Harry ran a hand through his hair. I wanted your company. Ron, meanwhile, was practically vibrating. He fished Scabbers out of his pocket, holding the rat up by his scruff. Speaking of company, do you think Dumbledore can fix him? Harry frowned. Fix who? Scabbers? Ron's eyes lit up. He's been looking a bit off lately, matted fur, dull eyes. You heard what Fred and George said about that potion kit gone wrong. Maybe Dumbledore has some remedy in his office. Sherlock rolled his eyes. We're not here on veterinary business, Ronald. But, Harry stepped between them. Listen, Ron, you know Dumbledore's more concerned with grand magical matters than pet rodents. If this were truly about Scabbers, he'd have better things to do than treat a common rat. We're here because Dumbledore has something crucial to tell me, something about my role in stopping Voldemort. Silence fell as they reached the tall, ornate door. Harry took a deep breath and knocked. When Professor Dumbledore's kindly face appeared, all thoughts of rats vanished. Professor, Harry said, forcing his voice to stay steady, thank you for seeing me. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. My dear boy, at this hour? And with such esteemed company, too. Please come in. I believe you'll find today's discussion most illuminating. As they stepped inside, Harry realized exactly what he had been missing. Ron tucked Scabbers back into his pocket, but this time with a smile. Whatever puzzle piece remained in Harry's journey, it was finally about to click into place. What exactly are we going to do? Harry asked, bewildered. Ron met his gaze, earnest. Sherlock says he's found a way to completely solve the Scabbers problem. Completely solve? Harry echoed, even more confused. Was this really about the headmistress treating Ron's pet? He glanced at Sherlock, who gave a slow, confident nod. Yes, completely solve Scabbers. Harry frowned at the strange wording. How could you completely solve Scabbers rather than the problem with Scabbers? Before he could puzzle it out, Sherlock turned back to Ron. May I have him for a moment? Of course. Ron didn't hesitate. He reached into his robe pocket and carefully lifted out Scabbers, handing the poor creature over. Sherlock settled the rat gently on the table and began a meticulous inspection. The animal was gaunt where he had once been plump, large patches of fur were missing, and that single claw he'd lost long ago still hadn't regrown. The sight was heart-wrenching. Ron watched anxiously as Sherlock examined every detail. Then, with a relieved exhale, Ron smiled. Thank you, Sherlock, he said quietly, hope shining in his eyes. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief, Sherlock murmured, exchanging a meaningful glance with Ron before falling silent. The three of them left the dormitory and crossed the common room threshold, where Hermione was already waiting. Crookshanks lay sprawled in her lap. At the sight of the squat, ginger cat, Ron's brow immediately furrowed. In response, Scabbers, cradled in Sherlock's palm, began to tremble violently. Must it be this way? Ron whispered, sidling up to Sherlock. I'm not complaining about her. I mean, do we really have to bring that beast along too? Trust me, Ron, Sherlock replied softly. Everything will make sense soon. Though the remark sounded odd, Ron held his tongue. He trusted Sherlock and offered no further protests, even as he avoided Hermione's eyes. When Hermione settled onto the sofa beside Sherlock, gently cradling Crookshanks, Scabbers' piff quivering only worsened, as if he were about to wriggle free and flee from the looming cat. But Sherlock was prepared. Despite the rat's furious shaking, his grip remained ironclad, and Scabbers could not escape. Ron shifted uneasily as he watched the scene unfold. He opened his mouth to protest, but forced himself to look away. Harry, still bewildered, managed a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Ron," he said. "Sherlock's never let us down." Ron gave a reluctant nod. His faith in Sherlock was his only comfort. Sherlock Holmes had never failed them. At Hogwarts, memories faded fast. Nearly 2 months had passed since Sirius Black's last threat, and most students, and even the staff, had all but forgotten the terror of Halloween Eve. With the holidays approaching, no professor lingered to guide Harry down the corridors, and Percy had long since stopped shadowing him. Free of interruptions, the group reached the head of the spiral staircase that led to the headmaster's office, its entrance guarded by a stone gargoyle in mid-sneer. Hermione stepped forward, curiosity bright in her eyes. "Sherlock, do you know the password?" He shook his head calmly. "There isn't one." No sooner had he spoken than the gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the winding stairs beyond. The 3 young wizards froze on the spiral staircase, stunned into silence. Could Dumbledore's office really be so accessible? Then Ron's hand shot to his forehead. "I've got it!" he barked. Harry and Hermione exchanged puzzled glances. "The password is literally no password," Ron proclaimed with triumph. "Only someone as clever as Dumbledore would think to leave it blank. Who'd ever guess?" Sherlock offered him an approving nod. "Well deduced, Ron. A genuine moment of insight." "A flash of genius, thank you very much," Ron replied, puffing up proudly. Harry's lips twitched, and Hermione opened her mouth to retort, then thought better of it. Let him have his moment, she decided. By the time they reached the gargoyle-guarded door, Ron's excitement had finally ebbed. Sherlock rapped on the knocker, and immediately Dumbledore's warm voice called from within, "Enter." Without hesitation, Sherlock pushed open the door, Hermione at his side, cradling Crookshanks. Harry and Ron exchanged a quick look before following them into the headmaster's office. The moment they stepped inside, all 4 of them stopped short, breathless at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Sherlock had told Harry, Ron, and Hermione beforehand that he'd found a way to resolve the Scabbers problem. Since their destination was the headmaster's office, the 3 naturally assumed they'd be meeting only Professor Dumbledore. They never expected to find almost the entire senior staff assembled. Inside the office, Minerva McGonagall sat behind her desk, Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, Dean of Gryffindor, and Transfiguration Professor. To her right stood Severus Snape, Dean of Slytherin, Potions Master, and the interim Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. On her left was Remus Lupin, the newly appointed Permanent Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor. Along with the heads of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, each one a powerhouse in his or her own right, virtually every high-ranking member of the faculty was present. Ron's eyes nearly popped out of his head. "What's going on?" he whispered to Sherlock. "Why are all these professors here?" He tried to keep his voice down, but his question carried straight to the group. Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Lupin exchanged glances, but said nothing. Snape, however, let out a cold, mocking chuckle before speaking. Professor Snape surprised everyone, including himself, by nodding appreciatively at Ron. "A very good question, Weasley," he admitted, his voice colder than ice. Then his dark eyes swung to Sherlock Holmes, sharp and threatening, as though he might coil into a serpent at any moment. "I'm equally intrigued, great detective. Why exactly have you asked the headmaster to gather us here?" "Please, let him speak," came Dumbledore's gentle interjection. The headmaster offered Snape a reassuring look. "I have faith in Sherlock. If he could arrange this meeting, I'm certain he has an explanation." With a graceful flick of his wand, 4 ornate chairs slid silently into place behind the assembled students. "Do sit down," Dumbledore invited. Snape let out a derisive snort. "Is that so? I remain unconvinced." "Severus," Professor McGonagall said firmly from her post beside Dumbledore, "Holmes has demonstrated his abilities time and again over the last 2 years. He wouldn't summon us without reason." At her side, Professor Lupin offered Sherlock a small, encouraging smile. "Agreed. Let's hear him out." Snape rolled his shoulders dismissively, but refrained from further interruption. "Very well," he muttered. "We'll see if this turns out to be worth our time." Sherlock's voice cut through the growing murmurs like a scalpel. Patience, everyone. Just wait and see. The sarcasm in his tone was impossible to miss. Hermione, Harry, and Ron, Sherlock's three companions, exchanged bewildered glances. Why had he summoned this assembly of professors? Weren't they here to help Scabbers? Even the most dedicated effort to cure a pet couldn't justify such a grand spectacle. As every eye fixed on him, Sherlock deliberately reached into his coat pocket. He produced an object and held it out before the crowd. Hermione's breath caught in her throat, her pulse raced, and an intense flush crept up her cheeks. She jerked her gaze away, but it was too late. The color on her face betrayed her completely. There, in Sherlock's hand, was the very woolen sock she had painstakingly knitted for him in Hogsmeade. Otto's neat rows of stitching, the soft cream yarn speckled with dusky pink, all unmistakable. Hermione's mind spun in confusion. How had it ended up here? What was Sherlock planning? He lifted the sock higher, his voice calm but commanding. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "if you would, please take a close look at this." Hermione's cheeks burned so fiercely she could have sworn smoke was curling from her ears. She wished, desperately, that a crack would open beneath her feet so she could disappear into the floor. Although she couldn't see her own face, the heat in her cheeks told her everything she needed to know. Yet beneath her mortification, an odd spark of exhilaration fluttered in her chest, and she couldn't quite make sense of the contradiction. Sherlock, calm as ever, reached a slender hand into the sock he'd pulled from his coat pocket. Hermione tensed, eyes widening in confusion. What on earth was he doing? A moment later, he drew out a tiny device. "Secrecy sensor?" Hermione whispered to herself, instantly recognizing the little trinket, Ron's birthday gift to Harry. She remembered how Sherlock had requested it from Harry only days before. Her embarrassment melted away, replaced by sheer bewilderment. Why had Sherlock hidden the secrecy sensor in a sock? And why retrieve it now? Before she could piece it together, the device emitted a sudden, high-pitched squeal that cut through the room like a startled bird call. Every head turned. Sherlock folded the sock neatly and tucked it away. Without a flicker of surprise, he set the wailing secrecy sensor squarely on the desk. The alarm's persistent shriek echoed off the walls, demanding everyone's attention, especially Hermione's. She swallowed hard, her pulse racing as she braced herself for whatever discovery the sensor was about to reveal. The little secrecy sensor on the desk was spinning wildly and flashing its warning lights, a low hum pulsing from its core. Sherlock reached out and tapped it with one slender finger. "This is a miniature secrecy sensor," he explained quietly. "They're originally from Egypt. Tourist merchants sell them around the pyramids, and there's even a shop in Hogsmeade that stocks them. The moment someone untrustworthy steps into range, they spin, glow, and sound an alarm, just as this one is doing now." Professor Lupin, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, nodded in agreement. "I've seen full-sized models in Egypt myself," he said. But at Snape's work table, the potions master's expression was growing darker by the second. "Enough," Snape suddenly barked, swiveling to glare at Headmaster Dumbledore. "I think we've put up with this charade long enough, Albus." Then he whirled back on Sherlock. "Are you suggesting that someone in this room is untrustworthy? To place any faith in such a cheap trinket, this is preposterous." Sherlock raised an eyebrow at the outburst. Snape's anger surprised him at first, but he quickly realized why the potions master was so agitated. After all, no one likes to be outfaced by a mere plaything, no matter how magical. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his armchair, steepling his fingers. His eyes, usually so warm, were now sharp with scrutiny. "Sherlock, I trust everyone in this office, so—" "Sir," Sherlock interrupted evenly, "I trust them all as well." His calm certainty hung in the air. A flicker of confusion crossed Dumbledore's face. He exchanged a quick glance with Professor McGonagall, who sat stiffly at the edge of a fainting couch. Clearing her throat, McGonagall ventured aloud. "If you trust them, then why insist on removing it? Are you suggesting it's broken?" All three professors, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape, turned their attention fully on Sherlock. Even Snape's usual mask of disdain softened into genuine curiosity. This was the second time he'd challenged Sherlock's methods, and now McGonagall, freshly supportive, sounded doubtful too. Failure to convince them now would have consequences. Sherlock met their stares without a flicker of nervousness. To be frank, I thought it was useless at first, he confessed. He paused, letting the room absorb his admission. But that unassuming little object, Professor Snape's own words, inconsequential and cheap, ended up validating every step of my reasoning. It supplied the final piece of the puzzle in my investigation. Silence fell. Then Dumbledore's eyes brightened with renewed interest. Snape leaned forward, curiosity finally eclipsing his skepticism. McGonagall sat up straighter, her expression one of eager anticipation. "Explain," Dumbledore prompted quietly. Sherlock inclined his head, and the three professors watched, spellbound, as the detective prepared to reveal how a thing so trivial had shattered their assumptions and solved the mystery at hand. "I've been re-examining the case from 12 years ago," Sherlock began, his voice calm but firm. "I've arrived at conclusions that challenge the accepted story, and I want to share them with all of you." He let his gaze travel slowly across the faces gathered in the office. "That is why I asked every teacher and student to join me here today, because this matter affects each one of us." The room fell into a heavy silence. On the desk, the miniature secrecy sensor whirled faster, its alarm piercing the quiet. The tiny beacon's glow flared with an almost blinding intensity, underscoring the gravity of Sherlock's words. Chapter 334. It's Peter. Excluding today's alarm, this sneakoscope has only gone off 3 times before. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Sherlock paced slowly between the tall windows and the carved mahogany desks, his voice measured and unhurried. 4 professors, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick, and 3 students, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, watched him under the soft glow of floating candles. At last, he paused and held up 3 fingers. "The first incident," he began, "I wasn't there to witness. Ron wrote afterward that only the 9 Weasleys had been nearby when it beeped. Bill, who's stationed in Egypt, dismissed it as a cheap trinket sold to wizarding tourists. After all, he reasoned, there wasn't a single untrustworthy soul in his family. But Ron reminded him that just a week earlier, Fred and George had slipped beetles into Bill's soup. In other words, Ron concluded the only possible culprits were the Weasley twins." Harry and Ron froze under Sherlock's calm recital. So much time had passed since that dinner, they had all but forgotten it, and certainly never imagined Sherlock would remember. Hermione furrowed her brow, her mind already racing. If Ron genuinely believed the twins were untrustworthy, then what did that imply about the truth now? Sherlock lowered his hand, his gaze sweeping the room. The question hung in the air. If this old clue had been misread, what dangers lay hidden in what they'd all assumed? "The second time was on the Hogwarts Express," Sherlock announced, nodding toward the 4 young wizards. "Besides the 4 of us, Professor Lupin was in that compartment." At Sherlock's words, Lupin's calm facade wavered. He gripped the armrest of his chair so hard his knuckles whitened, then released it just as quickly. Snape curled his lip in a sneer and narrowed his eyes, studying Sherlock as if he hoped to uncover a hidden motive. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a meaningful look, though neither spoke. "As Mr. Dumbledore has said, I trust my friends," Sherlock continued, turning to include Lupin in his gaze. "And I trust Professor Lupin." A wave of relief crossed Lupin's face. He inclined his head in gratitude. "Thank you, Sherlock." "You're welcome, Professor," Sherlock replied smoothly. "That's precisely why. Back then, Professor McGonagall and I both wondered if the sneakoscope was malfunctioning. Ron mentioned that the owl's long journey might have knocked it out of alignment. But when Harry and Ron took it into Hogsmeade for inspection, the experts there found nothing wrong with it. Given that, Bill Weasley's account makes more sense. The device was simply a cheap souvenir sold to unsuspecting tourists." Silence fell over the room. Every pair of eyes was fixed on Sherlock, awaiting his next words. As the tension mounted with the promise of a critical revelation, they all sensed Sherlock was on the verge of explaining everything. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "Just recently, the alarm on this device went off again, and it happened at the one moment when there were the fewest people around. At that point, only the 4 of us were in the dormitory. That incident highlighted a tiny detail we've been overlooking all along, and it finally makes the warning logic of this gadget crystal clear." Sherlock's gaze drifted from Harry to Hermione, then settled on Ron. Ron's brow furrowed in confusion. He had no idea what Sherlock was hinting at. Harry, too, looked puzzled. Only Hermione's eyes widened with recognition. She remembered. Sherlock had asked her to fetch Crookshanks and sent Ron for Scabbers, insisting that pairing cat and rat would resolve the mystery once and for all. Could that be the missing piece? She opened her mouth to speak, but Professor Snape interrupted before she could frame her question. "Detective Holmes," Snape said, his voice cold and clipped, "let's dispense with these riddles. If you're merely going to dally with insinuations, I shall not wait around." He fixed Sherlock with a hard stare, impatience and disdain written plainly in his dark aura. "Yes." Professor Lupin raised a calm hand. "Severus, please be patient." He stepped closer to Sherlock, the firelight glinting off the silver at his temples. "Sherlock's mind is like a finely brewed potion. Too much heat and it boils over, but a gentle, measured stir lets every subtle ingredient shine." Snape's dark eyes narrowed. "You two know each other quite well, Professor?" Lupin smiled. "As Sherlock trusts me, I trust him." Sherlock offered Lupin a quick nod of thanks. Schroff then turned to the third professor in the room. "Professor McGonagall, do you remember the story you shared with us a few days after Halloween?" McGonagall's stern gaze settled on the long oak table. "I remember it clearly. What does it have to do with our current situation?" At that moment, the sneakoscope in Sherlock's pocket let out a shrill beep, its pale green light spinning in frantic circles, as though demanding everyone's attention. Evidently. Sherlock's eyes swept steadily over everyone in the room before he spoke again. Pettigrew intercepted Black in the middle of the street, crying and shouting at the top of his lungs. "Lily James, Sirius, how could you do this? How could you bring yourselves to do it?" He drew his wand, but Black was quicker. In an instant, Pettigrew was torn to pieces. Sherlock paused, his expression distant as he accessed every detail of that moment. Then he recited Professor McGonagall's earlier words, word for word. At once, McGonagall's face stiffened, the memory of that reprimand still stinging her. Professor Lupin trembled beside her, more agitated now than she appeared. Snape met Dumbledore's eyes. The headmaster gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod in return. Harry and Ron exchanged uneasy glances. Neither of them could have repeated the incident so precisely, and they still didn't understand why Sherlock was dredging it up now. Hermione, however, looked on in mounting astonishment. "Unfortunately," Sherlock continued, his voice sharpening, "there's one crucial detail that you, Mr. Dumbledore, Professor Hagrid, forgot to tell me." Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, fingers lightly steepled, as Professor McGonagall stood near the window. Sherlock Holmes regarded them both with that familiar intensity in his gaze. The brave James Pettigrew, the great hero reduced to fragments by the evil Sirius Black. You may find it hard to believe, but the largest piece recovered was simply one of his fingers. A stunned silence fell over the office. Professor McGonagall's lips parted, her eyes dimming with memory. "It's true," she murmured, her voice trembling. "That finger was preserved as a relic and presented, alongside a first-class Order of Merlin, to his poor mother. My heart still breaks for them. A child robbed of his father and a mother left with nothing but grief. I had hoped never to dwell on such cruelty again." She closed her eyes, her shoulders sagging with sorrow. Then, with unexpected resolve, she met Sherlock's gaze head-on. "No, this is precisely the detail we cannot ignore." Sherlock leaned back in his chair, folding his hands beneath his chin. His eyes gleamed. "Professor McGonagall, truth often lies in the smallest details, like a gem buried under dust." He paused, letting the words sink in. "For weeks, I've devoted myself entirely to this case, interviewing every witness and combing through every account, and it was in a conversation with Professor Lupin that this very fact first came to light." Holmes turned to Remus Lupin, whose expression remained inscrutable. In that moment, a silent understanding flickered between detective and werewolf. The next clue lay just beneath the surface, waiting to be unearthed. "That's true," Lupin said, inclining his head. Strands of silver hair stirred, but a puzzled frown soon creased his brow. "Still, I don't see how a single finger could bear on the case." Sherlock Holmes allowed a faint, knowing smile. "Exactly the question we need to answer. Why did the explosion leave only that one finger, a chilling symbol of Peter's end, while blast, inning every other trace of him to smithereens? I'll admit I overlooked something myself. When I spoke with Professor McGonagall, I failed to stress that no detail is too small to mention. He paused, eyes narrowing as if reconstructing the scene in his mind. More often than not, it's those seemingly insignificant fragments that crack a case wide open, like finding the missing piece that suddenly makes the whole puzzle fit. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged looks and nodded in unison. Sherlock's laser focus on the tiniest clue was notorious, but invariably it was what solved the mystery. Fortunately, justice has long arms. After I obtained this crucial piece of information from Professor Lupin, well, and this. Sherlock held up the pocket sneakoscope. It was still glowing, spinning, and chirping uncontrollably. At last, the final fragment of the puzzle has fallen into place. With that, he reached across the table, scooped Ron's trembling pet from Ron's arms, and set the rat down in the center of the wood. The moment Crookshanks spotted the creature, he let out a low, menacing growl and dug his claws into Hermione's sweater. Hermione instinctively clutched her cat tighter, her heart thundering. Ron stared from Sherlock to Scabbers and back again, utterly bewildered. First, they'd set out to solve the mystery of his vanishing rat. Then the conversation veered to the rogue sneakoscope Harry had been given. Then it spiraled into the dark events of 12 years ago. And now, somehow, it had returned to Scabbers. The rat was here, but why did the air feel so charged? Sherlock placed one triumphant hand on the rat's greasy back and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Mr. Peter Pettigrew." A stunned silence fell over the room. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. Crookshanks's growl turned into a furious hiss. Lupin's color drained away, and Ron, poor Ron, could only stand there, his jaw slack as Scabbers raised his head and squeaked. The rat was alive and had a face everyone suddenly recognized all too well. Sherlock Holmes stepped back, sweeping his arm toward the trembling rat in Professor Lupin's hand. Peter Pettigrew, the hero we all believed dead 12 years ago, has in fact survived every one of those years as the rat known as Scabbers. He's the one who's been setting off these sneakoscopes time and again. A sudden hush fell over the courtroom. For a suspended moment, everyone stood rigid, as if frozen by a petrificus totalis. Sherlock's triumphant grin and the ring of his voice, announcing this astonishing revelation, imprinted themselves on every mind present, memories none would ever forget. At last, Professor Snape broke the silence with a scathing laugh. "Preposterous! Absolutely absurd! Holmes, are you so naive as to think a mangy, sickly rat can overturn a ministry investigation sealed by none other than Merlin himself?" He whirled on Lupin, eyes blazing with contempt. "And you, Remus, your so-called soothing potion, is this fairy tale what you've slipped into his tea? That Scabbers is really Peter Pettigrew, living among us this entire time? Look at the creature he's paraded before us." A ripple of disbelief and outrage ran through the crowd as Snape gestured disdainfully toward the rat. But while others doubted, Sherlock stood unmoved, convinced that at last the truth had clawed its way back into the light. "Honestly, calling him Pettigrew is a joke. He's more like one of the Weasleys' dishcloths." Snape sneered. Ron's jaw dropped, anger flaring in his eyes. But before he could speak, Harry clamped a hand over his mouth. He squeezed so hard his fingernails bit into Ron's arm, stifling any protest. It was clear Snape wouldn't tolerate any challenge to his authority. With Pettigrew, or whoever he was, crumpled at his feet, Snape turned on Dumbledore. His voice dropped to a low, venomous whisper. "You can't believe a word of Holmes's fairy tale, can you, Headmaster? At 16, Sirius Black proved himself a murderer. You haven't forgotten that, have you? And let's not pretend he never tried to kill me." Snape's composure cracked for an instant, the memory of that night flashing in his eyes. After all, how could the man responsible for nearly ending his life still be walking free? Chapter 336, A Roar and a Pounce. "My memory is as sharp as ever, Severus," Dumbledore said evenly, meeting Snape's furious glare without flinching. "Severus, why not hear Sherlock's evidence before you leap to conclusions?" Professor McGonagall interjected, her voice firm yet patient. "Evidence?" Snape snapped, spinning on his heel. A gust from his robe sent his sneakoscope whirling. What evidence could possibly support such nonsense? "There is, sir," Sherlock replied quietly. "I would happily elaborate on my reasoning, but judging by your impatience, you'd rather see facts than listen to words. Actions speak louder, after all, and that's why I assembled everyone here." At that moment, Scabbers let out a high-pitched squeal. Its glossy black eyes bulged as it writhed desperately in Sherlock's grip, claws scratching at his robes. Yet Sherlock held on, unflinching. "Such a pity, Mr. Weasley," Sherlock murmured, his tone almost regretful. "You're about to learn the truth firsthand." Pettigrew. Sherlock's lips curled into a sneer as he pressed the small rat against the desk. "Assuming the form of a rat may have sharpened your stealth, but it's also crippled your magic. Even an underage wizard like myself can catch you without trouble. Your only chance to escape was back when we were coming here, and you let it slip away. Such a wasted opportunity for information." Professor Snape's eyes darkened. "Holmes." "Remus, would you mind?" Sherlock cut him off, lifting the rat by its scruff and extending it toward Professor Lupin. From the moment Scabbers appeared, Lupin's usual composure had cracked. He trembled, as if the sight of the creature struck him to the core. Now, with cautious steps, he reached the desk and gently took the trembling rat from Sherlock's grasp. The animal shook even more violently under Lupin's hold, its beady eyes darting wildly in fear. Professor Lupin gripped Scabbers tightly as the rat squirmed in his hand, but his eyes never left the little creature's missing claw. A rueful smile crossed his face. "It was so obvious, so clever. Why didn't I notice it sooner?" He looked up at Sherlock, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Sherlock, you truly are a genius." Sherlock inclined his head. "Thank you, Professor. There's a saying that genius is an endless capacity for taking pains. It may not be elegant, but it fits detective work perfectly." He shot Harry a meaningful glance. "Honestly, if you hadn't mentioned Pettigrew's missing finger, helping me link it to Scabbers' absent claw, and if I hadn't had that little trinket in hand, I'd have taken much longer to unravel his disguise." Harry's heart skipped a beat when Sherlock's eyes locked onto his. While Sherlock's words seemed directed at the miniature sneakoscope Harry had shown him, Harry suddenly realized the true secret weapon was something far more powerful: the Marauder's Map. When Sherlock received the Marauder's Map that morning, he'd told them he'd need days to crack its secrets. Yet here he was, unveiling the truth before sunset. He'd found the name Pettigrew scrawled among the hidden passages, the final piece Sherlock had been obsessing over. With every eye on him, he nodded once, then addressed Professor McGonagall. "Professor, you have the skill to reverse an animagus transformation, don't you? To turn a creature back into its human form?" Sherlock's gaze drifted to Professor Snape, whose face had darkened with realization. The potions master clearly understood Sherlock's plan, and though he'd been openly resentful moments ago, his hostility had softened to wary acceptance. Across the room, McGonagall's pulse quickened. She sensed what was coming would shatter the very foundations of the truths they'd trusted for 12 years. Professor McGonagall exchanged a brief look with Dumbledore. His smile crept beneath his silver beard as he inclined his head ever so slightly. "Minerva, if you please." "Right away, Albus." Ron's jaw dropped when he saw Professor Lupin's hand clamp firmly around Scabbers' scruff, and McGonagall raise her Nend. He shot to his feet. "Hold on, what's going on here? I thought we were supposed to cure Scabbers. What exactly are you planning?" Sherlock Holmes let out a mocking laugh. "Still calling him Scabbers?" he sneered. "My dear Ron, haven't I made myself perfectly clear?" Ron's eyes narrowed in bafflement. "Clear about what?" "Silence, Weasley." Snape's voice cut through the air, sharp as a knife. He spun to face Ron, eyes glittering. "If you don't want me to shove a bezoar into your brain, you'd better sit down and stay exactly where you are." "Minerva, if you can't bring yourself to do it, let me," Severus offered quietly. Professor McGonagall shook her head, her voice resolute. "Thank you, Severus, but I'd rather handle this myself." Beside Ron, Professor Lupin tried to soothe him. "Don't worry, Ron. If it really is just an ordinary rat, this won't hurt at all." He never finished. In an instant, a jet of blue light shot from McGonagall's wand and struck Scabbers squarely. The spell took effect immediately. Lupin's grip slackened, and the small gray form froze in midair, twisting helplessly. "No!" Ron lunged forward as his pet dangled, but Snape's sharp command stopped him in his tracks. "That's twice now, Weasley. I told you to stand still and do nothing. 5 points from Gryffindor." Harry and Hermione stared at Snape in astonishment. "Points? Now?" From the back of the room, Sherlock allowed himself a small, intrigued smile. "Professor Snape, fascinating choice." Scabbers dropped with a soft thud. Then, in the next heartbeat, a blinding light filled the room, and something utterly unexpected began to happen. It was like watching a time-lapse of a tree growing. First a head, then spindly limbs, and in the blink of an eye, Scabbers the rat was gone, replaced by a living, breathing man. Crookshanks let out a low, furious growl, its fur bristling along its spine. The man was alarmingly small, no taller than Hermione, his hair thin and unkempt, with a conspicuous bald patch atop his crown. His skin hung in loose folds, gaunt and shrunken in a way that spoke of sudden, drastic weight loss, far more extreme even than Tom, the proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron, who was no stranger to hard days. Dirt caked his skin in the same mottled gray as Scabbers' fur, and a sharp, rat-like nose jutted from his face just above narrow, beady eyes that darted from person to person with nervous intensity. When his transformation was complete, he sucked in a shuddering breath, his gaze flickering across the assembled group. Every shallow inhale made him look more furtive, as though he feared he might vanish again if anyone caught him too closely. Despite Sherlock's prior prediction, the rest of them stood frozen, jaws slack. They had all witnessed strange magic before, but nothing quite like this. Ron's long-suffering pet had literally turned into a man before their eyes. They stood in stunned silence, staring at the bald man before them, just as they had when Sherlock first revealed that Scabbers was more than a rat. At last, Sherlock cleared his throat and offered a wry greeting. "Welcome, Mr. Pettigrew. I notice the Potter family's hair restorer hasn't done much for you." He glanced around at the professors assembled at the front of the room. "Have I made a mistake?" "Not in the least," Professor Lupin replied at once, his voice brighter than even Sherlock's. He stepped forward, his eyes warm with recognition. "It's been far too long, Peter, my old friend." Professor McGonagall remained silent. Even though her magic had returned him to human form, she still couldn't quite accept it. Shock held her gaze fixed on Pettigrew's bare scalp. Professor Snape, who had moments earlier refused to believe Sherlock's claim, now absorbed it with grim efficiency. He said nothing, but his narrowed eyes and the cold curl of his lips spoke volumes. His contempt for bared teeth hinted at something darker than mere disgust, something that felt dangerously like hatred. Professor Dumbledore's reaction was the most remarkable of all. For a heartbeat, surprise flickered across his face before he closed his eyes and let out a soft, mournful sigh, as though lamenting the end of a long-held lie. When he opened them again, relief shone in his eyes, swiftly giving way to genuine joy. He looked at Sherlock with unabashed fondness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ron's outcry was immediate and desperate. Even with the truth laid bare, watching the rat he'd called Scabbers for 3 years twist and shrink into the gaunt figure of a man was a staggering blow. He could taste bile at the memory of clutching that runty creature in the dead of night, only to find his bedsheets perpetually soiled. Harry gripped his shoulder to keep him from collapsing, his own gaze fixed on the now unmasked Peter Pettigrew. It defied all reason that the man who ought to have died at Voldemort's hand had not only survived, but spent 12 years hiding as a vermin, forsaking the great honor he might have claimed. Hermione, shaken but resolute, edged closer to Sherlock. Though the world had just flipped on its head, she felt steadier with him nearby, as if his mere presence could anchor her amid the storm of revelations. "Nothing is impossible," Ron declared firmly. Sherlock glanced at him with calm assurance. "When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth." He'd quoted that line many times before, but in this moment, even the 4 Hogwarts professors truly understood its weight. Peter Pettigrew, once animagus, now fully restored to human form, stuttered, his voice uncomfortably high and thin. He glanced nervously at the door, then back at the assembled faces. Remus Lupin, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Severus Snape. "Mr. Pettigrew," Sherlock continued in a relaxed tone, "if you're planning to make a run for it, I strongly advise you to abandon the idea." I'm not plotting an escape. Don't be absurd." "Absurd?" Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "You've checked that door 7 times since you arrived. Your only real chance was before you stepped foot in this office. By now, it's simply too late. Besides, if you could sneak past 4 Hogwarts professors, perhaps the school should just close its doors altogether." Dumbledore and Lupin exchanged amused smiles. McGonagall remained stone-faced, offering no comment. Snape, arms folded, let out a low, contemptuous snort. Under their combined scrutiny, Pettigrew's bravado crumbled. The truth, however improbable, stood naked before him, and he had nowhere left to run. They all fell silent, effectively ceding the floor to Sherlock. Unfazed, he took a deliberate step forward, fixed Peter Pettigrew with a steely gaze, and said in measured tones, "I already have a rough sense of what happened, but I'd like you to explain why you faked your death, became a rat 12 years ago, and then stayed hidden all that time." "He's come to kill me again." Peter's terrified shriek cut him off. "Sirius Black. He murdered Lily and James, and now he's after me. Remus, Professor, Headmaster, help me." Sherlock cocked his head, unimpressed. "With respect, Mr. Pettigrew, I'm having trouble believing that story. Why would a decorated war hero of the magical world, a first-class recipient of the Order of Merlin, abandon his human form to live as a rat and do so for 12 years straight?" Peter trembled. "You can't imagine the dark magic he wields. Without new tricks taught by you-know-who himself, how else could he have escaped Azkaban?" Sherlock's lips curved into a faint, ironic smile. "An intriguing theory," he said. "Please continue." "You mean Lord Voldy. It's all your fault." Before Sherlock could finish the name, Peter let out a feral snarl and lunged at him. "Ouch! Watch out!" Harry and Hermione cried in unison. The attack came so suddenly that Sherlock barely had time to brace himself. Seeing Peter's desperate, uncoordinated swing, he squared his shoulders, ready to strike back. But years spent scuttling about as a rat had sharpened Peter's reflexes. Mid-charge, he twisted aside, abandoning his target, and hurtled straight toward Harry. "Get away from him!" boomed a voice that crackled with barely contained anger. Before Peter could even reach Harry, an unseen force yanked him off his feet and sent him flying backwards. The headmaster's office was spacious, but not spacious enough to contain Peter's abrupt arc. He hurtled across the room and nearly collided with Dumbledore himself, until a single, almost imperceptible flick of the headmaster's wand arrested his momentum. Peter landed in a heavy thud on the polished floor, motionless. Silence fell, broken only by the faint echo of footsteps as everyone waited to see if he would move again. Dumbledore flicked his wand once more, and Peter, still thrashing, froze solid in mid-struggle. "Severus, you're a bit vigorous," the headmaster chided gently. "If I'd been any slower, your quarry's fragile bones might have shattered." He shot Snape a warm, encouraging smile. "Very well done." Snape eased his wand back into its place at his side, stepping away from Harry, who still looked dazed. Through clenched teeth, he muttered, "I merely wish to impress upon our friend what happens when he tries to make presumptions about me." Sherlock almost chuckled at the overly blunt explanation. Despite having just been caught up in that chaotic vortex, he'd never lost awareness of his surroundings. The instant Peter lunged toward him, Snape had intervened. When Pettigrew abruptly redirected his attack at Harry, Snape instinctively threw himself forward, using his own body as a shield. Even Snape hadn't realized until just now that his reflex had revealed a protective instinct. But Dumbledore understood perfectly, hence his approving remark. Chapter 337. Professor McGonagall, don't be like that. After Peter Pettigrew's desperate attempt to seize Harry as a hostage, thwarted only by Professor Snape, Albus Dumbledore's kindly expression vanished. Sherlock remained perfectly calm, but Harry, Hermione, and Ron finally understood why people said Voldemort feared Dumbledore above all others. Gone was the warm smile. The familiar twinkle behind his half-moon spectacles had been extinguished. Every wrinkle on the headmaster's aged face seemed carved by cold fury, radiating a fierce, almost visible heat. Dumbledore drew a slow, steady breath. "Sherlock," he said quietly, "I have every confidence you can extract the truth from him, but there's no need to waste another moment." Peter Pettigrew's own actions had sealed his guilt and ignited Dumbledore's resolve to use far more direct methods. Albus Dumbledore's voice cut through the tense hush of the room. "Severus, bring me the Veritaserum." Severus Snape stiffened, clearly taken aback that Dumbledore would so readily resort to truth serum. In his low, measured tone, he answered, "I have some with me now." The stern lines on Dumbledore's face softened just a fraction. "Excellent. It seems you anticipated we might need it." Snape spared Sherlock a cold, inscrutable glance, then stepped forward. At the same moment, Remus Lupin moved in, stooping to grip Peter Pettigrew, yanking him to his feet and roughly seating him in a nearby chair. With deliberate slowness, Snape withdrew a small crystal vial from the folds of his black robes. The liquid inside was perfectly clear, indistinguishable from water to anyone untrained in potion lore. Holding it aloft, he declared, "This is Veritaserum, a potion that forces the drinker to speak nothing but the truth." He leveled a steely gaze at Peter. Just a few drops, and even the Dark Lord himself would be compelled to confess his darkest secrets. Peter's eyes went wide with terror. "No, don't give me that!" he screamed, backing away in panic. "Snape, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Peter Pettigrew shrieked, writhing as Remus Lupin held him firmly in place. "Remus, no, please, my friend, don't!" Peter gasped, his limbs twisting helplessly in Lupin's grip. Lupin's expression hardened. "After what you tried to do, I wouldn't trust a single word from your lips." With a swift flick of his wand, ropes shot out, coiling tightly around Peter's arms and legs until he was bound immobile. Before anyone could intervene, Severus Snape stepped forward, wordlessly pried open Peter's jaw, and poured the entire vial of potion down his throat. A collective gasp rose from the onlookers. Surely only a few drops were needed to compel the truth. "Severus? That's rather excessive," Professor McGonagall admonished, stepping closer with a frown. She pointed at the empty bottle in Snape's hand. "It clearly states just a few drops." Snape gave the empty vial a disdainful once-over, and then threw a wry glance at McGonagall. "Perhaps, Minerva, but why squander such a precious resource on a worthless worm?" McGonagall sighed, exchanging a helpless look with Lupin. Bound and forced into silence, Peter Pettigrew could only glower as the two professors prepared to learn, by any means necessary, what secrets still lay hidden behind Betrayer's eyes. She understood all too well the tangled history between Snape and Peter Pettigrew, and why Snape was handling him so roughly, but it hardly seemed the moment to point that out in front of the younger wizards. Peter was coughing violently, his throat constricted by Snape's iron grip. Yet the Veritaserum took hold. His gaze grew glassy, then distant, and finally vacant. The tiny sneakoscope that had been clattering wildly in Sherlock's hand fell silent, its glow snuffed out and its needle frozen. Sherlock's pulse quickened. Did a forced dose of Veritaserum really make Peter Pettigrew trustworthy? He slipped the sneakoscope into his sock and pocketed it. Hermione's eyes flickered at his movement, a silent question on her face, but she said nothing. Dumbledore had already. Addie knelt before Peter, meeting that blank stare with calm intensity. "Can you hear me?" he asked quietly. A low, raspy voice answered, "Yes." It was deeper, less shrill than Pettigrew's usual whine. Dumbledore exchanged a meaningful look with Sherlock, then spoke again, deliberately, "Good." The tension in the dimly lit room was almost tangible. Harry and Ron stood side by side, wands leveled at Peter Pettigrew, their fists clenched with barely controlled fury. "Tell us how you escaped death, and why you're here," Harry said, his voice taut as a drawn bow. Pettigrew's body shook. He swallowed hard, closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them, and spoke in a hollow, detached tone. 12 years ago, Sirius Black cornered me on a crowded London street. I knew I was finished, no way out, so I shouted at the top of my lungs that he'd betrayed James and Lily. Before he could stop me, I reached for the wand I'd hidden behind my back and conjured an explosion. The blast killed everyone within 20 feet and tore off my right index finger. In the chaos, I transfigured myself into my animagus form and slipped away into the sewers with the other rats. To maintain my ties to the wizarding world, I eventually found a Muggle family and became their pet rat, biding my time. 3 years ago, that pet rat wound up in the Weasley household. I lived with Ron, and, by extension, with Harry Potter himself. I never imagined the boy living with them, Holmes, would be so perceptive. He noticed every subtle clue, every tiny inconsistency. For 3 years I've been terrified of letting anything slip, so I stayed silent and invisible. Harry and Ron turned to Sherlock Holmes. He offered them a helpless shrug. "Really," he said quietly, "could you blame me for figuring it out?" Peter Pettigrew sat slumped in the Ministry's dimly lit interrogation chamber, sweat beading on his forehead. His patched robes hung limp on his thin frame. "I never imagined Sirius Black could escape from Azkaban," he whispered, voice trembling. He must have recognized me to break free, and I lived in terror he'd come after me. And that blasted cat, Miss Potters, saw through my animagus form and attacked me every chance it got. Albus Dumbledore regarded him with calm, clear eyes, fingers steepled beneath a sweep of silver hair. "And you feared Sirius would come for you. Why?" he asked gently. Because. Pettigrew swallowed, but the words wouldn't come. His lips quivered, and he glanced wildly from one professor to the next. Severus Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "It appears his subconscious is blocking the truth," he said, voice cold. "I confess I underestimated him. Resisting Veritaserum so fiercely is no small feat." Remus Lupin opened his mouth to speak, but Snape cut him off with a dismissive wave. "No need to worry, Remus. I warned you. Under the right potion, even the Dark Lord himself would spill his darkest secrets." Silence fell. Pettigrew's breathing was ragged, his eyes glassy with fear. Snape folded his arms, unwavering. His earlier decision to empty the remainder of the Veritaserum into Pettigrew's cup now seemed entirely justified. The Veritaserum finally did its work. Peter Pettigrew's voice escaped him in a single, damning confession. Sirius was the only one who knew James had secretly switched the secret keeper to me. A thunderous gasp rose from the assembled professors and students. 4 professors, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout, and 3 of the older students froze mid-breath, their faces draining of color. Only Sherlock Holmes stood motionless, arching one brow as he murmured, "Oh!" Minerva McGonagall's eyes blazed as she whirled on Pettigrew. "You're telling us Potter changed his secret keeper to you?" Peter's expression remained blank, as though the weight of his betrayal bore no emotion. "Yes," he said evenly. "Sirius believed I was as trustworthy a friend to James as he was, but compared to Sirius, I was far less conspicuous. No one would suspect me of being the secret keeper, least of all you-know-who and his Death Eaters." At the last moment, James and Lily had followed Sirius's plan and named me as their secret keeper instead of him. McGonagall's eyes went icy. "And then you told Lord Voldemort where James and Lily lived?" Her voice dropped to a growl. Peter's shoulders slumped. "Yes, Professor, I told you-know-who their address." Harry's green eyes flashed with fury. He balled his fists so tightly Hermione and Ron had to grab his arms, one on each side, just to keep him from charging across the room. But before Harry could move, Professor McGonagall did. With a single, thunderous crack, her open hand met Peter's cheek. He stumbled back. Her arms swung again, then again, each strike sharp enough to echo off the walls. When she finally stopped, her chest heaving, Peter crouched on the floor, blood trickling from his mouth. He reached out, panic in his eyes, fumbling among fragments of broken teeth. Silence fell. Even Harry, Hermione, and Ron stood motionless, stunned by the intensity of McGonagall's wrath. In that hush, the full weight of Peter's betrayal and the violence it had unleashed settled over them all. Remus Lupin lunged forward just as Professor McGonagall raised her hand to strike again. "Minerva, please, stop," he pleaded, catching her arm. "Let me go, Remus," McGonagall snarled, her voice trembling with rage. "We suspected so many people back then, Fenwick, Dearborn, Meadows, Vance, but never him." She turned on Peter Pettigrew. "Pettigrew, Lily and James never even considered you. How could they have been so blind? How could you betray them like this?" The fury in her eyes lent her almost superhuman strength, and Lupin's grip on her robes was stretched to its limit. "Minerva, calm down. Anger will only cloud your judgment." At that moment, Albus Dumbledore stepped forward and lifted his wand. He murmured an incantation so quietly that no one could catch the words, yet the effect was immediate. McGonagall's muscles slackened, her outstretched hand fell to her side, and the tension drained from her shoulders. Lupin gently guided her to a nearby chair. McGonagall sank into it, drawing in a shuddering breath. She pressed a hand to her forehead and closed her eyes. "Remus, I'm so sorry. I lost myself." Lupin released her arm and offered a steady, understanding gaze. "I know," he said softly. Around them, the other professors watched in solemn silence, no one questioning the depth of her grief or the justice of her anger. "Minerva, I loathe him more than you do, enough to kill him myself. But the facts aren't clear yet, and he isn't worth sullying your hands," Sherlock said coolly as he crossed the room. Professor McGonagall drew a deep breath and sank back into her chair. "Your self-important cleverness is exhausting," she shot back. A tense silence followed. Then Sherlock fixed his gaze on Peter Pettigrew. He looked to Dumbledore and asked politely, "Albus, may I question him?" Dumbledore sighed and stepped aside. "By all means. It's thanks to your work that we've captured him. You have every right." "Thank you," Sherlock replied, inclining his head. Turning back to Pettigrew, his voice grew sharp. "Before Lily and James Potter were murdered, were you already passing information to Lord Voldemort? In other words, were you the spy in the Order of the Phoenix?" Pettigrew trembled so violently even Veritaserum couldn't still him. When he spoke, his words came out in a strangled whisper that nonetheless carried to every ear in the room. "Yes, it was me." Sherlock's eyes never wavered. "Why did you betray them?" The rat-faced wizard shrank as if struck. His voice cracked, but the answer was clear. He was growing stronger at every turn. "I never thought he would find me." Silence settled over the room as the weight of Pettigrew's confession sank in, confirming the darkest betrayal the wizarding world had ever known. The room was silent, except for the soft drip of water from the cracked ceiling. Peter Pettigrew sat slumped on a wooden chair, his knees shaking. Across from him, Remus Lupin's gray eyes were unreadable, and beside the werewolf stood Severus Snape, arms crossed and expression colder than the dungeon walls around them. Hermione Granger hovered just out of arm's reach, her wand clenched tightly in one hand. "He was too powerful," Pettigrew finally whispered, voice cracking. "So powerful that I couldn't even muster a hint of resistance. He coerced me into becoming his spy within the Order of the Phoenix. For an entire year, I fed him every scrap of information I could." Lupin leaned forward, his tone deceptively gentle. "When did you begin working for Lord Voldemort?" 1980, Peter confessed, eyes dropping to the floor. Snape's lip curled. "You shared our dormitory for 3 years. Why didn't you ever try to harm Harry?" A tremor ran through Pettigrew's shoulders. After he was saved, you know who vanished. Rumors said he was half dead, powerless. I had no proof otherwise, and I wasn't about to slay a child under Dumbledore's nose for a man who might already be broken. Besides," he added in a rush, "your vigilance is legendary. Any sudden move on my part, and you would have seen through me immediately." Snape exchanged a swift glance with Lupin. "You're quite skilled at reading the room," he said quietly. "So tell me, Peter, when were you planning to act? When would you finally betray us?" Pettigrew swallowed, sweat beading at his temples. "Once he reclaimed his place as master of the wizarding world," he managed. "Then I would have delivered Harry Potter into his hands, proving my loyalty beyond doubt. They would have welcomed me as a hero." Hermione's eyes blazed. She could no longer contain herself. "You would have handed him over like a lamb to the slaughter?" Her voice shook with disgust. "How could you? How could you even think that was right?" Snape's smirk deepened as he watched Pettigrew's face drain of color. Even Lupin couldn't hide the flash of grim satisfaction in his eyes. In that cold, dripping chamber, Peter Pettigrew sat accused and exposed, the scheming rat finally cornered by those he had betrayed. Remus Lupin sat in the dimly lit interrogation room, his emotions a storm of anger and shame. Me, Remus John Lupin, a loyal member of the Order of the Phoenix, tarnished by association with this loathsome creature? It felt like the greatest disgrace. Sherlock Holmes, however, was unmoved. Under the influence of Veritaserum, Peter Pettigrew was revealing everything, more openly than any criminal Holmes had ever questioned. Yet most of Sherlock's inquiries weren't just to learn new facts. They were precise tests designed to confirm deductions he had already made. With every answer, the air in the chamber grew colder, heavier. Sherlock leaned forward, eyes fixed on Pettigrew. "Wormtail, was that your code name?" Pettigrew's voice trembled. "Yes, it was me." "And Moony, Padfoot, and Prongs, who are they?" "Remus, Sirius, and James." At the names, Harry Potter and Lupin exchanged stunned glances. Harry's voice barely rose above a whisper. "All 4 of you were animagi?" Pettigrew swallowed hard. "Only James, Sirius, and I. Remus isn't an animagus, he's a werewolf." Ron Weasley, who'd been watching in shocked silence, leaned forward. "Was there anyone else betraying the Order of the Phoenix?" Pettigrew's face went ashen. His eyes flicked to Severus Snape. "Severus Snape!" A collective gasp rang out. Lupin's jaw tightened. Harry's hand shot to his wand. But the fiercest reaction came from Snape himself. He stared at Sherlock with such hatred that the very air around him seemed to crackle. The room fell into a stunned silence. everyone's gaze fixed on the potions master, now exposed at last as a traitor among them. Chapter 338, Deduction. That's enough, Sherlock. With a subtle flick of his wand, Dumbledore sent Peter Pettigrew into darkness. In an instant, Pettigrew's eyelids snapped shut, and he slumped to the floor, unconscious. Sherlock's eyes flashed with impatience, but Dumbledore cut him off before he could protest. He couldn't allow any further questioning. Snape's history was too dangerous to risk exposing. Under Veritaserum, a witness may not lie, but he can only recount what he knows. And Severus Snape's past was a vault even he did not fully understand. At a time when Lord Voldemort might return any moment, revealing half-truths could be as perilous as spilling secrets outright. Dumbledore studied Sherlock with a rueful smile. This young wizard was astonishing. He'd unraveled layers of deception with nothing more than a few stray clues. If only Harry had half his deductive brilliance. Glancing at Snape, whose dark eyes burned with barely contained fury, Dumbledore drew a steadying breath. "We'll continue this another time," he said softly. "Severus, please see to our guest." As Snape knelt to gather Pettigrew's limp form, Sherlock's mind whirred with questions left unanswered. And Dumbledore, though impressed, knew he'd bought only a brief reprieve. "Sherlock, I have a few questions I'd like you to answer," Professor Dumbledore said, setting aside his teacup. "Certainly, Principal," Sherlock replied with a satisfied smile as he surveyed the assembled professors. "This case that has troubled us for weeks is finally closed. I welcome any questions you may have. I won't refuse a single one." Dumbledore exchanged a wry glance with Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Flitwick. Who, he thought, was the teacher and who the student? He suppressed a smile and, with characteristic courtesy, spoke next. "Your deductions are undeniably accurate," Dumbledore began, "yet I remain curious. How did you know that the rat before us was Peter Pettigrew? Relying only on the severed finger and a sneakoscope seems rather slender evidence." Sherlock leaned back, steepling his fingers. "Those were merely the starting points. I once told my good friend Harry that beneath every apparently inexplicable phenomenon lies a clue, not an obstacle. The art of deduction is simply this: work backward, layer by layer, from effect to cause." He paused to let his words sink in, then continued. "Take the sneakoscope, for example. It lay dormant until the creature neared Pettigrew's locket, an object imbued with the dark mark's residual magic. Its sudden activation told me the rat carried a unique magical signature. Next, the severed finger. Its partial regeneration matched the cellular patterns known to belong to Pettigrew, remarkable evidence of his ability to survive dismemberment. Finally, observe the rat's behavior, its guarded movements, its fleeting glances toward hidden exits, none of which one sees in an ordinary rodent." Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. "Remarkable," he said softly. "Your reasoning leaves no room for doubt." Sherlock offered a modest smile. "In every mystery, Principal, the questions we fail to ask are often as important as the clues we find. Once you know what to look for, the answer becomes inevitable. This ability is remarkably useful and, at its core, astonishingly simple. Yet most people overlook it in their everyday lives. Very few truly harness the power of deduction." Professor McGonagall frowned. "Sherlock, could you be more explicit?" Sherlock offered a small, patient smile. "Of course. Imagine you're handed a series of facts. Most people can connect the dots and arrive at plausible conclusions. But if you only know the final outcome, you can't always reverse engineer how events unfolded. That reverse reasoning, that's genuine deduction. Now, let's apply that to our case. From the start, Peter Pettigrew left us enough clues. The sneakoscope was merely the final piece of the puzzle. Consider Scabbers, for example. Ron's pet rat has lived for years, far beyond any normal Muggle rodent's lifespan. When Ron returned from Egypt, he noticed Scabbers growing weak. Naturally, we went together to the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley to see what might be amiss. The witch at the pet shop warned me that even in the magical world, a common rat rarely lives beyond 3 years. Curious, I later asked Percy Weasley and Mr. Weasley about Scabbers' history, and they both confirmed he'd been in their family home for far longer. At the time, I had no suspicions. There was no pattern to scrutinize, and, as Ron pointed out, the Weasleys had always doted on the creature. But this year something changed. The rat's health began to deteriorate sharply. That's the second fact. Sherlock studied the noticeably thinner rat. Peter looked dozens of pounds lighter by comparison, and spoke coldly. Since our return from Egypt, Scabbers has been steadily losing weight. Ron blamed the unfamiliar climate, but he missed the crucial detail. The decline began exactly when Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. In our first 2 years at Hogwarts, this plump rodent did nothing but eat, sleep, and occasionally ruin Ron's sheets. As I once told Harry, a creature's habits are the clearest window into its true nature. In criminal investigations, Sherlock began, when someone's behavior suddenly diverges from their normal patterns, it almost always signals a major breakthrough. At the time, I hadn't realized that the rat was actually a transformed human, but his unusual conduct only deepened my suspicions. Then Crookshanks started targeting him over and over again. That, my friends, is our third crucial clue. Sherlock reached over and gently stroked Crookshanks's fluffy head as the cat settled in Hermione's arms. Remember the witch at the magical menagerie? She told us that Crookshanks has Kneazle blood in his veins. That's exactly why he can detect those with ill intent. Ron gaped at the cat in Hermione's arms, speechless. Moments earlier, he and Hermione had been at odds over Crookshanks's behavior. In fact, they hadn't spoken to each other since they entered this office. He finally managed, "Kneazle blood, you say?" Dumbledore's eyes lit up with interest, and the three other professors exchanged curious glances as they watched Crookshanks purr contentedly in Hermione's embrace. The fourth piece of evidence comes from Professor Lupin himself. Peter Pettigrew was blasted to bits that night, and the only part his mother ever received was a single finger. By a curious coincidence, Scabbers, the rat in the Weasley family, was missing one claw, and Ron confirmed it had been that way ever since they adopted him. Add to that the sneakoscope's warnings on 3 separate occasions, and note that the device showed no signs of tampering, and I deliberately borrowed it from Harry for one final test. As soon as I approached Scabbers again, the sneakoscope spun wildly. That's our fifth fact. 1 or 2 coincidences you can chalk up to chance. When half a dozen align, however, you're forced to entertain a daring hypothesis. Sherlock turned to Snape with unblinking eyes. "Professor, do you remember my question? What's the difference between an animagus wolf and an ordinary werewolf?" Snape, still stewing over Sherlock's previous inquiry, snapped back without hesitation. "Just say what you want to say directly." "If you won't talk," Severus snapped, "then I suggest you shut that big show-off mouth of yours, Detective Holmes." Holmes only shrugged. "Oh, you remember perfectly well. An animagus can choose when to transform, but a werewolf can't." Snape's fist hit emptiness, his strike absorbed in cotton, leaving him more furious than before. Professor Lupin shifted uneasily. He hadn't expected Sherlock's line of questioning to unmask his lycanthropy. Thankfully, the rest of the staff were already in on the secret, and the 4 young wizards standing nearby didn't look bothered, which eased his tension. Undeterred, Holmes pressed on. "So here's my theory. Peter Pettigrew never died. He turned himself into Scabbers by becoming an animagus. That explains the rat's absurdly long fee span. Peter lost a finger that night, and Scabbers is missing a toe claw. And notice how Scabbers' health went to pieces the moment Sirius escaped from Azkaban." He paused, letting the implications settle over the assembled professors and students. The pieces at last seemed to click into place. Crookshanks kept zeroing in on him, and every time the rat Scabbers grew especially agitated, the sneakoscope would spin wildly. What's more, each time that curious little device sounded its alarm, Scabbers just happened to be nearby. Put those odd coincidences together with the facts I've uncovered over the past few days, and the true story falls into place. At that, even Snape, who only moments before had sneered at my deductions, fell silent. I cleared my throat and laid out the sequence. Back in their Hogwarts days, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Remus Lupin were sorted into Gryffindor together. Gifted as they were, they swiftly rose to the top of their year. James and Sirius, in particular, became the school's darlings almost overnight. The 3 shared everything: Quidditch victories, late-night escapades, and a mutual fondness for mischief. Peter Pettigrew, a less naturally talented wizard, worshipped them like heroes. He trailed obediently in their wake until, by unanimous vote, they welcomed him into their circle. As for how Peter came to be so entwined in their affairs, That was the secret they guarded most fiercely. Not long after he joined them, James, Sirius, and surprisingly, Peter Pettigrew taught themselves to become animagi. Remus, who was cursed to transform into a werewolf each month, could then slip through the transformation safely, accompanied by his 3 friends in animal form. We know Sirius became a dog, James an antelope, and yes, Peter a rat. Over time, they hid this enchantment so well that very few suspected its existence. As I finished, Lupin's gaze flickered between Snape and me. His lips parted as if to speak, but then he pressed them together and remained silent. The tension in the room thickened, none more so than in Peter Pettigrew's twitching whiskers. Back when the 4 of us were at Hogwarts, the other 3 became animagi purely so they could stay by our side whenever he transformed into a werewolf. I never would have guessed that, as the years went by, of those 4 childhood friends, one would die, one would betray us, and one would escape after 12 years in Azkaban, leaving only me still struggling to survive. Each animagus took a nickname taken from his animal form. Peter's animagus was a rat, so he became Wormtail. None of us suspected that Peter Pettigrew was anywhere near as harmless as he seemed. In truth, his magical talent was stronger than we ever imagined. Only James and Sirius outshone him. And it had to be. Without exceptional skill, he never could have mastered animagus transfiguration on his own. Am I right, Professor McGonagall? Professor McGonagall regarded me gravely and nodded. Absolutely. Becoming an animagus is one of the most advanced and most dangerous forms of transfiguration. A single error can have catastrophic consequences, so the Ministry has always kept it strictly regulated. Anyone who manages it without official instruction must possess truly extraordinary talent. She cast a complex, thoughtful glance at the unconscious figure of Peter Pettigrew. She had always thought Peter was nowhere near as naturally gifted as his friends, so she'd been unusually strict with him. Later, when she learned of Sirius Black's betrayal and Peter's ultimate sacrifice, her guilt was overwhelming. Yet now she discovered something even more breathtaking. She had, without realizing it, taught 3 self-taught animagi. The truth left her emotions in knots, regret, astonishment, and a quiet admiration all tangled together, and she found herself at a loss for words. After their Hogwarts days ended, the Wizarding War erupted and Lord Voldemort's power reached its zenith. Influenced by his 3 closest friends, each a talented wizard in his own right, Peter joined the Order of the Phoenix. But his motives were pragmatic rather than principled. He hung on to the Order both to stay near his formidable allies and to secure the safety a powerful organization offered. In reality, his loyalty to the cause was tenuous at best. Not long after Peter's enrollment, Harry Potter was born. The prophecy that surrounded the child cast a deadly spotlight on the Potter family, marking them as Voldemort's next targets. And in the midst of his obsessive hunt, Voldemort singled out Peter from among the Order's ranks. An ironic twist for a man who had never truly belonged. Lord Voldemort's talent for sizing people up was nothing short of uncanny. Under his relentless pressure and persuasive power, Peter Pettigrew nearly collapsed at the first sign of threat, and with little resistance, he quietly defected. He began funneling intelligence to Voldemort, betraying the Order of the Phoenix from within. Dumbledore, of course, had long suspected a mole in their ranks, but he could never pinpoint who it was. The headmaster sighed and met Sherlock's gaze. "You're absolutely right. Severus, serving at Voldemort's side, was the first to warn me that we harbored a traitor. I must admit, we never dreamed it would be Peter." Bringing up Snape's warning now was a clear attempt to clear him of suspicion. Earlier, when Sherlock learned from Peter that Severus had also been playing both sides, the other 3 young wizards, not counting Dumbledore, were stunned. Professor McGonagall and Remus Lupin even allowed their expressions to slip. Snape himself only sneered at the explanation. He neither required further justification nor cared for anyone's doubts. Perhaps in his mind, it was best to remain misunderstood. Dumbledore cared deeply. More than anyone else, he refused to let Harry grow up blaming Snape. Sherlock nodded and pressed on. Here's what Professor McGonagall explained to me. On Dumbledore's advice, James Potter used the Fidelius charm and appointed Sirius Black as the secret keeper. No one expected that, at the last moment, Sirius would convince James to transfer the secret to Peter Pettigrew. On paper, it seemed logical, compared to the conspicuous Sirius, Wormtail, who had shadowed them through school, was far less likely to draw attention. To preserve the element of surprise, they told no one. Tragically, none of them knew Peter was about to betray the Order of the Phoenix. As the unsuspected secret keeper, he revealed the Potter's hiding place to Lord Voldemort without a second thought, and that betrayal led to their deaths. Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin both exhaled softly, and Snape's glare at Peter Pettigrew brimmed with years of unspoken hatred. Chapter 339, Angel of Vengeance. Sherlock paced restlessly across the headmaster's office, his words rushing out in a relentless torrent. No one could have foreseen that a newborn would drain Lord Voldemort of his strength, and then watch him vanish without a trace, he began, hardly pausing to draw breath. By the time Peter Pettigrew understood what he'd set in motion, it was far too late. He'd been cornered by an enraged Sirius Black, thirsting for justice. Yet in that moment of desperation, Pettigrew unveiled a cold, ruthless cunning, an intelligence long overshadowed by the brilliance of others. He stopped beside the desk, leaning forward to drive his point home. When I say intelligence, I mean calculated, merciless cunning. He tapped the surface for emphasis. Pettigrew stood before witnesses and brazenly twisted reality, pointing at a deer and insisting it was a horse, to frame Sirius for betraying James and Lily Potter. As Black roared in fury, Pettigrew feigned his own death and slipped away in his animagus form, a rat. Even Sirius Black, the so-called Angel of Vengeance, fell for it. Though I've never met him personally, every professor's account I've heard portrays him as a man of rigid principles and unbending self-righteousness, driven by an uncompromising sense of justice. When the Ministry of Magic came for him, he didn't struggle. He simply let them haul him off to Azkaban and stayed there for 12 years. I believe it was because he felt an overwhelming guilt for Harry's parents' deaths. Convinced that Peter Pettigrew was dead, Sirius saw no escape from his own responsibility and accepted imprisonment as his only path to atonement. Holmes, Snape spat through clenched teeth, you're absolutely right this time. That self-righteous oaf Black deserves every second in that cell. Professor McGonagall and Professor Lupin exchanged uneasy glances, but Snape gave them no heed. All he could think was, if Sirius Black had never urged Lily to switch secret keepers, none of this tragedy would have ever unfolded. Holmes met Snape's fiery stare for a heartbeat, then turned away and resumed his reasoning. As for Pettigrew, reduced to a rat, he slunk off to the pure-blood Weasley household. He played the part of a harmless pet, sat at the feet of their children, and listened. If Voldemort had vanished forever, Pettigrew would have lived out his days as a fat, contented rodent. But if the Dark Lord ever rose again, Peter could use what he'd learned to make his triumphant return. Silence fell over the room as Holmes's words lingered in the air. Each of them, Professor McGonagall, Professor Lupin, even Snape, felt the weight of that simple, dreadful truth. 12 years had passed since the night of the Potter's death when Sirius Black finally uncovered Peter Pettigrew's treachery. Fueled by rage, he shattered the bars of his cell in Azkaban and escaped, his only purpose to track down Harry. Sherlock met Harry's eyes. Do you remember that cryptic message? He's at Hogwarts? Back then, everyone, including me, assumed Sirius was referring to you. In truth, he meant Pettigrew. He leaned back, letting Harry absorb the revelation. The rest of it we lived through ourselves. After his spectacular breakout, Sirius threw himself straight toward Hogwarts, while Peter spent every one of those 12 years looking over his shoulder. Finally, on Halloween Eve, Sirius arrived at the castle. Most people thought that after such a long confinement, he'd lost touch with the world, perhaps even forgotten the date. But he'd chosen that night deliberately, when students wouldn't be lounging in the common rooms, intent on finding Scabbers, Ron Weasley's pet rat, Peter in disguise. Without the Gryffindor password, Sirius couldn't get past the portrait of the fat lady. In a fit of frustration, he ripped the portrait from the wall. It was a rash, thoughtless act, no wiser than urging the Potters to switch their secret keeper and then telling no one else. Yet that outburst confirmed it all for me. Scabbers was Peter Pettigrew. Afterward, my friends and I escorted Scabbers back here and summoned all the professors. As it turned out, my deductions were exactly right. This entire affair fits together in one seamless, logical chain. An exquisitely brilliant deduction, Sherlock, Dumbledore said, his eyes shining. You've unearthed a truth buried for 12 years, he continued. Not only have you exposed the real culprit and brought him to justice, but you've also saved an innocent man's life. Thanks to you, Hogwarts can return to its normal routine. On behalf of the school and the Order of the Phoenix, I offer our deepest gratitude. McGonagall and Lupin both nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing the magnitude of Sherlock's achievement. Snape alone remained silent, his gaze fixed on Sherlock until he finally broke the hush. Where is Sirius Black? He's still here at Hogwarts, Sherlock replied calmly. He won't leave until Peter Pettigrew is in custody. My recommendation is that we inform the Ministry of Magic at once and lay out the entire truth. That will clear Sirius Black's name, withdraw his wanted poster, and free him from the necessity of hiding. On the other hand, Sherlock Holmes said quietly, we need to establish Peter's guilt beyond doubt and then pass judgment, so that justice is served for all the innocent victims. The professors exchanged glances and nodded. Sherlock's proposal was exactly what the moment called for. Albus Dumbledore turned to Harry Potter. Harry, what do you think? Harry blinked. Me? He hadn't expected to be asked. The great headmaster looked back at him, eyes gentle but piercing. Even though we know Lord Voldemort murdered your parents, Peter Pettigrew played his part. Do you agree that this is the right way to deal with him? Before Harry could answer, Severus Snape leaned forward, a sneer twisting his lips. Master Dumbledore, why not simply ask Potter if he wants to kill the rat himself? He laughed coldly. Ask it so subtly that Potter's vacant skull won't even recognize an order. Harry's face hardened. He shook his head vehemently. No, my parents wouldn't want any of their friends to become murderers, especially not over someone like Pettigrew. Snape opened his mouth to retort. I'm not your parents' friend, but immediately clamped his lips shut, realization dawning. Across the table, Sherlock watched him with a knowing expression, as though he could read Snape's every thought. The look only deepened the potions master's irritation, and somehow his unease. Sherlock suppressed a faint smile. So Snape was already plotting to take matters into his own hands. Typical. And that little protective gesture toward Harry just now, the professor never said what he meant, and always meant what he didn't say. Yet as Sherlock watched Snape's retreating figure, his smile faded, and his blue eyes grew sharp. There was more to Snape's secret than anyone realized, and once this business was concluded, Sherlock vowed to probe deeper. He'd promised Professor Flitwick he wouldn't snoop into private affairs, but recent events had made one thing clear. Whatever Snape was hiding was bound up with Harry's fate. Sherlock could not simply turn away. A sudden shiver ran down Snape's spine as he walked away, as though unseen eyes had fixed on him. Sherlock paused, intrigued by the change in the potions master. He would keep that in mind. Meanwhile, Harry had given his consent to the agreed-upon method for dealing with Peter Pettigrew. With that decision made, the urgent matter no longer concerned the four young wizards. Dumbledore offered his thanks and, with polite warmth, dismissed them from the headmaster's office. They filed out, discussing the next steps in hushed tones. Sherlock lingered for a moment, eyes still on the door through which Snape had disappeared. His half-spoken theory was only the beginning. There was much work ahead. They had barely cleared Professor Dumbledore's office when a voice rang out behind them. Wait! Just a moment! Remus Lupin came hurrying down the hallway. Albus granted me a few more minutes, he panted, falling into step beside them. He fixed Sherlock with a solemn look and without a word bowed deeply. Harry, Ron, and Hermione froze in surprise. Harry's eyes went wide. Professor, what are you? Lupin straightened and offered a small smile. Gratitude, he said softly. Sherlock gave a half shrug. It's unnecessary, Professor. Harry, Ron, Hermione, they're my friends, he added more quietly. After today, Ron will be without his pet. At the mention of Scabbers, Harry's eyes misted over. Ron's face flushed red, and Hermione reached out, grasping Sherlock's hand. No, Professor, you don't understand, she began. But Lupin shook his head. I thought I knew Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew. Really knew them, he said, voice trembling with old pain. I never could have imagined one of them would betray a friend. I can't let that pass, no matter which side of the betrayal it falls on. His words hung in the silent corridor. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, the weight of his confession settling around them. Even Sherlock, whose composure rarely slipped, looked on in somber acknowledgement as Lupin gently released the tension in his shoulders, and then quietly stepped aside, letting them continue on their way. Thanks to Sherlock's relentless efforts, the real culprit was exposed sooner than anyone expected. Unfortunately, the shocking twist wasn't that there was no traitor, but that the betrayer turned out to be yet another close friend. As Professor Lupin sighed, "It hurts just the same, no matter who it is." He paused, then offered Harry a reassuring smile. "On the bright side, you've more than redeemed Sirius Black's reputation. He should be able to visit you very soon. After all, he is your godfather." Harry's eyes went wide with surprise. He looked up just in time to see Professor Lupin wink at him, as if to say, "Everything's going to be all right." Professor Lupin leaned back against his desk, a wry smile tugging at his lips. "By the way, Sherlock, I suppose you knew who I really am long before Peter confirmed it?" Sherlock looked up from his notes without a trace of surprise. "Indeed." Lupin raised an eyebrow. "Did you piece it together from the essay Snape sent us?" "No," Sherlock replied coolly. "I didn't even write that essay." At this, Hermione let out a small gasp, and Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances. Lupin himself seemed unprepared for Sherlock's revelation. "You worked it out when I answered Snape's questions in class?" he asked. "Precisely," said Sherlock. "When he, quite out of character, called on me to explain your symptoms, everything clicked into place." Lupin chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his neck. "I assigned that essay hoping someone would notice the pattern in my condition. Honestly, I thought Hermione was the only one who'd figure it out." Hermione blinked at Sherlock. "Sherlock, how did you—" Sherlock turned to her, a faint smile in his blue eyes. "My dear Hermione, you were the only student who actually handed in the essay, but 2 days ago I spotted you poring over moon-phase charts in the library." Hermione's cheeks heated with embarrassment, while Harry and Ron stared, mouths agape. Sherlock addressed the group with the air of a lecturer wrapping up his lecture. There were clues long before term even began. On the Hogwarts Express, Professor Lupin looked unwell, coincidentally right around the full moon. And in Boggart class, Harry asked why the professor's boggart took the form of a crystal ball, silver and reflective, just like the moon. Harry shot a look at Ron, whose eyebrows were practically levitating. Lupin folded his arms, amusement softening his features. "Remarkable, Sherlock. I never supposed you'd deduce it so swiftly." Sherlock inclined his head. "Elementary, Professor." Hermione managed a sheepish grin. "Well, I'm glad I wasn't alone in that essay, though I must admit I never thought someone else had connected the moon charts." Sherlock allowed himself a brief, triumphant smile. "You spotted the pattern, Miss Granger. I drew the conclusion. 2 sharp minds are better than 1. Lupin laughed, the tension of secrecy finally dissolving. "Indeed they are. Thank you both." As the late afternoon sun streamed through the tall windows, the 4 of them stood together, sharing a moment of light-hearted relief, and the unspoken bond of a secret finally out in the open. No one had ever realized that the bright orb overhead was more than an ordinary moon, nor had they connected the evening Professor Snape stepped in for your Care of Magical Creatures class with the night you returned, pale, exhausted, and stumbling, as if you'd used every ounce of magic you possessed. Even if Snape had kept his suspicions to himself, those details, the odd timing, the sudden substitution, your weakened state, would have pointed to the same conclusion. "You're the smartest young wizard I've ever met, Sherlock." Remus Lupin offered the compliment with unmistakable warmth. Then he waved his hand, as if brushing away an objection. "No, forget young. Even among fully grown wizards, few are as sharp as you." "Thank you, Professor," Sherlock said, allowing himself a small, pleased smile. Harry and Hermione both caught that fleeting look of pride on Sherlock's face at Lupin's praise. Ron, however, still looked as though he might faint. He'd only just learned that his long-lost pet Scabbers was, in fact, a living human being, Peter Pettigrew. His voice shook as he spoke next. "Sherlock, sir, I think it'd be wise to sort this out soon. You know as well as I do that if you vanish at the same time every month, someone's bound to notice." Sherlock met Ron's anxious gaze, the weight of the full moon looming behind them all. End of chapter. If you were a woman, Lupin said with a wry smile, I'd totally understand putting up with that monthly discomfort. Not to mention Professor Snape, he continued, who's just itching to expose you. Hermione bristled. I know, she murmured. I don't blame him. Lupin's expression softened. But honestly, he's done me a huge favor. Since my first year at Hogwarts, he's been the one brewing my Wolfsbane potion. You should know it's both outrageously expensive and fiendishly difficult to perfect. He fought my appointment tooth and nail, convinced I'd use my position to help Sirius Black sneak in. Yet when Dumbledore finally approved me, Snape brewed that rare potion for me every single month. Without him, I'd be in far worse shape. He glanced at his pocket watch and sighed. Oh dear, I'm almost out of time. I must get back. Today has truly been a happy day. Now get some rest and have sweet dreams. Lupin hurried off, his robes billowing behind him. Once the door clicked shut, Ron shifted awkwardly, looked Hermione in the eye and blurted out, Hermione, about Crookshanks. I'm really sorry. Hermione paused, surprised by the unexpected apology. Hermione exhaled, realizing she'd been holding her breath. She stared at Ron for a moment, fighting to keep her composure, but his apologetic look was too sincere. At last, she knelt beside him and set Crookshanks gently on the grass. I owe you an apology, she said quietly. Even though I was technically right about Scabbers, I never tried to see things from your perspective. I was unfair. Ron's shoulders sagged in relief. And who'd have guessed our poor rat was actually Peter Pettigrew in disguise? Honestly, the man was disgusting. Hermione offered the cat a small smile. Well, at least Crookshanks was vindicated. He did all the detective work. Speaking of detective work, Ron brightened. Do you think Mum and Dad will finally buy me an owl now that they know I wasn't obsessed with rats for no reason? Harry, who'd been lingering at the edge of the clearing, seized the moment to speak up. Actually, I wanted to ask Sherlock. But Ron, still riding the high of their reconciliation, launched into a full account of every twist and turn. He described Pettigrew's confession, the howler from Mrs. Weasley, even his own dramatic collapse on the common room couch. Sherlock Holmes stood apart from the group, arms folded, expression unreadable, as Ron recited the saga in giddy detail. Harry opened his mouth twice more, only to be drowned out by Ron's excited commentary. By the time they reached the foot of the Gryffindor Tower stairs, the castle corridors were hushed. Ron finally paused, blinking at the owl clock on the wall. Blimey, it's nearly curfew. Harry rubbed his eyes. About time we called it a night, he muttered. Not to be deterred, Ron clapped Harry on the back. Don't worry, mate. Tomorrow I'll practice owl calls, maybe a snowy one. Hermione and Sherlock exchanged amused glances as Ron chattered on in the dimly lit corridor. Harry managed a tired grin. With that, they climbed the winding staircase to the dormitory, the castle's ancient stones swallowing Ron's fading echoes. At last, peace and sleep beckoned. The next morning, as Sherlock led Neville out for their usual dawn workout on the training grounds, Harry stepped up with determination shining in his eyes. Mind if I join you? He asked. Neville halted mid-stride and turned to Harry in surprise. But Harry, Professor McGonagall and the rest said you weren't allowed outside the castle grounds. Harry flashed a grin. The restriction's been lifted. I'm free to train again. Neville exchanged a puzzled glance with Sherlock. Really? Well, you've missed a few weeks of practice. Might be good to see whether your boxing and fencing skills have dulled. That sounds perfect, Harry replied, rolling his shoulders. Even though he'd missed Sherlock's morning drills, Quidditch training under Madam Wood had kept him in shape. He felt confident he wouldn't lag behind. Sherlock nodded and pointed toward the sparring area, where Neville picked up his rapier. All right, Neville. Light footwork. Harry, whenever you're ready. Neville bowed formally, then raised his blade into a guard position. Harry took a steady stance, wand clipped away, fists loosened at his sides. As Neville advanced with a practiced lunge, Harry sidestepped and delivered a quick jab, proof that his boxing training was still sharp. They traded a few more feints and parries, the morning air alive with the clash of steel. Finally, Sherlock called time. Neville lowered his rapier and offered Harry an impressed nod. Not bad at all. Harry brushed imaginary dust from his robes. Thanks. I've been itching for a proper workout. With the others occupied, Harry seized his chance. Sherlock, he began, voice low, About yesterday, there's something I need to know. Chapter 339, Justice Delayed is Justice Denied. Harry glanced away from Neville Longbottom, who was sweating through lunge after lunge in the training room, and turned to Sherlock. So you confirmed Peter Pettigrew's identity using the Marauders map, didn't you? Sherlock's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Precisely. Yesterday I told you the final clue was the pocket sneakoscope, but in truth the map you entrusted to me was the key. It belongs to you, Harry, and I would never have named it without your express consent. A wave of relief washed over Harry. Thank you, Sherlock, he said, exhaling. He definitely didn't want Hogwarts officials rummaging through something as valuable as the Marauders map. I should really thank Fred and George, too. Without their gift, I never would have suspected the truth. Harry's voice dropped to a whisper. In one night, the name of Peter Pettigrew, once celebrated as the heroic martyr who sacrificed himself to save Harry's parents, had been irrevocably stained. The same man now stood accused of the very murder he was long believed to have prevented. Justice, it seemed, had arrived too late for the peace they all once cherished. That's not necessarily true, Harry, Sherlock said, voice as sure as ever. Even without the Marauders map, I could have unearthed Peter Pettigrew's identity from the clues we already had, just as I argued yesterday. True, it might have taken a little longer, but I would have gotten there. The moment I spotted Peter Pettigrew on the map and realized he was in our dorm with Ron, I knew we had to act instantly. The evidence was airtight. Any delay, and Pettigrew, ever the trickster, might pull off another golden cicada sheds its shell ruse. Finding him again after that would be a nightmare. Golden cicada sheds its shell? Harry echoed. Precisely, Sherlock affirmed. Pettigrew could slash himself, leave a few drops of blood on Ron's bed, then plant some of Crookshanks's fur or other false clues. Everyone would conclude that Crookshanks had slain the rat, especially given how much the cat despised Scabbers. It would be the most logical explanation. Harry mulled it over and realized Sherlock was right. If Pettigrew staged such a scene, no one, even Harry himself, would suspect anything but Crookshanks devouring Scabbers. Peter Pettigrew was more than capable of pulling off such a ruse. He'd already done it once. Sherlock's expression grew grave as he looked Harry squarely in the eyes. Harry, you need to understand that the victims here go far beyond your parents and Sirius, who've endured 12 years of injustice. There were 13 other innocents and 13 bereaved families. On that count alone, Pettigrew deserves the harshest sentence. As the saying goes, justice delayed is justice denied. We can't undo what's been done, but we must expose Pettigrew's treachery before he slips away again. If the Ministry had shown even a fraction of responsibility 12 years ago, perhaps the truth would have come out then, but they didn't. Now the burden falls to us. Sherlock leaned back in his chair, lips curling with contempt. They're nothing but a pack of self-serving parasites. Harry frowned. You really think the Ministry of Magic is that bad? Sherlock's tone grew serious. I just hope they'll swallow this new evidence without kicking up a fuss. If they don't, we'll have more complications on our hands than we bargained for. Harry's eyes widened. But the facts are already out in the open. There's no hiding how clear it all is. Will the Ministry still? Never underestimate the stubbornness of bureaucracy, Harry. Sherlock shook his head as if recalling countless aggravating encounters. Those old men in Whitehall would rather let a mistake stand than admit they were wrong. Harry, still viewing the world from a safe distance, looked genuinely puzzled. How can they be so blind? Sincerely, I hope I'm overthinking it, Sherlock continued. After all, it was the previous Minister for Magic who classified this case 12 years ago. If Cornelius Fudge, the current minister, had done it, I'd be certain he'd bury us without a second thought. There was a pause. Harry hesitated, then said, Sherlock, you don't seem to hold Fudge in high regard. Sherlock arched a single eyebrow. Doesn't his name say it all? He tapped the arm of his chair. Cornelius Fudge, sweet on the outside, empty within. He smiled thinly. We'll proceed, but we must be prepared. The real battle begins when we present our findings. Harry drew a steadying breath. All right, let's do it, for truth, no matter how many hurdles the Ministry throws in our path. Sherlock rose, smoothing the lapels of his coat. Precisely. Now, let's get to work. Cornelius Fudge, Sherlock began, arching an eyebrow. The first name, Cornelius, suggests someone cornered, stuck in a tight spot. And fudge? He'd much rather fudge the facts than admit the truth. Harry stared at him. Huh? Just teasing, Sherlock said with a brief grin. Seeing Harry's blank expression, he continued more directly. But that actually sums up Fudge perfectly. Outwardly, he acts like a well-meaning, if irritable bureaucrat, prone to exaggeration, sure, but not malicious. Behind the scenes, though, he's arrogant, cowardly, inept, and entirely self-serving. The instant he senses his power slipping away, he lashes out with a vindictiveness that's hard to miss. Vindictiveness? Harry repeated, shaking his head. He decided to drop the subject. Sherlock's obvious character analyses were about as clear to him as Hagrid's adorable little creature descriptions. Changing the topic, he said, Sherlock, you mentioned that my father and Professor Lupin created the Marauders map? Precisely, Sherlock replied. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew discovered Lupin's lycanthropy secret during their time at Hogwarts. After Severus Snape let slip that werewolves only posed a threat in full wolf form, the three friends learned to become unregistered animagi. Their goal was simple: transform alongside Lupin during the full moon and ensure no one else got hurt. Harry let that sink in. The map, then, had been born of loyalty and a touch of teenage recklessness. He glanced at Sherlock, thinking that, for all their differences, the detective's fascination with details wasn't so different from the Marauders' own obsession with their midnight escapades. Turning into animals, let the three animagi accompany Professor Lupin on full moon nights. In their animal forms, they roamed the grounds alongside the werewolf, mapping every hidden corridor and passage. That is how the Marauders map was born, and why each of them took a nickname. Lupin was Moony. Peter Pettigrew, whose animagus form was a rat, was Wormtail. Sirius Black, in his great black dog shape, was Padfoot, and Harry's father, James Potter, was Prongs. Harry had always wondered about Prongs. What kind of animal was he? Sherlock smiled. Prongs was a horned creature. Picture a stag, like a deer. Something majestic, almost unicorn-like. Why choose a large animal? Harry pressed. Because with Wormtail as a rat, they needed big animagi to keep Lupin under control on the full moon. If you want every detail, you can ask Lupin or Sirius later. Harry fell silent for a moment, piecing it together. So those 2 times I spotted a huge black dog at Hogwarts, that was Sirius? Exactly, Sherlock said. By then, Sirius had already broken out of Azkaban. The morning you left Privet Drive, he risked everything to come see you. Your first Quidditch match wasn't until after Halloween, so we both know he slipped into the castle just to make sure you were safe. He strode onto the Quidditch pitch, eyes bright with anticipation. Even now, he couldn't tear himself away from Harry's dazzling play. In a way, Professor Trelawney's prophecy had proven uncannily accurate. It really was him, Harry murmured, voice low. Don't worry about that, old chap, Sherlock replied, offering a reassuring pat on Harry's shoulder. He turned thoughtful, brows raised. But tell me, have you ever wondered how the Marauders map, in the Weasley twins' possession for 3 years, never once revealed that Peter Pettigrew was lurking next to their own brother? Harry slapped his forehead in disbelief. You're right. That's absurd, Sherlock smiled. It's the old adage, the darkest place is right under the lamplight. The twins know the Gryffindor dormitory, and Ron so intimately that they never bothered to scrutinize him. On the rare occasions they saw Ron up late, it simply wasn't the same nights Peter was sharing his bed. Besides, who would sneak around their brothers' beds at odd hours? It would have looked too suspicious. Harry stared out at the empty stands, the late afternoon sunlight glinting off the pitch. So because they were so certain of what they knew, they missed the truth altogether. Sherlock nodded once. Exactly. Familiarity can blind you more effectively than any prank. With that, the 2 friends turned their focus back to the field, casting long shadows across the grass as the next match began. Based on my daily interactions with the staff and students, I can also confirm they have no idea I once led you into the Forbidden Forest, Sherlock said, leaning back in his chair. And despite what everyone claims, this Marauders map doesn't show every hidden corner of Hogwarts. There's no trace of the Chamber of Secrets. Harry stared at him in awe. Sherlock had only possessed the map for a single day, and already he'd uncovered a major blind spot that even the original creators must have overlooked. "That's incredible," Harry murmured. "Don't worry, though," Sherlock added with a casual shrug. "None of it's urgent. The holidays begin the day after tomorrow. Why not spend them at Privet Drive? Your godfather has been watching over you from afar. When you return, you might finally get to meet him." Harry's eyes lit up at the thought. Until now, the Ministry of Magic had forbidden him to leave Hogwarts, but with the truth revealed, perhaps that restriction was lifted. Yet he shook his head firmly. "No, I couldn't go back without Ron. He's staying here because of me, and I'd hate to abandon him." Sherlock offered him a gentle smile. "And Ginny, of course. She's staying because she doesn't want to spend 2 weeks with Percy. It has nothing to do with me." Sherlock shot Harry a knowing look. "Is that really how you see it, Harry?" "Absolutely." Harry's certainty made Sherlock chuckle. "All right, then. If you're set on going home, Ron and Ginny can come along too. We still have time to change the registers." Harry frowned. "But we've already signed up as people who aren't going home." Sherlock raised an eyebrow. "Since when did you become so punctilious about rules?" They exchanged amused glances and exploded into laughter. At that moment, Neville strode over, sweat-damp hair plastered to his forehead and a wooden practice stick tucked under one arm. Spotting their grins, he couldn't help but ask, "What's so funny?" Harry gave Neville's stick an appraising look. "We're talking about the holidays, but tell me, how about a quick spar?" Neville's eyes lit up. Sure. He'd been eager for a chance to duel without Sherlock's overwhelming skill, making him feel inept. Harry stepped back onto the practice floor, and soon the crack of wood on wood echoed as the two friends began their friendly match. Sherlock lingered at the edge of the practice yard, offering terse critiques as his classmates dueled. At his side, Harry and Ron, sweaty and breathless, paused to catch their breath, wiping sweat from their brows. After a spirited session with foils clashing and feet shuffling across the wooden floor, the three of them made their way back to the Gryffindor common room. Breakfast in the Great Hall felt more like a leisurely brunch. With only 2 days left before the winter holidays, classes were nearly over, and even the busiest students moved in a slow, contented daze as they filled their plates with scrambled eggs, bacon, and pumpkin juice. No sooner had Harry and Sherlock finished than Professor McGonagall appeared at their table. With a polite but firm nod, she beckoned them to follow her. The two boys exchanged a quick glance, then rose and trailed behind her through the echoing corridors to her office. "Please, sit down, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Potter." McGonagall gestured to the high-backed chairs before her desk. Once they were settled, she steepled her fingers and said, "I have some information for you concerning Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew." Harry's heart leapt. "Are we finally going to learn the whole truth?" he asked, voice trembling with hope. "Does that mean I can spend winter break at home and maybe visit Hogsmeade again on weekends?" Professor McGonagall's expression softened, but her words were resolute. "I'm afraid not, Potter." At that moment, Harry felt the familiar drop in his stomach. He'd heard that same opening line before. Last spring, when she'd refused his requests for permission to Hogsmeade or to go home for the holidays. And now, despite all the promises of revelation, the answer was the same. Sherlock's sharp gaze lingered on the empty corridor, lost in thought. Harry stood beside him, shoulders tense, eyes darting with worry. Finally, Professor McGonagall emerged from the shadows, her expression grave. "I have some difficult news," she began, pausing to choose her words carefully. "Last night, Dumbledore delivered Peter Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic. But he made no mention of your pivotal role in uncovering him. He knows the Ministry's biases all too well. Any explanation grounded in Muggle-style logic or deduction is treated as heresy by those who cling to pure magic. Had he revealed the truth, they would have dismissed your insights outright as non-magical and therefore invalid." She let that sink in, then added in a lower tone, "In the end, he was right to keep silent." Chapter 341, Fighting Magic with Magic. Professor McGonagall's office smelled faintly of parchment and boiled wool cloaks. Seated behind her desk, she fixed Sherlock Holmes and Harry Potter with a stern look. "Aside from the 4 of you who were here yesterday," she began, voice clipped, "who else knows about this?" Sherlock exchanged a glance with Harry. "We told Ginny Weasley, Cho Chang, and Luna Lovegood over dinner." McGonagall's brow shot up. You told them? Why wasn't this kept confidential? Harry shifted in his seat. Professor, nobody said it had to be a secret, and frankly, we figured the news would spread before long. Precisely why it's a problem, Mr. Holmes, McGonagall replied, her tone unyielding. As I mentioned, Professor Dumbledore foresaw how the Ministry of Magic would react. When he formally handed Peter Pettigrew over, he presented the matter as his own discovery, with Professors Snape and Lupin providing essential support. She paused, leaning forward. Professor Lupin, because of his close friendship with Sirius and Peter in their younger days, was quick to recognize Peter's animagus disguise. Professor Snape then supplied the veritaserum that compelled Pettigrew to spill the truth. I was the one who restored Peter from his animagus form. Professor McGonagall's cheeks colored. My apologies, Mr. Holmes. In our excitement over the rescue, we nearly claimed all the credit ourselves. Holmes gave a small, reassuring smile. It's quite all right, Professor. I bear you no ill will. The professor studied him for a moment, as if weighing his words, then relaxed. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. However, despite everything that's come to light, the Ministry still refuses to rescind the warrant for Sirius Black. Harry sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing. How can that be? The whole truth is out. Sirius Black is innocent. Peter Pettigrew was the real traitor, my parents' secret keeper. He faked his death all those years ago and spent 12 years hiding as Ron's pet rat just to... Easy there, Harry. Sherlock Holmes reached out and gently guided him back into his seat. You do have a knack for cutting to the chase. Harry sank back down, blinking as he processed Holmes's calm intervention. Sherlock's steady gaze met McGonagall's. Unspoken understanding passing between them, the battle for Sirius's freedom was far from over. You've nailed the problem in just a few sentences, Sherlock said lightly, a teasing edge to his voice. Harry bristled, ready to argue. But, hold on, Sherlock interrupted. Let's hear what Professor McGonagall has to say first. All right, Harry muttered, folding his arms. McGonagall gave Sherlock a grateful nod for quieting Harry, then cleared her throat. The Ministry of Magic maintains that Peter Pettigrew's testimony alone cannot overturn Sirius Black's conviction. They point out that every eyewitness present on the street that night was certain they saw Sirius kill Pettigrew. But Pettigrew is alive, Harry exploded. He'd been slumped in a chair, but now he was on his feet. Are they blind? A man declared dead for 12 years turns up and confesses everything under veritaserum, and yet the Ministry would rather believe a handful of bystanders who drank a bit too much fire whiskey. Harry, please, McGonagall began, her voice uncharacteristically gentle, even pleading. Harry froze. In all his years at Hogwarts, he'd never heard McGonagall ask him to hold his tongue so softly. Yet here she was, struggling for composure as she faced the most impossible of situations, and a ministry that refused to see the truth. All right. This time, without Sherlock's prodding, he settled back into his chair. He made himself a silent promise. No matter how outrageous the Ministry of Magic's verdict might be, he would wait patiently until Professor McGonagall had finished speaking. McGonagall spoke in a low voice. The Ministry's position is clear. Even if Peter Pettigrew is alive, that alone doesn't prove he slaughtered those muggles in the street. It doesn't confirm your parents ever transferred their secret keeper role from Sirius to Pettigrew, and it certainly doesn't mean he betrayed their hiding place to Lord Voldemort. After all, the account Pettigrew gave us might simply be the truth as he perceives it. Consider this. Antidotes to veritaserum, confunding charms, memory charms, occlumency, even sheer force of will, can all blunt or block a veritaserum interrogation. By the same token, Sirius's record hardly makes him look innocent. He broke out of Azkaban, infiltrated Hogwarts Castle, and assaulted the fat lady. Here Professor McGonagall sighed, her expression one of genuine frustration as she acknowledged how Sirius's recklessness undermined his cause. So the Ministry of Magic insists they won't reconsider Sirius's case unless we find him and force him to confront Peter Pettigrew. When Professor McGonagall finished speaking, Harry was momentarily speechless. Her argument was riddled with loopholes, so many, in fact, that it felt as if there were none at all. Beside him, Sherlock remained impassive, as though he'd anticipated every twist. Harry swallowed hard and asked, "Is there nothing Dumbledore can do?" "Even Albus isn't omnipotent," McGonagall said softly. He can't override the Ministry's mandate. And remember, he himself testified that Sirius was the Potter's secret keeper. How could he? Harry's voice barely rose above a whisper. Professor McGonagall's calm gaze held him. Albus must swear to the truth before the Wizengamot. He did so in good faith. The revelation struck Harry like a thunderbolt. His heart pounded as the ground seemed to shift beneath him. If this was the state of affairs, if even Dumbledore's testimony bound them, then all of Sherlock's work so far might be for nothing. A cold dread settled in his chest as he recalled Sherlock's words from their morning training session. His darkest premonition had just come to pass. He hesitated for a moment, then turned sharply to Sherlock. Sherlock? Sherlock's lips curved into a faint sneer. I can only say this outcome was entirely predictable. Professor McGonagall followed his gaze, eager to hear the insight of the one who had unraveled the mystery. In the Muggle world, she began, where hard evidence is prized above all, your method would be sound, perhaps even praiseworthy. But in our magical community, it strikes me as almost farcical. Even I, a Muggle-born, know this. A properly administered Veritaserum, one potent enough to make Lord Voldemort divulge his deepest secrets. Surely that ought to carry weight. After all, did Professor Snape ever slip Veritaserum to a ministry official to force a confession? Sherlock inclined his head. There were indeed voices within the ministry advocating exactly that, using Veritaserum on Peter Pettigrew. The professor's eyes darkened with memory, and just as quickly, the idea was quashed. They recalled all too well how a similar confession-based process, deemed sufficient at the time, sent Sirius Black to Azkaban without so much as a proper trial. Sherlock leaned back in his chair and tapped his teacup against the saucer. According to the Ministry's own records, Peter Pettigrew was administered Veritaserum and still insisted on a second questioning, but they declared it an unnecessary procedural repetition and refused to put him under the potion again. I see, Harry said, frowning. Sherlock waved a hand as if brushing away a trivial annoyance. Let's set aside how ridiculous their excuses are, claiming a witness might psychologically resist Veritaserum, or that it could break his will. Even granting that nonsense, what on earth would be Peter's motive? He didn't commit the murders, yet he supposedly fought against the truth serum and then fabricated stories that would land him back in Azkaban. Do they honestly think Pettigrew is a masochistic psychopath? Harry shook his head emphatically. It's preposterous. Even the wildest fiction wouldn't dare to stretch plausibility that far. Precisely. Sherlock agreed. In a world this big, you might conceivably run across someone twisted enough to do it, but it simply isn't Peter Pettigrew. He's a coward, yes, but not that kind of lunatic. Harry let out a mirthless laugh. And some people go even further. They say that, even if Sirius Black is innocent, he still deserves punishment for breaking out of Azkaban. After all, he could have appealed through the proper channels during those 12 years. Sherlock's eyes gleamed. Punish him for an escape born of desperation and injustice? That's the sort of logic that got 12 righteous years shredded. If the Ministry truly believed in due process, they'd welcome Sirius's appeal instead of burying him in despair. Harry folded his arms, resolve hardening in his gaze. Then it's settled. We need to expose these contradictions and force the Ministry to answer for its own rules. If they won't reinterrogate Pettigrew, we'll make them, by showing the world exactly how absurd and arbitrary their decisions have become. Sherlock nodded once, decisively. Very well, let's get to work. But the moment Sirius chose to flee, he effectively declared war, not just on magic, but on the entire Ministry. Professor McGonagall's Scottish brogue dripped with sarcasm on that last phrase. Even Harry winced. If McGonagall could trade barbs, Sherlock wasn't about to fall silent. He was quicker, more cutting. When another Black simply walked out the front door 2 years ago, why didn't anyone make a fuss then? That man was a Ministry colleague. Honestly, Professor, I'd wager a galleon that if Sirius really were the bomb-wielding thug they claim, capable of killing 13 innocents, they wouldn't hesitate to parade every grisly detail. Those Ministry goldfish only need an excuse, however outlandish, to condemn him. They've chained the truth under 3 layers of bureaucracy. The first they call procedural justice, terrified that reopening the case would tear down the Ministry's precious banner of fairness and justice. From what I've observed, Sherlock began, the Ministry fortifies itself with 3 layers of authority. First is tradition. It's far easier to keep the Dementors stationed at Hogwarts than to admit the Ministry's years of ineptitude. Second is denial. Confessing even a single mistake would shatter the entire bureaucratic facade, so they simply refuse to acknowledge any wrongdoing. And third, they've gone so far as to invent charms expressly for obfuscation. The selective deafness charm to shut out any cries of injustice, a memory modification charm to rewrite inconvenient passages in history textbooks, and even a hindering official duties enchantment packaged as a gift for anyone who dares question them. It's as if they're attempting to manufacture reality with the deductive leaps of a third-rate detective novel. Professor McGonagall sat forward, eyes wide. Sherlock had crystallized every frustration she'd kept hidden. It was almost intoxicating to hear her own thoughts spoken so bluntly, and yet scathing rhetoric alone would not rescue them from their present predicament. Steeling herself, she recalled Dumbledore's parting words before her audience with Holmes and Potter. Setting aside her astonishment, she met Sherlock's gaze with renewed hope. "Mr. Holmes," she said quietly, "do you have a solution?" Professor McGonagall folded her arms, her brow furrowing. "If that's the case," she said, "telling everyone now changes nothing." Sherlock Holmes regarded her coolly. "Nor does it matter if there's no solution. The real issue is time. We must settle this before Christmas." McGonagall's eyes brightened. "You do have a plan, then? Have you located Sirius Black? If he confronts Peter Pettigrew, the Ministry of Magic will have no choice but to come clean." A faint, ironic smile curved Sherlock's lips. "With all due respect, Professor, you place too much faith in rules." She stiffened. "But the Ministry itself promised, once Sirius faces Pettigrew, they'll broadcast the truth to the entire wizarding world." "Verba, promises are easy to make and easy to break," Sherlock replied. "Even if we parade Sirius into their offices, I can think of at least 7 ways the Ministry could bury the facts and still keep the status quo intact." "Continuing to play by their rules is pointless," Sherlock declared, his eyes locked on the frowning Professor McGonagall. "We must fight magic with magic." Harry left McGonagall's office feeling the weight of worry settle on his shoulders. As he replayed Sherlock's words from their morning training session, alongside McGonagall's grim explanations, the full picture finally crystallized. The Ministry of Magic wasn't simply obstinate. They feared the fallout of admitting a 12-year-old blunder. To acknowledge their error in condemning an innocent man would be to undermine the Ministry's own authority, inviting every witch and wizard to question the competence of its leaders. Worse still, Peter Pettigrew had been awarded a first-class Order of Merlin, personally conferred by the Ministry, for his supposed sacrifice. That decoration stood as a monument to the Ministry's judgment, one they would never willingly revoke. And so the truth about Sirius Black remained buried, sacrificed on the altar of institutional pride. Once Sirius's name was cleared, the hero would instantly become the villain, and the real traitor the hero, laying bare the Ministry's gross negligence in conferring honors and forcing it into the ridiculous position of contradicting its own verdict. So even though Peter Pettigrew had crawled back from the dead and offered a completely truthful confession under Veritaserum, the Ministry flatly refused to reinterrogate him. They hid behind the laughable excuse of procedural duplication to dodge the truth. Did anyone care that Sirius might have been wrongfully convicted? Of course not. Once a sentence was passed, they clung to it doggedly. By now, Harry was hardly surprised. He'd already witnessed the Ministry's masterful maneuvering in his first year, when they bungled the investigation into the missing documents of Hannah Abbott's father. Despite blatant inconsistencies, they looked the other way, eager to close the case and silence the uproar. In a word, unbelievable. "Your ability to summarize and draw connections grows stronger by the day, Harry," Sherlock remarked, nodding in approval. Harry flushed at the praise. Sherlock continued, "Spending time with someone who thinks as meticulously as you do has a way of rubbing off. What you've just described, by the way, is known as the Tacitus trap. Once public trust erodes, everything a government or institution says, whether truthful or not, benevolent or harmful, will be dismissed as a lie or malevolence." He paused, steepling his fingers. The Ministry of Magic is terrified of falling into that trap, which is why they so stubbornly refuse to admit any mistakes. In truth, it's not just the Ministry. The entire British judicial system suffers from the same inertia. There's an unspoken rule of once convicted, always convicted. Even when new evidence surfaces, the bureaucracy would rather uphold its original verdict than shoulder the extra administrative burden that comes with reopening a case. Sherlock's expression darkened. Take the Ministry's handling of Sirius Black, for example. Dumbledore's early misidentification of Black as the traitor's secret keeper was seized upon by the Ministry and exploited for political gain. It wasn't an oversight. They weaponized it to shield themselves from criticism. He leaned back, as if satisfied he'd laid out the whole picture. Harry, absorbing every word, realized there was far more at stake than he'd first imagined. That was nothing more than a calculated ploy to shift the blame onto a third party and dodge any real accountability for fixing their mistakes. Sherlock leaned back against the polished oak of his desk, arms folded, his voice low and contemptuous. I admit I overestimated them. I actually believed that a decision made 12 years ago by the previous minister could be overturned. I'd forgotten how deeply entrenched everyone here has become, how they've all grown comfortable within the system and now serve their own vested interests. Harry drew in a steadying breath, his eyes bright with renewed hope. Just now, you mentioned you intended to fight magic with magic. What did you mean by that?